he could do to step in there to give us the position flex. I get a little excited about what we can do with protection and the run game.
Yesterday with Sean and RJ, they had on Jimmy Johnson, and he said this is the best Cowboys team that he's seen that he can remember in some time. I know there's a lot of football still to go, but do you ever find yourself thinking, hey, this is the best team we've had since whatever year?
Yeah. But, you always get in trouble when you make these comparisons, but that doesn't. That's a part of it. And I would say that last year, that was the healthiest that I can ever remember going into the playoffs, and consequently, we had a pretty good team put together last year. Parsons was playing lights out, and so that's one that again, just to reinforce the disappointment of last year. Well, to think that this same group is living with that, and they have also, this group has overcome adversity in the first of the year and done it in a really positive fashion. We've got more, if you will, the kinds of things to build on for a crescendo at the end of the year than that group did last year. And so it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting to think about the prospects. Of course, this game, boy, those things can change in the next play.
The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting from Jimmy yesterday, Jerry, was that he said he was asked about y'all's relationship, and he said, I don't know exactly where our relationship is, because I'm sure if I saw Jerry that we would, hug and say hi and all those things. And he said, but, day to day, the next day it could change. How do you view your relationship with Jimmy Johnson?
Well, first of all, let's put it in perspective. Gosh, I'm pretty busy. I'm sure he's pretty busy. And, man, I'm in the hunt. We're out here trying to win a championship and trying to get into playoffs. And so he's doing his thing. And so, I'm not for sure that that's worthy of a lot of people worrying about. He had a great career as a coach. He's even had probably a greater career as an analyst and as a television personality. And so I've always thought that he could do anything he wanted to do. So it was good. What I do know, again, the best thing I can say is that we got to play on a national championship team together when we were seniors by grade. And we got to play on that national championship team. And I know how it impacted my life. He can speak for himself on how it impacted yours. And then here we get to turn around and come in here, and I think we were together 4.5 years. And in 4.5 years, win a couple of Super Bowls. And now that is that's inordinate for a couple of people to get to enjoy that together. As Barry Switzer said, how do you mess that up? And so I don't think you mess it up. You don't have to mess it up. It was great. It certainly gave us individually a great lifetime experience. And to that end, I give him a real accolade relative to being the contribution that he made. But on the other hand, that was 4.5 years. And I'm going on 34.5 years.
Oh, yeah.
So there's been a lot of water under the bridge, and I hope to have a lot more water on the bridge.
Kevin and I were just kind of discussing this off air a little bit. You're a very rich and powerful man. Do you have a lot of close personal relationships? Because you just mentioned you are a busy person. Is there an opportunity to have a lot of very trusting, close relationships in your life? Yes,
I do. And that's one of the blessings that I count the most. The majority of my life, I've not had a lot of, if you will, money, financial. And I have not. And so you had a lot of it that you live looking up at the world from that perspective. And my world has been family. My world has been friends. And I've relied on them. And for the most part, the friends that have endeared themselves have been loyal friends and have maintained that. And on any given week or day, I'll get calls from 2 or 3 people that I went to grade school with.
Wow.
And so I've lived a life like that. I've gotten to, you've heard me say this, I've gotten to, my greatest part of sport was coaching my kids and small kid football and amateur football. And I used to be sitting around in a meeting 400 miles away, and they're trying to explain something to me that would, if I didn't listen and made the wrong decision, would kick my butt. And I'd be sitting there diagramming plays for an 11-year-old. So I've gotten to live that kind of life, and I wouldn't take anything for it. I sure wouldn't take a big hunk of what you read about for it.
Jerry, the Odell Beckham story is still out there. It's still floating, and it's going to float until something happens. But you've seen a lot of your players this week step up to microphones and say, add talent. Do you like hearing them say, yeah, let's bring this in, it's part of recruiting a player like that? Or do you want them to say, hey, no, we're good the way we are right now. We're going to go win a championship with this group?
I love it that they have that kind of perspective. It does remind me again when Deion Sanders joined us before on our Super Bowl team of 95. And basically, I remember making the deal with Deion right down here at a hotel in Dallas. And but I took it out and showed the deal to Troy, showed it to Michael, and showed it to Emmitt Smith. Showed it to the 3 of them together and asked them what they thought of it. And I showed them the numbers. And I'm telling you right now, that smile went out across their face, and boy, they said, Jerry, get him. Then I took it into the whole team, the entire team, everybody in a team meeting, and I chalked it up on the board. And I said, guys, this is a lot of money. You guys, I just want you to see, what do you think? Boy, there was a resounding, hell yes, let's get him. Let's bring him on. We need him. And, of course, Deion joined us, and we won that Super Bowl. So it is important when you see if you will, the perspective of a team wanting to add another element that could help them win. At the end of the day, winning the game, winning the next one, and winning when you get to the playoffs, that's the overriding thing that's going on here with our team. And that's what makes this thing so exciting, whatever it takes.
Last thing I got for you, we always appreciate talking with you every week, but I also appreciate that you and the organization are always super helpful for our charity endeavor. I know you guys do great stuff with the Red Kettle and the Salvation Army. The day before Thanksgiving, we do a 13.5-hour charity show, and every single year you guys donate, and Whitney and Allie are super helpful, and they just sent over some stuff for some tickets for our auction. So thank you again very, very much for helping us and My Possibilities out as well. One of the very best, if not the best thing about what we do, sports, one of its best attributes is it really does create maybe misplaced interest, but the kind of interest that can help a lot of people that can't run with the ball. And it does do that. And it has a lot of interest and a lot of visibility. When it's used that way, I think it singularly is the best thing that professional sports does, is use that to help people that need it. I would be inclined to agree with that.
Yes,
and
sir.
Again, thank you very much, good sir.
You bet, guys. Have a good day.
There you go. Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys, right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, we
think
will.
about the elections this week, Jerry.
No, he is gone. So we're not going to be able to get that answer.
Question. You knew I wanted to ask that question.
Sorry. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus maybe some Mavs right here on The Fan.
All day. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second, but first, on a Shout-Out Friday, we got this text. Hey, brother, can I place a small order? Now, this is almost 100% an order for some weed, right? Or
What
cheese.
do you mean?
Or cheese. Oh,
Look at you, Joey.
That's a great
Poor
point.
promoting.
Sorry, that's a great point. 1 o'clock, the cheese wheel of misfortune. All right, now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Now, I have an important question for you this morning. Do you, like Micah told us, respect the roach?
Respect the roach.
That's right.
When did he say that?
Yeah, I'm off on this too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Are you sure this is the Mike Parsons?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, read it off.
He
read
said,
it out loud then.
He said, my grandma told me if you see a roach and it's fooling around, do you step on it and bury it, or do you let it rebuild and get back to life? You step on it. I live with no remorse. You can't have remorse in this game or it turns up to bite you. Feels like he's talking about
That's
quarterbacks
strong. I like
across
that a
the
lot.
across
Oh,
the
okay.
board.
You were talking about insect roach.
I think it was, yeah, I
We
assumed.
heard you talking about weed earlier.
Yeah,
He was
I
like,
was
he's-
wondering where he was
Oh.
going with me on that.
You know what?
I like it.
That's on me. That's a great point. Is the weed transition, when I ask if you respect the roach, that is confusing. And I take ownership of that. I apologize.
So, my stance is stamp the hell out of the roach.
Okay, good. Like far beyond when you think it's actually dead, right? Because it's not. And that's what you have to keep stomping on.
Yeah, and and I think there's a stigma. You got roaches in your house, right?
Sure. It's never just that
Time
one.
to clean up.
Yeah, the commercials tell us they're all behind the wall. And that's
Although,
what
if you live like in South Florida, I mean, they're just like
neighbors.
Yeah,
Really?
I mean, it's so common, right?
Oh.
It's like having a fly in the house.
Wow.
Yeah, they're crawling all over the place. I didn't realize it, but and I don't know if they still do it, but I remember being in the Miami area, and before you could sell a house, they put a big tent around the house and they spray it with
Yeah.
roaches.
And it always looked like a circus colored
Yes,
tent,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
To let everybody in the neighborhood know this was
Yeah.
the roach house.
Well, I mean, it's a prevention. It's like, here they check for, your structure, right?
Yeah.
There they check for roaches.
Now, I actually am super fascinated by this conversation, but I don't want to waste too much of your time with this. Donovan Wilson, limited Wednesday, Thursday. Where are we at with him?
I think he'll be fine. It was a tooth thing, so for that you just throw a little Novocaine in there and let's go play, right?
Now,
I think the only guy
that's easy for Mickey to say,
Yeah, that's
and Donovan
right.
Wilson's like,
Yeah.
it really hurts, man.
I think that when it says limited, and that goes for not just him but everybody else. Limited doesn't mean you're physically limited. It means you didn't take all the reps in practice that you normally would if you were feeling 100%. So where it says Zeke is limited, now he took some snaps, and my thinking is if they didn't think he had a chance to play, they wouldn't have wasted practice snaps on him. They would have given them to somebody else, right?
Sure.
So I think he's got a chance. So, yeah, when you see limited, it means you didn't do everything everybody else did that would be a starter. But it doesn't mean you were limited because your knee was ready to fall off or anything like that.
But everybody assumes it's physically limited. Do you ever
Yeah.
think it's emotionally limited? Like they just weren't feeling
What are you
it
doing
that
right
day?
now? What are you
Well,
And
then
they-
you get a vet did not practice.
Oh,
Like,
see?
I think there's
That's a good question, Corey.
Green Bay, Mercedes Lewis, their tight end. It says non-injury vet rest.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up.
That's reading between the lines,
Yes.
Kevin, on the injury report.
And I'm trying to decipher the Green Bay injury report because yesterday they had 11 limited players and 5 did not participate. I know we're all focused on Aaron Jones, but it seems like that team across the board is kind of banged up. Have I misread that?
Well, it looks like they got a little bit better on Thursday, right?
Yeah.
They had a bunch of guys that I think it was 10 guys on Wednesday that did not practice, and that has moved to five, right? And one guy going on injured reserve, by the way. And we knew that was going to happen with Rashawn Gary. So, when you see did not practice and then it's limited, that's usually kind of bodes well for the guys got a chance to play. But if they're did not practice, like Romeo Dobbs, he hasn't practiced the last 2 days, and he's basically out. I think it's a high ankle. He's probably out. Eric Stokes, their starting corner, has not practiced yet, and I think I read in the Milwaukee paper that he's probably out. And then we'll see what happens. You know, even we talked about Rodgers yesterday with the thumb. He didn't practice Wednesday. Well, yesterday he was limited. So that's kind of indication that he's probably ready to go.
I don't think they need to worry about that. Somebody from Green Bay came out and said that Jordan Love is better than a lot of starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Nice.
So
good job. Yeah.
Sounds like,
have we seen that yet?
Man, I saw that one game where they put his parents like literally in the top row of the stadium because they're like, you don't need to see what's about to happen.
Or maybe they didn't want the cameras to locate him.
Oh,
that's
a possibility.
That is
because you never know what you do when you're watching a game, right? And
I swear
they catch it on camera.
Yeah, I swear a lot when I watch football, Mickey.
Flipping off other fans.
And I wish I didn't, so I'm working on it.
You pour your drink on people.
Yeah.
And
so, I think from an injury standpoint, the Cowboys, other than Barr, and then, they'll take Zeke until Saturday, see where he's at. But I think the rest of them, pretty much ready to go except for Barr.
Will Ferguson have a touchdown on Sunday, or is he?
He's got a virus. You never know. He didn't practice yesterday.
Is that a virus that could travel around room or
stomach thing? I think it was going around with some of the wide receivers on the practice squad. But he looks like he's the only one though that's gotten it.
So. On the I guess main roster, for lack of a better term.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So but no, from a health standpoint, a lot of these guys, like Williams and Hooker, they've been full all week long, so that bodes well. And Schultz was full. Gallup, So they're seemingly in pretty good shape if they can get Zeke back out there.
And Jerry seemed to insinuate that he believes Zeke will be ready as well, for whatever that is worth.
Dr. Jerry.
That's right. I know there are several different iterations of Jerry Jones and Dr. Jerry.
Do we know all? Have we charted all the iterations of Jerry? There's Salesman Jerry, right?
Right.
There's owner, president, and general manager.
Mm-hmm. Doctor.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor. Father, grandfather.
Oh, that's right. He was talking about coaching.
Yep.
Oh,
Coach,
man.
yeah.
All right, we're going to have to get back. We're going to put a whole chart together for this. Now, yesterday, Dak was talking about the difference between last year 6-2, this year 6-2. I obviously, you get the sense that the rest of the season will determine if there actually is a difference. But just looking at these first 8 games, I've talked to you a lot about depth. That's the thing that sticks out to me. Is there something that you feel like is discernibly different between this year and last year's 6-2 starts?
I think the depth is better. I think because they've been forced to play guys, to take the place of guys that have been injured, right? Let's just take, for example, Deron Bland. He started 2 games already because of Jordan Lewis.
Yeah.
And he had to come in and finish another. And he's played well. If Jordan Lewis doesn't get hurt, chances are Deron Bland is not playing in those games. And now you got to throw him in because Lewis is out for the season. He's a little bit more ready to take on, that responsibility. So I think you discovered that there's some depth at quarterback. Not that you want to use it, but I think Cooper Rush showed that in an emergency he can come in and kind of hold down the fort. And then it gave you also an opportunity to maybe develop some of the other wide receivers that maybe spot play. last week Turpin had to be the fourth guy, and I know they didn't use him that much to throw the ball, but just getting in the game and playing more so than just special teams, I think helps those guys. Tolbert getting himself on the field, I think that helps. And, going into this, we didn't know that Noah Brown could do what he's done, right? But he kind of got forced to play. So Gallup comes back, and, at some point Washington comes back, and
right.
Noah Brown is, okay, he's good as your fourth receiver. So I think from that standpoint.
Is it automatic?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
And one other thing, and Dak was asked that question.
Okay.
And his answer was he thought the locker room was tighter.
Sure.
And not because there's different guys in there, but because they've played together, for a couple years with this head coach.
Yeah, I think that's huge.
And he talked about, the character, and he just felt like they were tighter.
Yeah.
I don't have the list in front of me, but I went back and looked at how many guys are on the team now that played in the 2016 regular season game in Green Bay when the Cowboys beat the Packers. And it's like 5 or 6 guys. That's it.
Wow.
Out of the 46 that would have played in that game, which is, I know it's 6 years, but that tells you how much turnover there is in the NFL when you go from 2016 to 2022.
And sorry for stepping on you a little bit there. I was curious about one of the wide receivers, and I know it'll play out the way it plays out, but isn't it automatic, do you think, that Brown slides to 4 as the wide receiver when Washington comes back?
I think it'll be a shared responsibility until they make that decision, meaning by how they play.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think, Washington comes back after missing all the time, and it's just like, okay, he's ready for 40 snaps a game.
Sure.
I'm sure that's not the case. But, yeah, they'll decide that by, performance. But, yeah, now you got 4, and with Turpin, it's 5, or Tolbert, or however you do it. Yeah, and if they can afford Beckham,
yeah,
a lot of that decision on Beckham is up to Beckham.
I could
it's
see
not
that.
up to the Cowboys, because I don't think they'll money whip him. I mean, heard. I mean, you pointed out that, he kind of compared this to courting Sanders back in 95.
Yeah.
But back then, they could kind of have enough salary cap to get that done. This guy's 30 years old, and he's coming off 2 torn ACLs on the same knee.
Right.
How much of that salary cap next year do you want to guarantee him? Because that's what he's looking for, right?
Yeah. No, I think that's a great point.
I know they're making a big deal out of, all the players want him. Hey, they all want anybody that can help them win, And but again, there's so many other hurdles that they got to get through to get to the point where, and by the way, you think he can come in and work out for him right now, or willing to do that?
I don't, because I don't know his medical. Like that's
right.
That's step 1 out of all of them for me.
All of this, right? You can say, oh yeah, he's great. Yeah, we'd love to have him, but is he ready to play? And if not, how soon is he ready to play?
Yeah.
Because, it's not Jerry's money, it's the Cowboys' money on that salary cap.
Yep.
Now, Mickey, don't be shocked. It's a Friday.
Yes.
It's time for a prediction.
I was set on one number, and I was kind of vacillating on the other. Cowboys 27, I'm going to go 17.
Okay, Cowboys 27-17.
I was debating on 27-20.
You made the right decision.
And a lot of times when I come up with these numbers, all of a sudden something hits me during the week, and so I usually stick with that.
Okay, appreciate it.
Not that I give it a lot of thought.
I mean, I would appreciate it if you would give everything that we talk about a lot of thought. I really would.
Even roaches, right?
Yes, that one's on me, and that is a very fair point. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Mickey, we'll talk with you later. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. All right. Get a couple of different directions we can go real quick, Corey. Do you want more shout-outs? Do you want to talk about the Mavs, the Rangers, or the death of one of my favorite people from my childhood?
I want to talk about what I want to talk about real quick. Just real fast. All right. You know what, Kevin? Mike just got great news.
Oh.
I don't know if we're allowed to read it on air, so I'm not going to read it on air. But Mike got some really good news. So I'm going to go. I want you to be happy, too.
Okay.
By talking about the death of one of your favorite people.
Oh, well, and I know this is going to hit Wolchuk hard as well. Kevin Conroy, the longtime voice of animated Batman, has passed away at the age of 66. And I know if you're a certain age, you're like, I don't really care. Like, I saw it just go right by Joey, and he's like, I'm sad that you're sad. I don't know who that is. That is fair.
Like, I don't know what to do. I'll just hug you.
Yeah.
Like Michael Scott did.
Kevin Conroy. I almost said one of my friends' names. Kevin Conroy, the voice of Batman from Batman, the animated series, Mask of the Phantasm, even in Batman Beyond. Fantastic job as Batman.
Teen Titans Go, too.
He is the definitive Batman. Sorry, Colby. Is Kevin Conroy, unfortunately, passed away at the age of 66. I will give you a couple shout outs because there's some fun stuff happening in the world. Can you shout out my 4-year-old daughter whose birthday was 2 days ago? Her name is Indigo. Happy birthday, Indigo. Hopefully it was a great one. And then from the 972, shout out to my wife having our first kiddo. It's a girl in about 6 weeks. Best of luck to ya. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We will continue the shout outs all day long. But coming up next, Clayton Kershaw, Trae Young, and the U.S. women's soccer team. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Kershaw's 0-2 pitch. There it is! Clayton Kershaw, the Dodgers strikeout king.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll address that in just 1 second. But it's time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? But we're also mixing in those shout-outs. Shout out to me, Nathan, Tony, and Marina. We just finished buying the 4 Blaze pizzas, Frisco, the Colony, Arlington, and Fort Worth on Tuesday, adding to the existing Rowlett and Mansfield locations.
They bought the franchises?
They bought those
Not just pizzas from those places?
No, they bought those places.
Wow.
And I want to shout you out, especially if you will go ahead and shoot me a message so we can talk about, not you, Corey.
Gotcha.
Nathan, to talk some about Peace-a-thon, as people have been super, super generous already, and we're hoping it's going to be fantastic. This is an interesting one. For the 817 is shout out to us again. I'm going through a divorce, haven't seen my kids in 2 days, in debt, dealt with depression, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for keeping me grounded. Always a pleasure. From the 469.
How do you get ungrounded though? Like you're grounded right now. Your parents are very upset with you.
I don't know if that's what they meant, but
is it grounded to your room or is it grounded to?
I think they meant grounded as a perspective of closer to the ground.
Okay,
and
so not like an electricity
not
thing,
letting their mind run away. No,
with the AC DC thing going.
I do not believe so. From the 469, why don't you say better anymore? I can guarantee you this. We got 13 and a half hours to fill during Peace-a-thon. We will do that segment and probably every segment you can ever conceivably imagine. Now, Forgiveness Friday. Do you think we played the highlight? Do you think Clayton Kershaw needs to ask for forgiveness for not coming to the Rangers and just going back to the Dodgers?
Hit the music, Joey. Well, Kevin, I got some questions about that.
Okay.
Hey, this is the wrong music, Joey. Do you really ever expect him to be here? Like, dude, he's a Dodger.
This one at least is not his fault. Like, I didn't feel like he used us the way Clemens and Randy Johnson did.
Which I appreciate.
Yeah, I never feel like Clayton Kershaw came out every offseason was like, maybe it's time for the Rangers. We all put that projection in place, but I don't feel like he set us up to fail. So I don't think he probably really needs to.
I will thank you very much. Nice work, Joey. Kevin, you know that I've always wanted to live on the West Coast and just be a beach life guy.
And let me ask you a question.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Let me ask you this.
But if I had the shot, I would.
In your hierarchy of things, what did you want the most? Own a business that ends with a Z.
Right. Oh, my God.
Be an actor with your wife crapped on that dream.
Yeah, because she knew I would have many wives
yes.
if that happened.
Or live on the West Coast. Like, how would you rank those dreams?
actor because then I'm living on the West Coast.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not going to be one of those
sense.
New York actors. I can't do that.
Wow.
But I would also
Really
have
condescending.
I would have a winter home in Texas. You know, so that I could come home and just experience bland weather.
That's fair.
But so that's where I would rank it. But no, man, like I'm not mad at Kershaw at all, because if he goes and says I'm a career Dodger, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like that's how I stuck with the team in the entirety I was there.
Yeah, no, I get
made
it.
a whole crap load of money while I was doing it, and I'm gonna go into the Hall of Fame. Like there's nothing that I can fault this dude for anything in his career.
Fine.
So I don't even need him to ask for forgiveness, other than it would have been cool, bro, to come home and pitch here. That would have been awesome.
All right, let me ask you this. Do I deserve or get forgiveness for the other night when our baby hasn't been feeling well and he did not want to stop crying? We tried a variety of different things, and at one point I just thought, I wish you would be quiet.
And so then,
but actually what I said was, I wish you would shut up.
Oh no,
I didn't say that.
In your mind,
I thought
though.
that.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Was
Do
that
all
before
parents go through that?
Was that before or after you put his crib in a closet and closed the door?
No. Man, that's so mean. We
but
did
you
not
get peace and quiet. I mean, come on, bro.
I did not put his
I
crib
have 3
in a
kids,
closet.
Kevin. I know how this works.
Okay, I didn't. What?
You thought about it at least.
I mean,
you
I've never done it. So if you do it, I have some questions.
No, I did not do that.
We've all thought about it.
We just tried. I was just trying all the different things. My wife wasn't feeling well, and she needed to sleep.
Okay.
And it just, there was nobody there to help. And I was like, I need your help, Noah. And he's like, I'm 2 months old and I'm a baby. So
I don't know if Noah's ever going to forgive you for this.
Oh my
for
God.
thinking that. Just don't tell him though. Like he doesn't know.
Okay.
I need to ask for maybe forgiveness. You can help me out here, Joey.
Okay.
Wife last year for her 40th birthday. Yes, she's 40. Sent her to a vineyard in Fredericksburg with 2 friends and her sister.
Okay.
Surprised her with all this
I know
stuff.
this.
Like this is it was awesome. I was awesome at this. She was surprised by every step of the way. She goes down for the weekend, has a great weekend, comes back home. Love, thank you so much. This is amazing. This year, her birthday is tomorrow. So Mike's birthday is today. Her birthday is tomorrow.
Because our dog's birthday is tomorrow.
Right. Yeah,
and
that's right.
everything matches up. It's true. It's a weird thing. Everything matches up in our birthdays. It's very bizarre.
His birthday is the same day as my mom's. My birthday is the same day as his amazing sister.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother's birthday is the same day as like your dog's or
your wife's is the same as my dog.
Your mom.
Whose birthday is September 21st?
My mom.
That's when my birthday is.
Your mom's birthday, I think, is the same day as my grandmother's.
It's
February.
wild.
I think, and then Adrian's birthday is the same day as his dog. So yeah, both of. All right. So this year, I got her some sexy pajamas ish. I don't know. They just look good. Not lingerie, Kevin. Just pajamas that are going to be comfortable and sexy at the same time.
But you started doing these like gestures and stuff that made me uncomfortable.
I saw them on TikTok, so I had to buy them. All right. And then I got her, some jewelry and stuff. And I set up a brunch at Mexican Bar Company for her because she loves that place. And then on top of that,
I heard Knife is good too.
Knife is fantastic. On top of that, going to see our friend perform on Saturday night and have dinner. And she was like, where's the fanfare though? I love, confetti cannons and I love to be surprised with parties. And she was like, last year you sent me away so you didn't have to be around me. This year, you're just giving me presents. I don't know what to do anymore. I am now a 41-year-old man who's been in this relationship since I was like 18. And I feel like I've done lots of really cool things. Yeah. And now she's telling me more fanfare?
Does she do fanfare for your birthday?
I mean, one year she threw me a surprise party and invited everybody out, had a video game truck out there and a tent set up. Mike showed up.
I was there.
Which I didn't expect.
Yeah, you're
Jess
welcome.
was there too. And like, that was awesome. It was really cool. This year, we went to Mexico. The which wasn't planned, by the way.
Wow.
I suggested it.
It actually does kind of sound like you need to step up your game. I wanted to be on your side.
Oh, no, so I need to get confetti
Now
cannons.
that would be super cool.
You think you like confetti cannons too?
As long as it's not in the house.
You need sparklers.
Sparklers?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why sparklers? Joey has a plan.
fanfare.
I can see the plan.
He
in his
is
eyes.
plugged into TikTok.
So when do I do it? Like wake her up in the morning and just run into the room with
As
confetti
she walks
cannons?
out of the house, just sparklers, you and the kids
Yes.
just holding them.
That's
It's gonna be 30 degrees
Oh my
tomorrow.
God! Did you hear that? But if she went out to the car and you guys were all holding sparklers out for her, that would be super cool. And sparklers cost like $1 a box. So
Where do you get sparklers right
man,
now?
you
Roman
need to-
candles.
Yeah,
So
you need to drive a little bit away
Roman
from the
candle ladder.
city, and fireworks stands just appear, and you can just buy them
is
there.
true.
Like I feel like they just pop out
It
of
just
the
says
ground.
TNT on a
Yeah.
big sign somewhere in the country.
And you're like, man, that place must be dynamite. No, I definitely get
Okay,
it.
I'm
All
looking
right.
up confetti cannons.
Okay, let us know how it goes. Does the U.S. women's national soccer team need forgiveness? They lost a friendly to Germany last night, 2-1. It is the United States' third straight loss. That is the first time in 29 years they have lost 3 consecutive games.
Oh, wow.
Do you think it's possible they've transferred all of their power to play good and important events to the men's team? Because we need that.
Yeah.
The women's team,
What
they
happened?
have
They
no
lost their
problem.
edge.
But women's team has no problem playing good in big events. The men's team's like, we might not even qualify. Do you think they've transferred their soccer abilities to the men's team to help us for the upcoming World Cup?
Is there a way to do that? Like, do they both go stand like next to some nuclear reactor and just touch it and it goes off and they transfer powers?
Here's what happens. You both need to be touching like a lamp or some sort of object, and you say, I wish I had a different life.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then you'll automatically just swap over.
Who would you swap lives with? Let's life swap right now.
I think I might life swap with Tom Brady. Nobody ever calls you to task for anything that you do wrong. You have
to be in Tom Brady's body, though.
You have millions of dollars. I'll wreck his body. You're now single.
Fuck that one down.
But
please,
you're still
Joey.
close enough to your divorce that you're definitely going to backslide because everybody does it. She moved right down the street, so you're definitely going to backslide. And again, you're washed and nobody wants to talk about it because they feel bad.
Because they're just like, oh, I like that guy.
Yeah. And again, nobody calls you to task for anything that you do. So
I like this idea from the 561 fan hang for Corey's wife's birthday. That sounds like a great idea.
I feel like we
Maybe
really dropped
next
the
year
ball.
we need to plan this a little better.
I don't know. Well,
Boss wants to get some fan hangs rolling.
How much do
so
you
let's
care?
do it.
We can get this going for tomorrow.
All right, let's set it up.
How much do you care? All right, let me ask you this.
Fan hang, Mexican bar company.
Yeah. Does the trading card industry need forgiveness? I'm going to show you an immaculate Ezekiel Elliott jersey card. You're familiar with which team?
I have immaculate cards.
Okay, you're familiar with which team Ezekiel Elliott plays for?
Ohio State.
No,
or the Cowboys.
Okay. What jersey?
That is a Cardinals.
I think it's a Chargers jersey.
Definitely.
So
what the hell is that?
Some people have been showing off. Yes, the Ezekiel Elliott game-used Chargers jersey with the dark.
You called them out on this a couple times.
Yeah. With the dark blue, light blue, and yellow swatches throughout, which, as you know, such a staple of the Cowboys for years. It's amazing. Like, it's 100% a Chargers jersey.
What if that's from his captain letter or something? Like, what if that's what it's from? Like, he had a C on it.
Why would it be in those colors, though?
Because it stands out that way.
The C is for Chargers from that jersey, all right? It's not the captain C or anything like that. And also, speaking of people who don't get called to task for what they do wrong more often, does Trae Young deserve forgiveness?
He's a winner.
My ass. He's shooting 37.4% this year. Not from 3. That would be a huge improvement for him. He's shooting 37.4% from the field. That is the worst among NBA players who have at least 150 attempts. Yet last night, when he shot a robust 7 for 21, the article says Trae Young leads the Hawks to victory.
How many points did he score?
I'll go back and double check that.
You don't have to be efficient. You just have to
probably
win.
22 on 21 shots, which is usually what he does. And people are like, oh my God, he's one of the top 15 players in the league. Cool.
Why do you hate Trae Young so much? What did he ever do to you?
No,
what did he ever really do to you, though?
He didn't do anything.
It's people that you hate.
No. I have no personal beef against Trae Young. I have a beef against this idea that he scores lots of points because he takes lots of shots, and everyone's like, he's the best shooter ever.
26 points last night, and he was 10 for 10.
On free throws.
From the free throw
Because
line.
that is how he gets his points.
He was 2 of 8 from 3.
Of course he was.
But he was only 7 of 21 for the rest of the field goals.
Which, think about it, was an upgrade from his shooting from the outside. Because that's who he is. And this is a fair point from the 940. You're wrong, Kevin. C is for cookie.
C is for
And so,
gosh,
yes,
so
that
good. Or
is.
cheese.
That is very, yeah, we'll see about that. From the 817, shout out to my fiance for pushing through her back surgery. Keep being a badass.
Nice.
Absolutely. That is fantastic. And then, thank you once again for this. Shout out to Kevin and Corey. They spelled it correctly this time on your name for keeping me entertained during this rainy workday. Appreciate you too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next.
Smoke machine with the confetti cannons. What? This
Oh,
is
man.
expensive.
You know what? As long as you brought that up, this one year, this house down the street from where we lived, they had smoke balloons. I've never seen, or smoke bubbles. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's these bubbles, and it looked like one of those things where you look in to tell the future, and like when the bubble popped, smoke came out. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. If you get smoke bubbles, you're gonna win.
It's like a $500 purchase. I don't know, man.
It's not too late.
You can return some of that other stuff.
Did
you already give her that other stuff?
No.
She was displeased by it. Smoke bubbles instead. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. I mean, how long do you really need to spend with your newborn baby? Not about me, about somebody else's baby. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Men's Tea Clinic can help.
Thanks for being a Tolo on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority and barricade rentals. That's buyersbarricades.com.
2nd down and 8. Laviska Shenault motions behind the formation. He catches the screen. Chenault's got the 40, 35-30, accelerating down the sideline. See you later. Touchdown, Laviska Shenault.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get to that game and Gridiron Gravy, wanted to shout out Derek Collins. They had their 60 feet 6 event last night. Remember, 60feet6.org if you wanted to check it out. And apparently it went awesome.
Yeah,
and
it always does, dude. It's
lots
always
of money. So shout out to Derek for always doing charitable stuff. He always helps out with Peace-a-thon as well. And this year, he says he's going to be here for all 13 and a half hours.
Yeah, he said 100% of the time he will be here.
Okay.
He said, actually, his quote was, if Mike can do it, I can do it. And I feel like that's a shot at Mike.
That is a shot at Mike.
But, I mean, it's not an easy task. I will tell you that. That full day of work right there, I mean, like, who does a full day of work? You know what I mean?
Well, and the thing about that is, though, how many times at your job, if you just, like, relax or take a break or mess up, are people going to call you on it? Is, like, that's what being on air is. It's, like, that stress level when people are like, what the hell did you just say?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Carter just brought up a great point. I said, I had a baby, and I had a 2-month-old. And I had a 2-month-old that's a baby.
Yeah.
And he's like, aren't all 2-month-olds babies? And that's a very great point. Right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Birthday cake. It's Mike's birthday. That's where he is.
That's true.
Today.
That is true. Last night, in case you didn't watch, and I get why you might not, Carolina defeated Atlanta 25-15, but the most interesting thing that happened in this game is Falcons left tackle Jake Matthews flew back to Atlanta for the birth of his child and then took a flight back to Charlotte for the game. He was there for approximately 6 hours. Do you think that is good enough to make sure you don't get in trouble? Or did he need to stay and he's going to be in trouble? Or did they need to win for him to not be in trouble?
Every relationship requires something different, you know, like dependence, how y'all cohabitate. You know, I think everything's different. There's no one standard for it. My wife told me, hey, look, you need to be there. After I had told her, a long story about how my bosses were, hey, go ahead and stay home for this.
Sure.
So, all that stuff. So, yeah, I think it's perfect. Now, here's the thing, Kevin. I do remember last night getting home from Carter's performance at school and seeing that the score was 13-3.
Yeah.
And I said, why? And I turned the TV off and said, why would I do that to myself? Like, I really legitimately was like, why would I even? Both quarterbacks totaled 294 yards, I believe.
Hey,
Kevin,
you missed some exciting stuff in the second half with touchdowns, field goals, and general apathy from the crowd as the Carolina Panthers moved to 3-7 and the Falcons now briefly fall out of first place at 4-6. We'll see if they can rebound in that brutal division. All right, let's go from that to let's talk about the Vikings. Vikings have a seemingly insurmountable 4.5 game lead in the NFC North. It is their largest first-place lead at any point since 1976. 1976, the last time they made it to the Super Bowl. Now, I know you might be like, what about 1998? Remember, they ruined it in 1998 to prevent us from getting the awesome Vikings-Broncos Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And we got the stupid Broncos-Falcons Super Bowl. No team has ever failed to finish first after establishing a first-place lead of more than 4 games.
Really?
Which means the Vikings are guaranteed
lose it all
to win their division. We'll see how it goes from there.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting. I've never known that stat.
There you go.
But it's good to know.
That is what I'm here to provide stats that you might not have known about. I got another one for you.
Tell me more stats, Kevin.
Okay. Seattle, Tampa Bay. This will be the first regular season game ever played in Germany. Tom Brady is 3-0 in international games. It will become the first quarterback ever to start an NFL game in 4 different countries.
All right. America.
Correct.
London.
That is not a country.
France. London, France.
That is not right at all.
London, England.
That is correct.
Of course. I see London. I see France. Okay, I got it.
You know what? I should probably warn you before we go too much further. I don't know the definitive answer to this. I have a guess, but I know 3 of them are England, the United States, and Germany. I assumed the 4th one was Mexico,
right?
But I don't know that for a fact.
Well, Kevin, guess what?
Was it Japan?
You're right.
Yeah!
It was Mexico. And here's the little blip right here. Brady, who was back in the global spotlight last month after announcing he and supermodel wife Giselle Bündchen had ended their 13-year marriage, will look to make headlines on the field. U.S., England, Mexico, Germany. Not London.
Yes.
France.
Thank you.
Not London, France.
No, thank you for...
London, was it in London, England?
It was in England.
England?
Stop whatever you're doing right now.
That's pretty cool.
All right. Everybody hates the Raiders. They hate the owner. They
hate the Raiders.
Hated the old coach. Seems like maybe they don't like the new coach.
They just look foolish this year again.
Well, look, if you don't think that they hate what's going on there, even their own players hate the team. Blake Martinez announced his retirement from the NFL on Thursday. His last game, which was this past Sunday, he had 11 tackles. It was his best game of the season. And he's like, I'm out. I quit.
Why would he do that?
I just told you why. Because everybody hates the Raiders.
That's not the reason why. There's got to be a different reason.
I hate the Raiders because it cost me $20 by coughing up another 17-point lead.
Valid.
But I don't know if everybody hates the Raiders, but that is weird that I got 11 tackles. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm
You want to
done.
go out on a high.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that too.
All right, let's go from that to not going out on a high. The Chargers waived Jerry Tillery, their first-round pick in 2019. This has been a rough week for first-round 2019 picks, and this is the second in the span of just a couple of days. Let's go from that to optimism for Green Bay.
Why? We're playing Green Bay this weekend.
Well,
why do you want optimism?
You better get ready to lose because...
What?
James...
877-881-1053. Kevin just said the Cowboys better get ready to lose.
Well, James Jones told me what's up. Is Fox Sports on NFL posted a tweet that said, how many wins will the Packers have this season? He put 11. All right, right now...
They can still do it.
Exactly. But they would have to win out. So...
That's it?
James Jones answered a quote tweet with 11. He's very confident that they're going to win their next 8 games. So do you think the Cowboys should just come back now or still play the game?
Well, Matt LaFleur just told reporters that Eric Stokes is likely lost for the season with the injury he suffered last week. So
I told you that team is in a shambles from a health perspective, too.
The last 3 times the Cowboys played at Lambeau, Kevin, 14, loss.
Yeah.
15, loss.
Yeah.
16, victory.
Yes.
So we're on pair 2 losses, 2 wins. So the next one's a win.
Oh, and yeah.
So sorry, Packers.
That's a great point.
Pack it up. You know what I mean?
Now, potentially further bad news for the Bills is Josh Allen going to be out of practice. The Bills have said they are taking it 1 hour at a time.
What?
Some people will tell you take it 1 day at a time. The Bills are 24 times more cautious as they are taking things 1 hour at a time to determine the future of Josh Allen, just when it comes to this game.
Why don't they just say we're taking it 1 second at a time? Like, come on, break it down that much if you're going to go 1 hour.
Man.
I guess the 1 hour thing is kind of interesting, though.
Then I would just continually tweet out, now, question mark, now, question mark, now, question mark, just to see if anything changed.
Because the 1 hour thing does consist of like an hour before the game, you kind of have to turn in your thing. So, okay, I'll give them credit on that.
I thought this was interesting insight from DeAndre Hopkins. He was talking with the Arizona Republic about he said he would take as many lie detector tests from whoever in this world to prove that he did not take steroids. Now, we're whoever. in the world.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would love to set that up. He
Do
said,
you know how to conduct a lie detector test?
I don't. I know to look at the line, but I can't set you up before that.
Do you know what the line means, though? If it goes...
Yeah, if it starts to move a lot, then that person is lying.
What if it's just moving a little bit?
You know, then I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, probably.
All right, but what if they are good at passing lie detector
Hey, look,
tests?
there's nothing I can do about that. They beat the system, just like he tried to last time. Damn. Now, DeAndre Hopkins said, I know my conscience. I know who I am. But obviously, the fear of not being considered for the Hall of Fame, that's in the back of my mind. I feel like I put so much into this craft. I want to get one day what I feel like I deserve, and that's being in the Hall of Fame. DeAndre Hopkins, 5-time Pro Bowler, led the league in touchdowns in 2017, 5-time All-Pro, 3 in the first team, 2 on the second team. Do you think he is a Hall of Famer now, or does he still have some work to do? And will the PEDs be held against him?
I think it will, and I think playoff success kind of will help too. Like, it just seems like the history of the guys that make it in. I mean, was it Shannon Sharp that was like, hey, look at me, I have championships, I'm already a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Jason Witten's going to take some time. You know, those kinds of things. So I think it's going to take some playoff success, and that's unfortunate for him that he got drafted by a poor team and was the spotlight of.
And now he's
years.
in an Arizona team that looks like they might need to reset this thing. Look, if this person is from law enforcement or in that criminal justice area, I do not understand that, and I would like more information. You guys have to understand a polygraph test isn't used for lying. What?
What's it used for?
Hold on, is that a lie? Like, are the things squiggling right now? I thought it was for lying, and if it's not, I have lots of follow-up questions because I genuinely don't understand what it's for.
To prove whether or not a person committed a crime. That's the purpose of the test, is what it says.
Okay, so you have to ask them.
The test cannot actually test for honesty, however.
Oh. Huh.
It measures heart rate, respiration, and skin conductivity.
Oh, okay.
Weird combination of words.
I have a lot of questions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 877-881-1053. We'll get back to more of your shout-outs. Plus, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because going into Sunday's game against Green Bay. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a lot that's going to happen at the beginning of this segment. All right, first of all, it's a Shout-Out Friday. We're going to continue some of those from the 940. Shout out to my parents for letting me move into their house after getting laid off. Yeah, very much appreciate parents helping you out. That is super cool. And then from the 214, can I get a shout out to all the veterans? It is Veterans Day. Absolutely. You can get a shout out to the veterans anytime at this station. Just off of work, 2 tours in the Gulf, 1 tour in Somalia, was awarded the Purple Heart. That is fantastic. If you want to follow up with your name, and we're very proud to have you as a listener. Then we're going to talk about Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. But Corey, I want to apologize for whatever happens on the show going forward because I've become very distracted and obsessed.
Yes.
And I need you guys to help me out if this is a thing. All right. We've established I go home, spend time with the baby and the wife and everything like that. So one of our listeners sent me this thing, and it was a picture of a stuffed squirrel on what looks to be like a stripper pole made out of a tree. And they said, longtime Tolo here. I have a stripper pole squirrel I want to donate. And then they went over the wholesale price and what they sometimes go for in charity auctions. I have now gotten sucked into this side thing where I've been looking this up, and it's a thing. This person did not make this up. Some people will say it's a TikTok thing. Some people will say it's like this, it's that. But are you familiar with the squirrel on a pole phenomenon? Because, I definitely want to take charitable items and raise money for my possibilities coming up in less than 2 weeks. But Corey knows. I've shown him all these pictures in the break. I've become a little obsessed with it.
What do we they're squirrel on a pole figures? What do you call it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to search this. I don't know that I've seen this as a phenomenon.
I'm seeing squirrel on a greased pole.
All right.
Where they try to climb up it and they can't.
Yes, I see that video lots, and it's hilarious.
All right. Maybe
you also showed me. You also showed me a picture of one that I presumed had tassels on its chest pieces.
It did.
And then that made the whole room laugh a little bit. So
they gave me the wholesale price, and it's not nothing. And so if we could raise money with this, I'm here for it.
I don't know. Are you 877-881-1053? Is this a thing?
Or maybe they're doing a bit.
I'm not gonna lie. Kevin said, Colby, come here. And then because Colby's here working on the wheel, he's making sure it's great for the cheese wheel coming up at 1. And Kevin immediately turned the thing, and I said, I want one. My first thought was, I want one. My second thought was, where am I going to put it in the house? Third thought was, will wife let me put it anywhere in the house? Fourth thought was, doesn't matter what she thinks at this point. Just don't show her on her birthday.
Right.
Because what's she gonna do? Throw it out? No. Why would she even think about that?
Yeah.
I'm donated money to charity for this.
These are the questions.
Good thing is, if she tries to tell me to get rid of it, we have to get divorced. That's the only other option at this point.
Don't do that,
Joey.
You guys need to not ever get divorced.
It won't happen, but I'm just threatening.
All right. That is a weird take. But you've been married a lot longer than I have, so maybe you've got it down. All right, so while we get information, didn't do that. While we get information about that, Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Though rest assured, if you have information about interest and value in these items, let me know because I am like I said, obsessed with this. All right, may I go first?
I guess, dude. Whatever.
Cowboys win because so rude. Cowboys win because the turnover parade continues for Aaron Rodgers. He threw 3 interceptions last week for the first time in 5 years in a game. Think about this. He had 4 interceptions all of last year and 2 interceptions all of 2018. But last week, he had 3 interceptions for the first time in 5 years. When you see the health, when you see the problems that they've had connecting with Aaron Rodgers and his passing targets, and you see the spiral that team has gone into, I think that if the turnover parade continues for Aaron Rodgers, you are going to stomp them out.
I do not disagree with you on that. That is, they were able to pressure him into some of those. Some of them were just Aaron Rodgers didn't look like the same guy, and as much as Matt LaFleur wanted to put his imprint on that team, he couldn't do it with Aaron Rodgers still there, completely take control. What he could do was he could say, Aaron, I need you to buy in with me so that we can work together. But even Aaron Rodgers has been out there publicly saying there are flaws in this offense. The West Coast offense is the best offense, he says. And he says there are flaws in that one too, but a lot of other flaws that limit it. This offense has lots of flaws. I have to maneuver around them in order for our team to be successful. Aaron Rodgers said that. There are flaws in Matt LaFleur's offense. I have to maneuver around them and call things at the line to fix it. So there is knowing that Aaron Rodgers and that offense aren't really completely, married, and then they're looking the way they do. That's causing a lot of conflict there.
From the 214, I've seen them in Canton on First Monday and on eBay. All right, we're moving in the right direction for the Squirrel. From the 469, shout out to me, Leo from East Garland, always on the clock and always on the ground. It's about that time of week, Kevin. Cowboys win because we will simply outswag the Packers.
Swagalicious.
Now, Cowboys lose because.
What are you doing?
That is how the segment works. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Cowboys lose because Aaron Rodgers owns the Cowboys and hates Mike McCarthy. Aaron Rodgers hasn't thrown for 300 yards this season, but he's 7-2 in 9 career starts against the Cowboys. 5-2 in the regular season, 2-0 in the playoffs. In those 7 regular season starts, he has 10 passing touchdowns and 1 interception. So Cowboys lose because all this friendly glad hand and his nonsense, and Aaron Rodgers wants to destroy Mike McCarthy, and he usually does well against the Cowboys.
All right. Okay. All right. I can feel that one right there, Kevin. Cowboys win because Dak Prescott at this point is going to be the better quarterback. He's going to go out there and say, look, I can be this good. Imagine how much better I can be with Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, he talked about it yesterday. He's going to show Jerry Jones, this is your opportunity, Cowboys. This is legitimately your opportunity with all these rumors swirling around. Not only do you go get to show your owner, we can be this good. Give me another piece. You could also show that other piece, we can be this good,
right,
and even better with you. This is a great opportunity for the Cowboys players to put their money where their mouth is. I mean, I know they have lots of money, but Jerry has a lot more. But their opportunity to go out there and really put the imprint on the Green Bay Packers that, we can't win today. Flush them out of the place, and then the rest of the league will be on notice that the Cowboys are not only front runners, but at the moment they're also front runners for another receiver that's going to make them even better.
Right.
So there are a lot of really good, I think, motivational factors that I think you could use. Not only do you have the McCarthy factor, you have that with you, but you also have this really good opportunity to show other people this one other guy that you want to add to the team, which you've vocally been out there about it. Hey, let's go ahead and bring this guy on. So that's my reason that they win, is that they go out there offensively and put their foots on their throats.
However,
Cowboys can't lose this game.
Can't? It's a 4.5 point spread.
I know you want me to do this. I told you earlier in the week, Kevin. There's no way the Cowboys lose this game. Absolutely zero chance. And coming up here at 1 o'clock.
So we don't have to eat the cheese?
And this is the reason why. And coming up at 1 o'clock, we will put our stamp on it by ensuring a victory by sacrificing to the wheel of misfortune.
Is that why we're doing this?
This is why we're doing this. We are sacrificing ourselves to the cheese wheel of misfortune by eating. We're going to devour the cheese heads. All right? And we're going to go out there. We're going to eat cheese that stinks. And the wheel is going to honor us and say, huge victory for the Cowboys on Sunday.
If they don't honor us, will you think that the wheel is a monster? Appreciate that, Joey. is from the 469. Cowboys lose because they can't handle the cheese, and Dak is terrible in the cold. From the 945, Cowboys lose because Anthony Brown gets destroyed.
By who?
By who? That's the thing. I have concerns about Anthony Brown this year, but
Sammy Watkins doesn't know what route to run.
Yeah.
Alan Lazard catches 35% of the passes thrown in his direction.
Obviously, we've talked about throughout the week, one of their other receivers is still going to be out a couple more weeks, and so...
Somebody said same thing you said about Mavericks against Magic. Can't lose. I never said that. Why would I say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty
I
sure...
wasn't predicting Mavs Magic yesterday.
I'm pretty sure Mike said it was a scheduled loss.
Did he really?
No, that was about the Wizards.
Okay.
The Wizards was a scheduled loss.
Yeah.
The Magic, well, we should put the Mavs in Forgiveness Friday for, hey, they lost it a third time to a team without their best player. That's super confusing. The Mavericks are 6-5, and 3 of those losses came against a team that did not play their best player on that day. From the 817, 469, Cowboys lose because the Bills signed Odell. I don't know if that direct cause and effect would, no, but I'm just also like, Odell Beckham wouldn't play this weekend anyway. What does that look?
Oh, nothing. I was just, Jane had tweeted out our conversation about Odell with Jerry this morning. I appreciate that.
Fantastic. And by the way, more and more people are like, holy crap, I looked that up on eBay and those squirrels are going for $300 or $400.
Kidding me.
So
we got to add a squirrel.
And then from the
squirrel on a stripper pole.
From the 469, I feel bad about this to break this news for you, but it's for good reason. Sorry if it has been addressed, but is Reggie okay? I haven't heard him in a minute. 7 to 11, you need to be listening to the Get Right here on The Fan.
We have Joey in right now.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic, and whenever we're tired of Joey, we'll ship him away.
Your thoughts?
And we'll bring in the new person.
Your thoughts on Joey versus Reggie at this point?
They both sometimes don't come back with the audio that I called for. That agitates me.
All right.
But
Fair.
Joey knows a lot about hockey and politics. And I'm still learning more about him as a human. He seems like a hard worker.
What does he think about...
and I love Geno Smith.
What do you think about 7th League soccer in Europe?
I have no rebuttal.
Just say you like welcome to wrestling.
All right. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. What do you think about WNBA?
I don't watch it, to be honest.
Man, he is definitely
I don't have an issue with it.
He's not a replica of Reggie.
If this is a political campaign, we're definitely drawing the differences between...
We're just going to deflect.
Between Joey and Reggie.
Kevin from the 214 just started listening. Is Mike not there because of the fight yesterday?
Yes.
No!
Thank you, Joey. I appreciate you being honest.
Today is Mike's birthday. We had Jerry Jones say happy birthday and say he was in good company. This was a pre-scheduled day off. Why are you trying to rile up Mike?
From the 254, I did like Joey Sparkler's idea. That is not my wife's number, but I'm sure if she hears it, she's going to be like,
That is a great idea. And I think Corey is going to be higher on Joey after this weekend when she was like, oh my God, did you think of that? And Corey's 100% going to be like, yeah, I did because I love you.
Joey, I'm going to walk in Monday. Joey, you crushed it, bro. Reggie never.
Oh,
I'm sure Reggie would give me a good idea too.
From the 972, this is a fair point for sure. Kevin is going to complain regardless, so Joey, just go ahead and put your 2 cents in there somewhere. That
valid
is 100% fair.
Absolutely
but
valid. In
all seriousness, Joey is a very hard worker. Carter is a very hard worker. I know we don't have him on Mike as well. Not your son, Carter.
No, right.
But they are hard workers.
My Carter, but not my son, Carter.
Yes, and I appreciate what you guys do very, very much for us.
Has Wolchuk forgiven him yet? Are you and Wolchuk still in a bitter battle, Carter, back there? By the way, Carter never talks, ever. So it's not because he can't. He just doesn't talk that often. So
he's a strong and silent
He's shaking
type.
his head. It looks like things have been forgiven. So
okay,
awesome,
good. All right, did you come up with an idea for why the Cowboys are going to lose, or are you still going to stand with there's no?
Oh, Cowboys lose because the wheel of misfortune is like, hey, wrong cheeses. Like that's the only way the Cowboys. Kevin, I'm dead serious, dude. I watched the Packers play the Lions. They were miserable.
Yeah,
miserable.
No, you're right. You're right.
Bad team, and I don't know that Aaron Rodgers can turn that around with his sassy attitude.
And from the 817, Rick, and I can confirm that is the person who emailed me. We have sold at least 500
Holy
of
crap!
these Squirrel stripper pole things and have 500 more on order. And I hope you know,
This is awesome.
I am not bad-mouthing this whatsoever. I said I have literally become obsessed with this in the last 30 minutes.
I'm confused and excited all at the same
yes,
time.
Yes. It's like being in high school all over again.
Well,
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 940. Cowboys lose because, in the words of Broadus, the NFL is a strange lady.
It is a strange lady.
Coming up next, it's International Origami Day, so it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the cool skill you wish you possessed? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckcorrect.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Going to need to work on those reads, Joey.
We're bonding here, Kevin. We're bonding.
Yes. Corey likes to mess with our producers when they do those reads sometimes. All right. It's International Origami Day.
What does that even mean?
I feel like that's where we celebrate origami
Oh,
across
is this the
world.
Charlotte jersey thing all over again?
No. So it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the cool skill that you wish that you had? Also, have several more shout-outs. This one's awesome. From the 817, shout out to my freshman daughter who was the starting point guard in her varsity basketball game last night, down 11 in the fourth quarter. She led her team to a fun comeback, even more special. I'm also the head coach. Going to be a fun and fast 4 years. That is spectacular. And then
You're spectacular.
Thank you. I envy this person from the 720. Can I give a shout out to my daughter, Peyton? She turns 1 month tomorrow. She kills it with tummy time. Noah hates tummy time unless you put a mirror in front of him and then he looks at himself. And
What a narcissist.
I am super concerned about that.
I got a question about Noah
Okay.
at this point. Is he like you? Because you have said a lot of things that he does not like.
Yeah.
And I've known you for a long time, and there are a lot of things you do not like also.
That's true.
Jess seems like a lovely woman.
She is a lovely woman. The problem that we're running into with Noah is me and Jess are both very loud, and he is very loud.
Is he louder than y'all?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. When are you loud? I've never heard you loud.
I'm just
except
mean like
for when you do your woo.
I just mean like I'm a loud person in general.
You slam doors.
No, just in terms
cabinets.
of yeah.
Kick the dishwasher closed.
No, I don't do that. The other part is probably fair.
Okay.
Is
get those slow closing cabinets.
Okay.
We just installed those in our house. It
yeah,
was not cheap.
It's probably not for me because when I got the new car, thank you very much, Platinum Chevy, is you push the button to close the hatchback, and I'm like, what if I get mad and I want to just slam it? And they're like, no, you just push the button. All right. From the 972, the Giants finished second in the NFC East, and I wish I was better at tying knots. Does that mean we win the NFC East, or you have the Cowboys finishing third, I assume?
All right, now, and my other question, I appreciate your sports content there. Like your shoes? Like tying knots for your shoelaces?
I think
or
they mean
tying
like
cool
this
knots?
is a sheepshank knot, and this is a this, and
You
then
might
that,
not want to
and
say that because you don't know if sheepshank is a real knot or not.
Yeah.
What a movie that would be.
The Sheepshank Redemption.
Oh, man.
It's the knot tying movie.
I would 100%.
The knot tying championship. Just tell me there is a knot tying championship out there.
There's
I'm gonna
gotta
look
be.
it up. I'm looking it up right
has
now.
absolutely.
What's the coolest knot you know how to do?
The regular knot, the double knot. I don't know. I don't know how to do cool knots.
International Guild of Knot Tiers. Hell yes. This is awesome.
Okay. Now, let me just make a quick, request. If you have cool skills that don't involve trying to please someone of the opposite sex or the same sex, I want to be inclusive here.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't include trying to sexually please somebody, that would be great, because there are a lot of people that are like, I wish That was the skill that I had. From the 972, push the button really hard if you're mad. But then it's still like, it goes down so slow. It doesn't represent the anger I have in my heart at that moment.
All right, I got a sports opinion and a cool thing I wish I was good at.
Okay.
Sports opinion. The Rangers will not satisfy you with their free agency, but they will get better in free agency.
Okay.
And they will probably be better by going into next year's free agency with their assets at the minor league level.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
That's something that is part of, in my idea, like a 5-year plan that seems like a good step.
Do you think that Rangers getting, like, let's just say Carlos Rodon will not meet many folks' expectations?
Right.
Or do you think that would do it?
But he might be the right pitcher for this team to allow you to get other pitchers to go along with it.
Sure.
Like if you get DeGrom, are you getting anybody else? Or are you just going, we did it. We got DeGrom. Like,
I think they're going to go to Odorizzi and say, we did it.
No,
not just him. I'm saying if they get DeGrom too, they're going to be like, see, we got 2 guys and maybe we'll keep Martin Perez. I'm honestly not sure.
And that would be the hope, is that if you did get DeGrom, it puts you in that position to be like, okay, now in the middle of the season, we'll trade all the assets. I know Mike was talking about it's difficult. It is very difficult. If you're a winner, they have you between a rock and a hard place. If you're a loser, they have you between hanging over a barrel. Like all these things put you in a bad spot. But if you're like, okay, we got DeGrom, we got this will put us into the World Series contention. Now you also have to ask, is Ray Davis there? Or does he just want to be in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Does he has he gotten to the point where like, I'm tired of losing in these playoffs? And then my cool thing, Kevin, is I always wanted to be able to make fire come out of my finger when I snapped.
That is not a regular cool thing. That is like that's a make-believe thing.
In a bar and some girl's about to light her cigarette, which, by the way, not a huge cigarettes fan anymore.
Do you have anything like more realistic?
And bam, lighter cigarette for her with my fingertip.
Okay.
Magic.
Okay.
I have not practiced enough at magic to be good at magic. I have like 3 tricks that are really good, but I really wish I was good at magic.
Okay. With a CK.
Real magic.
From the 803, Cowboys win by 20 points. I wish I could make my own sushi rolls. Oh.
I can. I took a class.
Did you really?
Yeah, I don't know how to make the rice, so somebody's going to have to do that for me. But all the rest of the steps, I can do. Thanks a lot, Central Market, for helping me out with that class.
Okay.
My wife bought it for me for my birthday one year.
All right, fantastic.
She didn't give me any confetti cannons or anything, but she gave me a class from myself.
From the 972, man, don't go passive aggressive and like get her a relationship class or something. Like, don't do that. From the 972, Cowboys finished 3rd in the NFC East, and they also said they're in for the Sheepshank redemption. Look, I am also obviously intrigued by that. All right. For me,
they said they will not be missing Sheepshank.
Yeah, nobody's missing that movie. What's Tim Robbins doing? He's got nothing to do. We'll put him in it.
Valid.
All right, my sports opinion, I am undeterred. Jay Cottinger will return and will still win the Vezina Trophy. I know the last time we started this campaign, it ended within 24 hours after he got hurt. But now that he's on the precipice of coming back, he will win the Vezina Trophy, and I wish I could play the piano really well. There was a time when I can like kind of play the piano, but I want to like be able to be one of those people that can like sit down at a place that's got a piano and you're not like, this is embarrassing. You're like, oh, that was delightful.
I've learned most of Runaway by Kanye West, and I've learned...
I can do the first part.
Yeah, that's a very easy part. And then I've learned how to play, is it Forgot About Dre? I'm sorry, Chronic. Crap, blum, 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 blum. That one. No, not that. Now we're just making sounds, Kevin. So yeah, I've learned how to play a few different songs. And like some Coldplay songs, because they play the piano.
Sure.
And that song, Where's My Mind, that they play on The Leftovers. That version of it.
Yeah. I know. See, you said not to just make sounds, and yet here we are. From the 817, the Baylor Bears are going to repeat in the Big 12. TCU is overrated. Dang.
Interesting.
And I wish I could write my feelings into music lyrics, Taylor Swift style.
Okay. Here's the deal.
That would be a neat skill.
Those lyrics depress a lot of wives. All right, there are a lot of women out there that as soon as Taylor
Is their
Swift,
relationship still together?
well, maybe
That makes them
maybe
sad.
they're on the brink, of like, hey, I've listened to this Taylor Swift album this week. It's time for me to move on. And you're like, what just happened? We were very happy until this album came out.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden everything changes.
Joey,
Yes.
this is your time to shine.
Okay.
Do you have a sports opinion and a cool skill that you wish you had in honor of International Origami Day?
Yes, my sports opinion is the Philadelphia Eagles will lose their first game this weekend.
Whoa!
Against the Colts.
Is the Colts?
Put it on it.
Jeff Saturday coached Colts?
Yes.
Wow.
The football is weird. The National Football League is weird.
Kevin,
This is what's going to happen.
Who did you say they're losing to?
The Indianapolis Colts.
They're playing the Raiders.
I thought they were playing the Colts.
The
The
Colts and
Colts
the
are
Raiders
playing
are
the
playing each
Raiders
other.
and the Eagles are playing the Commanders.
Fine, we're going with the Raiders. I looked
Okay.
at the wrong game then for this this week. Okay. The Las Vegas Raiders. Honestly, that probably bodes better for me, at least.
Who do you think the Eagles are playing this weekend?
I have no clue.
They're playing the Commanders.
Okay.
The Colts are playing the Raiders, is what he was saying.
Oh.
The Eagles are playing the Commanders.
I just looked at the wrong schedule. I apologize. And
Do you wanna
I
go
was
back?
so confident, and that's the issue.
Do you want to try again?
We're gonna try again. My sports opinion is
Hold on, Carter, is he available to maybe
He's
switch
not.
out? Okay.
the Philadelphia Eagles will lose their first game to the Washington Commanders.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay.
Okay.
Because Carter's beefing with
We
Zach.
are correct now.
Boom after that? I don't know. Okay.
Alrighty.
wow.
And a special skill I wish I had. I wish I was a little more handy when it came to things, handy things like maybe welding or certain handyman tool. Because one of things I'm jealous of my dad is somebody that can just kind of fix everything. And I find that I'm bored a lot of the time. And I think if I could tinker a little bit more, I wouldn't be so bored. I could just go around the house and just mess with things. This is something my dad's always on the go, and he's always just messing with around with things. So I think something a little more handy, maybe fixing cars, something like that. I wish I could be a little better at.
Okay. That is fantastic. Now,
From the 214, yeah, no more Joey.
I deserve
The,
it, though. I
the
really
254, I love the confidence Joey had in that take, though.
Yeah.
So, like, that's
I wish the take would have been factually possible, but you know what? You might excel great in this world. I'm going to tell you something. You're like, that's not even
and
right
I like
at all.
that he
You're
wants
like,
to
I believe
tinker.
in it.
Like, that's cool, man.
No,
That's awesome.
absolutely.
I like to tinker.
I saw somebody text in that the United States will finish third in the World Cup, which would be incredible, and they wish they had the dribbling ability of Neymar. So a soccer-based combo platter right there. I love all of that. I think if the United States gets third in the World Cup, we should figure out a training program or something specifically for you, free of charge, so you can develop that skill.
Here's my question, Kevin. Why is it called dribbling in soccer and also dribbling in basketball?
I know the answer.
Okay.
Because in soccer, feet are the hands of basketball.
All right. I mean, I guess
If you think about it,
Uh-huh.
your feet are your primary option to move the ball, just like in basketball. Your hands are your primary option to move the ball. So even though we're switching levels, it's still dribbling.
Okay. All right. I'll accept it, I guess. Like, dribbling just sounds like we should come up with different terms for both of them. It doesn't seem right, you know?
This is only fair from the 682. Maybe Joey should wish his special cool skill was to be able to read schedules better. I think that is a fair point.
It is.
This is not roast Joey day.
That is a
From
very
the 254, damn, is new Reggie drunk today? Joey, your thoughts?
How long will the
Have you ever had a
moniker?
drink? Joey, are you old enough to drink?
I am. That's my. I answered the question.
He's a man of few words now. He's not going beyond his means.
Right, I like it.
I like the
Smart.
moniker of new Reggie. I wonder how long that will stay
Mm-hmm.
with that will stay with Joey.
I like Joey. He's doing a good job, man.
All right, let's see how this works. Let's transition to cut number 5. All right, we're going to get to another topic in just 1 second, but first I wanted to throw out a little, well, I guess it's not really love, but a little mention of the Dallas Mavericks.
Able to step to his right, chase it down in the center court jump circle. Gafford switched on to Luka. Got a long defender. He'll challenge that three, but nothing he can do about it.
Are you serious?
Are you serious right now?
Yes, I am serious. Luka made a three-pointer. Is what I continue to enjoy about Joey is he's a man of positivity, all right? The Eagles are going to lose. The Mavericks hit a three-pointer. Now, they, of course, once again faltered in the fourth quarter, which we've talked about numerous times. They lost to the Washington Wizards, and this was the aforementioned third of the Mavericks' 5 losses in which the other team's best player didn't play.
Why do we do this? Why are we this way?
I don't know. Kyle Kuzma had a day, man.
Who do we look at, though, Kevin, and say, why are you like? Because I did see, I think that Brad Townsend was saying that Christian Wood is saying he is 100%. And I'm like, okay, all right, we'll learn more about how things are going there. But why, like, who do we look at and say, why are you like this?
Just in
Luka?
terms of
Kid?
No.
Sweeney?
I think it's more Kid because he said something before the game that I was like, dude, that is at least partially on you. He said in the pregame about Luka's usage rate, which we talked about last year. His usage rate was too high, and it was probably going to go up this year without Jalen Brunson handle more of the ball control responsibilities. And Jason Kidd said, if we keep this up, then he will not be human if he gets past Christmas. So one or the other is going to show he's human or not, and we believe he's human. So essentially, the setup is Luka is going to be shot by the time we get to Christmas, at least for a while. And we're going to do this topic next week, I promise, about Luka being just really ineffective compared to what he usually is in the fourth quarter. And I think the part of it is because he has to carry so much of the load. The reason why I don't like that statement from Jason Kidd, because, hey, man, you have a big part in that. And, like, the front office has a huge part in it in, like, maybe not having more players that can handle the basketball.
But what are his options? Like,
yeah,
that's where the limit is. Like, Kevin, I mean, what's your solution here?
Okay, so I see where you're going with this. I will not yell.
How are you going to fix this now?
My solution is more short spurts of Frank Ntilikina and Josh Green being your primary ball handler. Now, I know what people are going to say is, well, that could easily blow up in your face because they're not Luka. Well, sure, I
or
get
they could
that.
Get better.
Yeah, exactly. Or they could get better. Or you could learn if they're viable parts of this organization going forward, which I feel like we've at least made more of an effort with Josh Green. And then Ntilikina was hurt, I know.
You just hit on something that is very frustrating. We will keep around pieces that are not viable parts of the organization that make them better and hide them. And be like, well, I mean, he's not any good. Why is he here then? Why didn't we replace? Well, we got to fill the roster.
Man, I felt that way about Jay Crowder for the longest time.
Roster.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I wish we had a Jay Crowder type. And I was like, oh, you mean like Jay Crowder when we had him here and didn't use him? Mm-hmm. And I realized, like, the organization has turned over a lot of people, like, both on the team and in the front office since then. But that's what I would love to see. Josh Green, Frank Ntilikina, can they be third-tier ball handlers that you can count on and maybe spell some of the Luka minutes? If they can, great. I think that's going to help improve things. If they can't, well, then you need to move on, or you at least need to understand that team building going forward.
How many games in are we right now, Kevin?
11.
11. I think in our history of knowing Jason Kidd and our history of knowing just the people in basketball, they all tell us 20, 25 games to learn what your team is.
Sure, which is totally fair.
So I think that, you sample a little here, you sample a little there, you're going to take your bumps and bruises as you go along. If Jason Kidd, like, you build your schedule backwards to the front and you say, all right, how do we get here and all those things? This part of the schedule is where you learn. And so I'm not freaking out about this because this is where Jason Kidd has to figure out what he can and cannot do. But I think a lot of more people are like, well, why don't you just put in Christian Wood and have that thing work the way that it's supposed to? Well, I got to take time to figure that part out too.
And I see people who are shouting out for Tyler Dorsey and Jaden Hardy, which I do get. My argument for the other two guys we mentioned, though, is like, at least those guys have been with the organization for a longer period of time, or like up on the main roster for a significantly longer period of time. And so that's why I kind of deferred to them first. I'm not averse to doing some sink or swim right here. I know you want to win games for seeding purposes and for the playoff, and I 100% get that. But if you're losing to the Wizards without Bradley Beal, if you're losing to the Magic without Paolo Banchero, didn't you just waste that game anyway? Like, you cannot tell me that the Mavericks are going to look back at these last 2 games and be like, oh boy, we sure did S the bet on that. They're 100% going to do that. And you can't help but wonder, like, if Ntilikina would have been good to go for both games, or Josh Green would have been good to go to pick up more minutes in both games, or if you wanted to swing in Hardy, Dorsey, whoever, at least you could have seen that in these 2 games instead of sleepwalk through the games at times. It could cost you the game, but look where we are anyway.
Are you, and Mavs fans also out there, or basketball fans in general, are you in the same boat as Mike? Now, before you answer no on that question, Mike is like, kind of like I am with the Rangers when the Rangers trade a player to the Yankees. He feels like that one loss is going to end up costing them a position in the playoffs, which is going to cost them the playoff run in general. Are you there where you're like, no, this loss is going to cost you, or you're like, no, you'll be able to make it up at some point?
I am there, and so was Luka. I think it was after the... I think Luka said it after the Orlando game. He said, we came out flat or something to that idea, and he goes, this is going to be a game we're going to look back on. And so... here's the thing. That doesn't mean the season's over by any point. Like, just let's say you get the, 7th seed instead of the, well, I guess maybe the 6th seed is better because 7th would be more problematic. Let's say you get the 6th seed instead of the 4th seed. Does that mean you're screwed? No. It just probably means your road to bear is going to be tougher. However, I think sometimes we underrate learning what your team is during the regular season by taking some chances. And, like, if we're going to lose some games where we're taking some chances and you're like, I know exactly what these people can do right now. I know we focus on Green and Ntilikina because those feel like maybe more of still we're still trying to figure that out kind of in terms of being able to spell some of the usage rate for Luka Doncic. I am not averse to that if you're doing it for that purpose. They did no such thing in the last 2 games. They just lost, partially because they weren't coming out ready to go in the first game, and then once again the fourth quarter continues to be a problem. So that was kind of something that just popped into my mind. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I know normally this is time where we would do Mike Likes It, but I got something else for you here. I want to stick with the NFL if we can. Is it more difficult to hold the lead in the NFL than it used to be? All right, so I've seen a whole bunch of numbers that absolutely say it is. And so I would love some hypothesis or insight, got to use that word again, insight about why that might be.
The ability to flip a field with one pass is one reason, because it can be, that one pass can be turned into a pass interference so quickly. Like, you can change, again, we were talking about the run game earlier today and how, like, you defensive coordinators, like, just don't flip the field on us with a big 50-yard bomb to one of these great young receivers right now. And even Joe Burrow understood that so much that he changed and worked on his mechanics of throwing and his throwing arm and his strength so that he could throw harder to make sure he delivered those passes to Jamar Chase, because he knew the windows are tighter in the NFL than they were back in the day when they were doing that together at LSU. That being said, like, I think the ability to flip the field so quickly and the simple fact that you can get on the 1 yard line, Kevin, with a throw into the end zone that you don't really necessarily intend to complete.
Sure. Now,
and from the 4-3-2, bunch of cheating mofos.
Interesting.
Which maybe they're talking about somebody else, but I just thought it was fun to say.
I always just assumed that's about the Astros.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now, I don't have verifiable facts about that, so I see a couple of things here that I wanted to lay out for you about the leads being lost. 42 times this season, a team has come back to win or tie when trailing in the fourth quarter. That's the most ever at this point in the season in NFL history. Then to go along with that, there have been 27 games in which a team has overcome a deficit of at least 10 points to win or tie the game, which is the third most in NFL history. So to your point about how quickly you can flip the field, it's not just teams coming back, it's teams overcoming these massive deficits, because it doesn't feel as, like, if you're losing by 10 points, not ideal, but doesn't that feel like far less crippling than it used to be?
Yeah.
Like, I know you don't want to be losing.
Very similar to whenever the Golden State Warriors became the Golden State Warriors, and you were like, hold on, like a 30-point lead in the fourth quarter is not safe anymore. And then every team in the league started being like the Golden State Warriors and being able to shoot that way.
And I think
or their desire to do it.
I think that probably speaks a lot to your ability to flip the field, or the proliferation at times of the passing game is, I mean, the Raiders alone are helping push this narrative along, is they have already tied the NFL season record by losing 3 games where they led by 17 points or more. That's for the whole season, and they've done it in, 9 games? And then there is the curious case of the Ravens. The Ravens have had a 10-point lead in their first 6 games, but only won 3 of them. By the way, I believe they've now had a 10-point lead in every single one of their games, or at least 8 of their 9 games. But if you're the Ravens, first 6 games, you're ahead by at least 10 points in all 6 of them, and you're 3-3. Now, since then, they've rattled off 3 straight wins, I do believe, and they're 6-3. But you get my point, right? The Ravens are losing 10-point leads. The Raiders, and they're a good team. The Raiders, not a good team, have lost 3 17-point leads. And then just this past weekend, one of the craziest things I've ever seen, it was the first time in the Super Bowl era that 4 games had the exact same score.
Really?
Can you guess that score? 4 games had the exact same score.
20-7 or 17-17, so 20-17.
That is correct.
And I know that because I was watching Red Zone, and they were like, we have 3 games right now that are all tied 17-17 with under a minute left.
And you know what's interesting about that? All 4 of those 20-17 games were come from behind victories.
Is that a score? Did you say that's Scorigami?
No, that is not.
No, it needs to be a form of Scorigami,
you know
Kevin.
That, especially on International Origami Day,
yes.
Maybe we should have shouted out Scorigami a little bit more. So yes, I guess that is a version of Scorigami. So you see it in terms of good teams are losing leads, bad teams are losing leads. Historic Scorigami days are all based on teams losing leads. And now you've put forth it is because of the passing offense. Would you also argue then logically the passing defense?
I would say the Ravens, like look at the Giants. Are the Giants giving up those kinds of leads?
No, they're taking them, right?
Right, because Wink Martindale's a good defensive coordinator. The Ravens move on from Wink Martindale last year, and now he's with the Giants, and they're stuck there. The Ravens now working with a new defensive coordinator, injuries in their secondary, and they're having lots of problems. So I think that's kind of a perfect storm of a lot of different things happening at the same time for that specific team. There are other teams out there. There are a lot of questions coming in about this too, Kevin. From the 469, I think it's harder to build a big lead, which in turn makes it easier to lose one because there seems to be more parity with teams that are closer to the bottom, the teams more than ever. And then from the 8682, are the running backs that are doing well this year good, or is it a product of teams playing too high in attempts to take away explosive plays? I think that's a huge factor in it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then.
And nobody really is built to just. There maybe it seems like the Browns should be, and it seems like the Tennessee Titans should be built to just run a game away at the end of the game, but they're playing close games too sometimes.
Yeah, no, you make a great point. Let me ask you, do you think that these guys are good backs? You know what the other thing that I just thought of while I was kind of flipping through these stats? The proliferation of the running quarterback probably also takes it out of your defense as well. Because what's one of the things that we've talked about with the Cowboys is you gear down not to get beat by those big plays.
Yeah.
Is you saw, Daniel Jones, Justin Fields have the opportunity, because those are honestly the people that lead the league in per carry yardage. It's Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, Josh Allen, and then it's Tony Pollard. And guess who's right after Tony Pollard? It's Kyler Murray. And only after that do you get to your Khalil Herberts. I know he's hurt now, but Breece Hall, Travis Etienne. And that's the thing. The top running backs right now in terms of average are Tony Pollard, Khalil Herbert, Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, and then you get down to Nick Chubb. Do you think all of those guys are great running backs? I don't think most
Chubb is great.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
No, but the ones at the top, not really.
Exactly. Well, except for Tony Pollard. He's obviously great. Right. Or we're still trying to learn more about them. So to that person's question, I think that is really difficult to say. And then somebody catching up, totally get it. How in the hell is everyone saying Cowboys are going to be third in the NFC East? I think that was only 2, but I also feverishly
How many experts
disagree.
were there, Kevin?
You know what? I specifically cut something from the sheet from the run sheet today.
Okay.
Because they had 25 experts, and I was like, Corey's going to hate that. And then the next one I saw, 17 experts. That's too many experts. From the 4-6-9, maybe lesser defenses, more analytical approach, and to a degree, abandoning the run to shorten games are reasons for this. The abandoning of the run, that's the thing that still remains so complex about this to me is teams are running the ball more efficiently than arguably they ever have. But that doesn't mean efficiency usually means you didn't go the bulk route. You know, like how often do you see, we ran the ball 40 times and we got 6-7 yards a carry? It's like a lot of times you'll see 40 carries and we ended up breaking out 4.5 yards, which is still great because you might have broken down the defense. So teams are just running the ball more efficiently, so you're getting that quality and not the quantity. I guess, go ahead.
Cliff Kingsbury does say, Kevin, Kyler is going to be a game-time decision on game day.
And
Sunday versus the Rams.
Are people making the joke about still hasn't rebounded from Call of Duty?
Yeah, I mean,
weekend?
I think the new Warzone's out in November, so you got some time.
Okay. All right. I just assumed that some people were making that joke, but as someone pointed out, so yes, if you're losing to the Raiders by 17, you're probably almost definitely going to win. And then don't take these leads for granted. Like if the Cowboys break out 10-0 against the Packers, or if they fall behind 13-3 against the Packers, you have seen these kinds of leads disappear at a faster pace than just about any time in NFL history. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's the C Block starring Corey Majors, and as I understand it, you're going to go all out to make sure we don't lose.
We are going to go out all. You are joining me in this journey, and so is our friend Colby Sapp, the only person
here?
Yes, the only person allowed to touch the wheel. And I'll point this out: the words that were written on the wheel recently are the words that Colby last wrote on that.
Those
wheel.
are not cheeses. You just wrote things on there.
Those are cheeses for sure. Let's get ready to eat some cheeses.
Next on The Fan.
Smelly cheeses.
Hey, look. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C Block with Corey Majors, special guest, and the Cheese Wheel of Misfortune. Don't want to forget this weekend, though, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow, CA and Kevin Gray. Then from 1 to 5:30, you got Alec and Will. And then at 5:30, number 1 Georgia against Mississippi State, and that's Mike Leach right there. You got CA and KG once more before the Cowboys game at 12:30, from 9 to 12:30 on Sunday. Pregame for the Cowboys starts at 12:30. And then don't forget, while that broadcast is going on, they'll have Greg Olson as part of the lead up to the Cowboys Packers 3:25 Sunday right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for hopefully anything but cheese time.
All right. Well, I want to start off by also teasing ahead, Kevin, to the G-Bag Nation between 4 and 5, I believe. They're doing trivia, Green Bay Packers trivia, where Broadus is supposed to be punished for yelling at Mike yesterday. He's going to put the shock collar on, and whenever they get an answer wrong, they get shocked. But I'd also like to take this moment, Kevin, to explain that we are sacrificing to the wheel. This is our annual sacrifice to the wheel of misfortune and an effort to ensure a victory for the Cowboys. That we went and got the stinkiest cheese because the Packers are cheeseheads, Colby.
Right.
I also would like to take the time. Sorry, just felt so natural.
I thought that buildup was for Colby.
Felt so natural.
Who cares?
Colby Sapp is in studio with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Shots fired.
It's good to have him here, man. And he instantly walked in and was like, I'm going to take care of the wheel. And I was like, dude, nobody's written on the wheel since you wrote on the wheel last.
I actually erased my own handwriting to put the new cheeses onto the wheel.
Now, you know the power of the wheel.
I do.
You've seen it happen before. We've spun, sacrificed. This is our annual sacrifice, Kevin. We do it every year. We've done it for years, where we sacrifice ourselves. So in order to defeat cheeseheads, the Packers, as they know them, we're going to eat the worst cheeses that the wheel could come up with that we could legally do. Now, here's the unfortunate thing.
Did we get some of the best cheeses, too?
Why would you do that? The wheel does not like that, all right?
Okay.
The one cheese we really wanted, Colby, we couldn't make in time.
Ooh.
That was the cheese that has actual fly larvae in it.
I thought that cheese was like illegal in America.
Okay, if that's what you want to say.
So don't buy it from Americans.
Yeah, or make it at your house.
Right.
Who's going to stop me from making fly cheese at my own home?
Common sense.
Time. That's the only thing that stopped me was time.
Right.
The other one was
knowledge.
Yeah, and I didn't know how to do it. Never made cheese before. I also wanted to make cheese again. But Kevin refused to bring his wife's breast milk for me to make cheese with.
Why?
Yeah.
What do you mean, why? Once again, I refer to common sense.
There's nothing like that's happening when you mention the wheel. Or actually the KNC Masterpiece.
Valid.
So you
Very
wanted me
valid.
to go up to my wife and be like, can I have some of your breast milk for cheese making processes? And she's going to be like, sure.
Either that or, I don't know how the relationship is, but maybe just walk up to her like a soda fountain with a cup.
Just squeeze some off into a cup.
And just see if the nozzle works.
How do you think, you've been married for some time, how do you think that would go over?
I mean, I'd probably get away with it, but suffer later. Right?
Now, that's probably, you don't ever care if I have to suffer.
No, I really
Not a
don't.
single
That's
time.
I mean, that's the reason why my suggestion was to just go up like, she's one of those soda fountains at like Quick Trip or whatever, and you just, pop your cup.
He slapped you. He slapped you in the face with a ham steak. That was so
Three
small
consecutive times.
It really wasn't. It really wasn't a ham steak. It was really just his hand at that one point.
My favorite part about that was the fact that it broke on the first swing, and so basically all it was a piece of hand covering my fist.
Yeah.
So that was good.
And plus, he got madder because it broke and took that out on me.
He hit you in the junk with a wiffle ball bat at spring training because Jeff Bannister said, you know what, I only trust one man to do this correctly. He kicked Gavin Dawson in the junk. That happened too. And then he also took oh my God, this cheese smells terrible.
Dude, I walked in there to go get the cheese, and I opened up the refrigerator and then opened up the bag. You've ever tried to steal somebody's lunch that's been in there for 2 months, and you're like, all right, finally, I'm hungry. It's there, and you open it up by not mistake because you're thinking you're going to take that sandwich, and then you realize that sandwich was probably old before it went in there. and then you get the total whiff of, it's basically a diaper smell.
Yeah.
Coming out of what you're going to eat.
I could be oddly prepared for this. From the
because Kevin been eating diapers.
From the 210. See, this is what this show's been missing. Colby's modern solutions for today's modern problems.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're running
That's
for
a segment
office.
right there.
Colby Sapp, modern solutions for modern problems. In that exact stance right there.
Right. Just go ahead and make me your king. Let's do this.
You might actually get elected.
In the absence of Colby while I was shopping last night, I did run into Joshua at Central Market in Plano, who suggested a lot of these cheeses.
Question.
As well as Chef Blythe Black, who suggested a majority of them as well.
Do you think that person's name is Josh, but to work at Central Market, he had to extend it out to Joshua?
Maybe it was Josh when he started, but he's 12 years service now. It said on his little pin, which was awesome, so I knew I could trust him. So then I think he may have said, you know what, we're going with the adult form of Josh. We're going with Joshua. Or is that the child form?
I don't know.
I think it's just when you're mad at a Josh.
Joshua!
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Joshua!
All right, Colby, I'm going to read what I can here. We got Bongrain Taleggio, Mango Ginger Stilton.
What?
Goat Tea Rose. That's one Avery selected.
Right.
We have Raclette.
Yep.
And Tartufo.
I call it Tart UFO.
All right, Tart UFO.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good one. And
is that
Onbro.
an actual name?
And Enibro.
Yeah.
Enibro? Is that what it is?
It's like Encino Man, but it's just your brother.
All right.
Right. It's Eno Bro.
And don't forget, Kevin, I know you're scared. You're terrified. At first you were afraid. Now you're terrified.
It's petrified.
The reason we're doing this is for our football team. All right? We're doing this for the Cowboys.
Do you need to do it against a team that has lost 5 consecutive games?
We got to ensure victory.
Okay.
Colby.
Just wasn't
So here we go. Who would like... Oh my God,
Is
that
there
smells so bad.
Do you have any normal cheeses?
I do have mozzarella.
Okay, and what
I did
else?
put mozzarella on there just in case. You got one lucky slot here.
One?
Yeah, one lucky place to put it. You know what I mean?
A lot of the cheeses got 2.
What?
Mozzarella did not get 2. It only has 1.
I did the smell test on the ones that get 2, though. It's
Nice.
like, oh, hey, all right, that smells like barf. That's got 2.
Smart.
It's going to go
this.
2.
So, Kevin, who would like to go first?
I came on your show on Monday to help out.
On the wheel of misfortune. Kevin, would you like to go first?
I don't want to go first.
Colby,
I'm
would you
hoping
like to
the
go
time
first?
runs
I'll-
out. We
I'll
go
go
to
first.
break.
Doesn't
Sure.
matter. Oh, the time's not running out. We're going until you eat some cheese.
Oh, hey, what about Joey too? Does he have
Joey,
to do
do you
this?
want to eat some cheese as well, or do you have things to do?
I got Whataburger.
Remember, you have to spin the wheel this way. Otherwise, it does that dumb thing that Kevin always...
How was that an excuse?
Somebody brought him food, so that's a really good reason.
So somebody would have brought me food.
Do you
I
have
could've
food?
been-
You have food.
No.
So there you go. You have to eat something. There you go, Colby.
Did you break
It's so broken. Oh, you got the Tartufo. I got the alien Tartufo. I'm going to try and find this real quick, Kevin. It's the alien cheese?
He said it's the Tart UFO.
That's the Taleggio. That's the one the guy was like, you have to try this one. And so they're all still wrapped too, and you can smell it through the bag, baby. So there you go, Kevin. We're going to eat the cheeses all at the same time. How about that? We're just going to spin the wheels and all eat the cheeses at the same time. I'm going to spin mine now, Kevin. You get to talk and say
Okay, after the Tart UFO, Corey has to fix the wheel. It took one spin for us to break it again. So, I mean, you hear that, right?
Oh, no!
All right, so it went back to Tartufo, which we've always decided if it lands on one it's landed on
Go to the
before,
right.
go to the one to the right. So I get the one that Avery selected, the green or the tea rose goat cheese. This
These are
looks
too many words
disgusting.
for cheese.
It looks like there's actual rose petals.
That is not cheese. That is a hamburger patty.
It does look like a hamburger patty. If anybody wants to kind of catch that. All right, Kevin, I'm going to try and tighten this up real quick. Colby, it's on you now.
You do that.
So it's on me.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's. I mean,
Kevin, it's your turn to spin.
Oh,
It's your turn to spin. I got
wanted
it.
to
I
hear
fixed
Colby
it.
Phil. That was going to be amazing.
I was just
Go
gonna,
ahead, buddy. You got it.
I was just going to start vamping and just be like, I love to count.
I feel like I actually kind of nailed it with this rose one. It doesn't. Oh man, that actually does smell bad. All right, here you go. Spin, spin. It is so busted. Bond grain. The Bond grain.
It's not mozzarella.
Away from mozzarella.
He got the ugliest smelliest
hell
cheese
is that?
in the entire bunch. You could not have asked for a better outcome.
That is more mold than cheese.
You don't know that.
Look at the picture. Look at the video.
Kevin, you have to eat this entire slice of cheese.
Oh my
was
God.
the agreement,
Not
I
the
believe.
whole, I will die.
Okay, you have to eat a bite of this cheese.
And don't let Kevin be the one to slice his own slice.
Yeah.
Have him a man slice of this cheese.
That is hurtful.
Oh my gosh.
It's not
that
great.
Smells like a turtle's butthole right there. That
What?
is disgusting.
A turtle's butthole?
Yeah, you know they breathe out of their butts.
That what?
They breathe out of their buttholes.
No, they don't.
Yes, this is a fact.
This
When
is not a
turtles
fact.
go into hibernation underwater, they colloquial respiration or something like that.
That can't be.
Yeah,
right.
they breathe out of their bottom holes.
I wouldn't look that up on the internet.
No, you did
All right,
not.
Kevin, we are That is mold. That's gross. All right, I'm glad I don't have that one. That is disgusting looking. Kevin, get in and look on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Here's a knife.
He almost vomited. That's
He did.
amazing.
He did almost vomit.
Should we
you
get a
know
bucket?
I have a very limited palate, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? Today's the day, bro, for the Cowboys.
It's expansion time for your mouth, Kevin.
Expand your mouth. Oh. Oh my God. That smells awful. Have you ever had like a bunch of flowers that were
it's
stored
so hard to cut, too.
in
It's
water?
so
Don't eat that
gooey.
part of it. Don't eat that part. Eat the don't
No,
eat
eat the
part.
goo.
Yeah, eat the gooey part, not the hard part on the edge.
What?
Yeah, you want to eat
You
the
don't want to
goo.
eat that edge right there. Eat the inside of it. Yeah, inside of the edge. Oh my God. You know, whenever you store a bunch of flowers in water for a long time, it starts to mold and mildew. And then you, store them in a bunch of hockey pads for a couple months.
Right.
That's what mine smells like.
Mine actually just smells like that jar of bacon grease that you've put underneath the sink to wait for later, and then you forgot about it, and then you found it when you went to move out of your home, and then you smelled it.
Do you use that still? I mean, it's still grease.
It's still
cooking
grease, but the fact that it's got dead bugs and stuff on it makes you not want to do that.
Why did I smell that? Why did
From
I
the
smell
682,
that?
whose damn laugh is that? That is Colby Sapp, ladies and gentlemen, and he is in studio with us, sacrificing for the wheel of misfortune because we knew there was only one person the wheel will allow to touch it.
Mine's got mold on it too on the ends.
Yeah,
Kevin.
but you eat all kinds of weird stuff all the time. You don't care.
Mine's starting to ooze. It's starting to ooze.
Yours at least looks like regular cheese.
It's starting to ooze itself right now. This is just, I don't want to do it.
So when are we doing this?
Hold on.
Right now?
You know what? Hold on, Kevin, have you eaten yet? Are you ready?
I've almost tried to do this like 4 times.
All right, Colby. Kevin will go. We'll all go at the same
I
time.
swear to
We'll
God,
count
if
to
you
3.
MFers don't eat the cheese, and I do, I'm gonna break my damn
We'll
headphones
all go
again,
at the
probably.
same time. Wink.
Right.
While Kevin goes. Kevin, are you ready? Dude, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Here, I'm going to try and scrape off some of these rose. Can you eat the rose petals?
Do it. Eat the flower.
All right, I'm going to eat a flower.
All right. Kevin just. Oh, look
you
at
just
his
do it?
face. Look at that. Get some more of that, Kevin.
Oh my gosh.
No, you have to consume it.
How you doing?
Right.
Put it inside. Put it in your soul. How are you doing?
Ah, good.
Oh God.
Oh, now you've got watered down. Oh, that made it worse. I bet that made it
Oh,
worse.
did the water
Bad
spread
idea.
it? Did the water spread it in your mouth?
did it.
Oh.
Oh my God, that was so gross.
The cheese explosion of
Oh,
nastiness.
it's still there.
I know.
Why is it still there?
Oh my God.
I don't like it.
It looks disgusting and smells disgusting. Colby looks like he got
I
the
don't like
easiest
it.
one to stare at.
Colby's gonna cut off more.
The guy did say for your particular cheese that you can eat the edges of it.
I can?
Yeah, he said the edges actually you want to. They have specific spices that somebody who enjoys cheese would actually honestly probably find it fun to go through, but it's supposed to be smelly.
Yeah. All right.
So good luck. Colby is eating his. He doesn't
Why are
look
you just
angry at
eating
it.
just like a normal
Because
person.
he is a man. I don't know if you know
I am
Colby
not.
Sapp or not.
I guess
Look at
I'm
him.
not. I'm definitely not the man Colby
It's
is.
not the greatest.
What are you talking about? That's fine.
But if you were to melt this on something, a specific something, like something that tasted more like what you wanted to taste besides this, because this doesn't taste good, then it could work.
But you're just eating it like it's just hanging out.
I eat a lot of weird stuff, Kevin.
Yeah,
You
I
said
know. I know.
All
right, here we go.
Did it.
Last one. Oh.
It's for the Cowboys.
Oh.
That's not a good look. I kind of want him to throw up. Is that wrong?
Yeah. I was rooting for you to throw up. So
I know that you were.
It was okay for.
I have flower petals stuck in my tooth.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a flower petal on cheese?
It's got roses. It's fermented in roses. It tastes like a sweaty crotch got covered in asparagus juice. Like it's just, oh my gosh, it's sour. It's very sour. It's making my eyes water. Oh my gosh, that's disgusting.
I'm going to be honest. Now I'm going to finish my cheese because I'm a grown ass man. But
I ate the cheese.
You still got some. Wait, is he going to die?
No, there's stuck in my throat.
Because the ratings will go up if you die.
Oh, there was definitely like a stem stuck in my throat.
I don't understand
that
what
happens.
these things are.
I don't think I was supposed to eat the rind like you said. I think you lied to me.
Well, he told me, Joshua. Oh my God, it's still under my tongue. It's
And this
everywhere
cheese
in
is
my
more
mouth.
expensive than regular
Oh yeah,
cheese.
we're never getting our. This one has mold on the top of it.
So did mine.
And I want to try
We should
that.
try it.
Yeah, we should try it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The
That's
cheeses
disgusting. That was
remain. I
terrible.
guess it could continue, but we'll also do betting with the absent Mike Bassick and Masterpiece of the Week from the 214. This is my favorite segment y'all have ever done. Disagree. All of it will come up next right here on The Fan.
Commercial.
And I wish that I had, and we ate the weird cheeses to help ensure Cowboys victory. Shout out to our good representative and alum, now with Drunk Sports Podcast Network, Colby Sapp, in with us. And you're sticking around. We're going to do a little betting, but I get the feeling that the real reason you're sticking around is because Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh, you damn right.
Now, here's the thing, and I'm going to need you to judge this and judge this potentially harshly. We got Joey doing it. He has not had a ton of runs at Masterpiece of the Week, and the last one I don't believe was his favorite. And so I'm curious to see how this one goes. Also, on a shout out Friday from the 469, today is mine and my wife's 9-year anniversary. Shout out to Crystal for putting up with his BS for all of these years. And then another shout out. This is a good one. From the 806. I've been a Tolo since long before Tolo was Tolo. I've been listening to you guys since the weekend show, and I wanted to thank you for keeping my spirits up while going through chemotherapy treatment for cancer the last 9 months. I'll be in the hospital next week for my last cycle of chemotherapy, getting to the finish line. The tumors are shrinking. That is from Tolo Gregory. So congratulations to you for the progress that you've made and hell of a fight that you're putting up. Glad we could be any part of it.
That is fantastic. Kevin, I have two things real quick. I feel like I may have diarrhea on coming up.
Yeah.
All right. And everybody has said my cheese was the worst so far. So I just want to point that out. And next week, we got the Vikings. So do we eat a Viking? Is that the only way that we can do that?
Are Vikings still around?
We just put eat a Viking on the wheel next year.
Set Kevin on fire.
Oh, yeah.
What
we'll just
the
send him out
hell?
into the middle
a
of the
Viking
lake.
funeral.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
While
I've
he's
seen
still
Rocket
alive.
Gibraltar.
Yeah, we'll tie you to a raft that we build, put you in the middle of White Rock Lake, and then just shoot arrows at you.
What is the benefit of that for me? Because if it works and the Cowboys win, I'm dead.
Not unless you have a mutant ability to absorb the flames, and then you're the Human Torch. Look, that's a benefit
I
for
don't.
you.
Spoiler alert, I don't.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
How many times have you ever been strapped to a raft and sent out to the middle of White Rock Lake and had flaming arrows shot at you?
Twice. I'm just kidding. The answer is clearly zero. Now, before we get to
the only way to find out
Masterpiece of the Week, we got betting with Bassick. So the picks for Bassick, he got to go first because it's his birthday and
he's suspended.
Probably his turn. I don't think that is the case. He is taking the Cowboys -4.5 against me. So I have the Packers +4.5. And he is taking the Miami Dolphins -3.5 against you, Corey. So you have the Browns +3.5.
All right.
May I go next?
I actually have a book.
Oh.
I keep my book. So that because
last
year I feel like I got gypped and I ended up owing $60 more. So I've been tracking it a lot better this year.
Okay,
very similar, Colby, to the way that Kevin does his checkbook all the time.
Right.
Except for I just do this on bets. So I just wanted to make sure because Kevin is very old.
That is very true. All right, I would like to take the Chicago Bears -2.5 against the Detroit Lions. I know the Detroit Lions beat the craptacular Green Bay Packers, but looks like Justin Fields is finally allowed to do whatever the hell he wants to do. So I will go ahead and take the Bears -2.5 against the Lions.
Which game did he take against you again, real quick?
Cowboys and Packers.
All right. I am going to take Seattle +2.5.
Oh.
I think Seattle can win this game, let alone cover against the Buccaneers on the road. So I'm going to go with Seattle.
And it's not even on the road, really.
Oh, yeah, because it's in
Germany.
So I think Seattle can do this. Although Tom Brady does have history of going overseas and playing football. Did he win all those games?
He did. That was in the before times, though.
Yeah, not since
I don't know.
He lost his wife.
It makes it sound like she died.
He did lose. I mean, like, they're no longer together.
They went into a mall and then only he walked out.
What year is that story taking place in? They went to a mall?
92.
Okay. And then also, like, him and Giselle bought houses, like, right next to each other or something super weird. So she's like, hey, you're building that house there? I'll build this house, like, right
I bet
here.
they're going to have pampas grass in front of their houses so everybody knows that they're swingers.
Plus, she knows everybody backslides.
Pampas grass is all about swinging. I learned that from Colby.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a lot of pampas grass in Plano.
And gnomes.
Gnomes?
That's the
swinging?
new. Yes, that's the new thing.
Yeah.
I've heard about this. Having gnomes is one of those. Like, so if you have like a Yu Darvish gnome in front of your house, be careful.
Yeah, you might think you're just supporting the Rangers back in the day, but instead, you're not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey, Joey.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Supposed to feel like this, dude.
Well, we're not. Corey's not
colon is
doing
shaking.
great because of the flour cheese.
Yeah.
My colon is like.
You guys look like you had a lot of fun out there, so I was glad to be back in here.
I did not.
Next time, we will definitely.
Well, as the case in many weeks is, Mike Bassick is the majority, but I think it's a good thing because it is his birthday. So, in honor of Mike Bassick, it's going to be a fun-filled, Mike Bassick day, and we're going to start with this cut right here.
Hot boys here.
But they.
Oh, we got some hot boys.
They are
my short shorts.
What? I'm familiar with the Hot Boys, but he adds new things every time.
With the short shorts.
That was a really good. That was a really good impersonation right there. I feel like Mike is going to win this. I don't know if it'll be because of that one, but Colby, you will get a vote as well.
Is that short shorts? Was that with the shorts in with the Z? Is that what it was?
Yes,
short shorts.
Absolutely.
Hot boys.
But don't give it away to Mike right away because I think, Kevin, you might have a chance at this one today.
That's a great point. It's not like you've seen this precipitous fall from Aaron Rodgers and you've been like, he's been done sucked for years.
Whoa.
I don't like the way I said that. At least it doesn't help my case, but at least I like the ones where I have the presence of mind to immediately be like, that was not how that was supposed to go. I regret that.
One thing that I found from a couple of weeks back that was quite interesting is Mikey B, not a big fan of Pete Davidson.
How does that guy on Saturday Night Live pull so much ass? Pete Davidson is one of the ugliest MFers I've ever seen. And that guy is on Taco Bell, and I'm like, dude, how does anybody that's attractive sleep with you? You are ugly, man.
There's a list, man.
There
It's
is.
an impressive list.
Not only is that funny, I wholeheartedly believe in that too. So
Underworld's on that list, dude.
I know. I'm really proud of anybody that becomes a celebrity without actually any appreciable skill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like us.
He's
Right.
bad at everything. He's not funny. Wow.
He is funny sometimes.
He's not.
I laugh at him.
Okay.
When
I bet a lot of people laugh at him, but yeah, but not the ladies. The ladies love Pete Davidson.
What do you think he's carrying?
Oh, it's got to be
Man,
huge.
yeah.
It's got to be huge. Like 10?
You talking about his wallet?
No, I'm not talking about his wallet. Because what is Kate Beckinsale hooking up with Pete Davidson because he's got a lot of money? She's got underworld money. She's fine. Ariana Grande doesn't need money.
Do they think, is that the classic case of I can fix this one?
No, it's got to be huge.
Okay.
That's all there is to it.
Kevin cares about one thing.
That's right.
All right.
Well, to keep the theme here on Pete Davidson, well, this might be one thing that you might say to your significant other if she came home and maybe did something with Pete.
Like, do you come home excited? Do you say, guess what, Adrian? I just did Marco Robbie. Like, then does she go, you did? That's amazing. How many times did you guys do it?
One time.
Sure.
Because you're allowed one time. And I don't know if you try to make it last a long time or you're just like, look, we know where this is happening here, you know?
Not really in it for anything else other than my personal experience anyway.
Which again, I don't understand how this would ever come together with
Not
that
trying
attitude.
to win her over forever.
Right.
You know, the experience, you know?
Not trying to lock that down. I just want to rent it.
Yeah, and I asked the wife, and she was like, absolutely, you get a high five for that. And she was like, and if you see her in the grocery store, make sure I'm on FaceTime because I want to see this thing go down in flames.
My vision of FaceTime was a whole different thing than it going down in flames. It's just like there's citrus and bananas flying everywhere in my brain right now.
It's up to you to control this, Joey. I have ceded control for the rest of this segment.
Well, Kevin, I wanted to ask you, remember those Charlotte City Edition jerseys?
Yeah.
Well, I wish we could play the whole segment, honestly, on that, but I picked this one because I think Mike does a great job of, kind of handling all those innuendos that were happening yesterday.
Does anybody know where to find these jerseys?
Women do.
CLT, baby.
He said
CLT.
He said that. I thought my joke was pretty good,
We men as a whole have got to do a better job. I get
As a what?
men as a whole.
Okay.
Maybe
the royal.
You know
men.
what? I'm going to revise my statement from earlier. Maybe Pete Davidson knows exactly where to buy those Charlotte City jerseys. Maybe that's the key right
All
there.
of us are scrambling around. He's like, dude, I got this figured out.
I don't know. They said a boat. I don't know. And he's like, I know what to do.
Right? He's the commander.
Yeah.
He found it.
Yeah. The
Also-
man is him
He is him.
in the boat.
Good for Pete, man. Good for Pete. I think Mike had a really interesting take after the whole Charlotte mess on Luka Doncic.
Luka goes down a lot. I get it on the court.
He was
too
made
late.
sure instantly.
Yeah.
A lot of space there.
Yeah.
Luka goes down a lot. I get it on the court.
I doubt that.
How does Mike get it?
Yeah. He knows. He
He's
was,
his biggest fan.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why. How we
One
doing,
more.
Joey? One more?
We got one more for you.
God, I don't know if
I don't even remember a lot from what this was about, but here we go.
did they get the come from behind win?
Whoa.
Why is that a whoa?
It's a big win.
That I guess that is true.
Whenever you come from behind, you
Yeah.
always feel like you got
Victory.
something that you weren't thinking you were gonna get.
That's amazing.
What did he want to say?
Exactly what he said.
He had no idea
Talking
what to
football.
say.
Yeah, he's like, well, you're talking. You
And then
got to say something.
Corey's little.
Well, he was meander wording, and
Yeah.
his brain was like, "You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that." So you could just hear him trying to weed around what he wanted to say and what he eventually came out of his mouth. That was great.
I am not going to vote for that, although I could see how that. I'm going to vote for Mike talking about the aftermath of Corey hooking up and what he high fives with his wife and everything.
Play it.
Okay, so how many times did you guys do it?
Yeah, play it one more time.
All
Just
right.
yeah.
Here we go.
Do you come home excited? Do you say, "Guess what, Adrian? I just did Marco Roby."
Not Marco.
I don't. Then does she go, "You did? That's amazing. How many times did you guys do it?"
Also, mark yourself, Joey, for what you said right before you played that clip.
Somebody also asked if we're watching Charmed right now. It has been on all day behind Colby.
They just show that nonstop?
It's been on all day long, and I just can't change it. And
Is that the Witch Show?
Yeah, it's the Witch Show. I'm gonna vote for the last one that you played, Joey, with Kevin saying the words about the victory.
Okay, the come from behind.
Yeah, let's hear that
that's a big
again.
one. All right.
Did they get the come from behind win?
Whoa.
Why is that a whoa?
It's a big win.
That I guess that is true.
Whenever you come from behind, you
Yeah.
always feel like you got
Victory.
something that you weren't thinking you were gonna get.
Because you were losing, and then you came back to win. It's a great comeback story.
All right, 1-1.
1-1.
Colby, I ate the cheese for God's sakes.
You did. You did. But you also, I wanted to vote for the Pete Davidson one because because Bassick makes it sound like he's on Taco Bell, like he's on that as a
Which
drug.
made it sound like but didn't it also make it sound like the analogy for all the women he hooked up with is Pete Davidson is on Taco Bell.
That's right. So that was really good, but I mean, you're behind somebody.
In a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm losing 2-1. Joey, what are you gonna do?
I'm
here?
jumping on the bandwagon.
Yes!
It's a big deal to get a come from behind win.
Look at
Did
that.
they get the come from behind win?
Whoa.
Why is that a whoa?
It's a big win.
Yeah.
I guess that is true.
Yeah, I just want
Come
to
from
point out.
behind, you always feel like you got
Victory.
something that you weren't thinking you were gonna get.
I want to point out at the beginning of our voting, that one was trailing.
Yes.
And then what happened, Kevin?
They came from behind, and then all of a sudden, you and Mike mind melded and both said, "This is when you didn't expect to get." Like that, the way you two just joined forces. I don't know if you can isolate that moment, but Corey goes, "Whoa," and then you guys just like Wonder Twin activated each other, and we're like, "You didn't think it was you get it," and it was amazing, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit now that I hear this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to Colby Sapp for joining us. We miss you, man. And if the fan text is any indication, 8 billion people miss you as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, come find me when you're not listening to The Fan.
Mm-hmm.
Which should be all the time, but you have a chance. Come to DSP online.
I was just there on Monday.
Yes.
Where's your Twitter?
Colby Sapp, at Colby Sapp.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Hang out with our friend.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's Cowboys versus Packers. Let's
doing some fantastic work from the 254. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Christy. She's my rock. So if that's you, shout out. And then shout out to Texas Rangers first baseman Nathaniel Lowe for being a Silver Slugger Award winner. Congratulations. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Whenever I get to see Colby, it is always a good day. Now, however, super quick, on the flip side, Woolchuck, did you see the news about Kevin Conroy?
I did. I'm heartbroken about this. That is our Batman, Kevin.
That is the Batman from the animated series and Batman Beyond and the movies and everything like that. He's fantastic. Died at the age of 66.
No love for Adam West.
I know. I like Adam West. I got to meet Adam West, and I was always a big fan of the Michael Keaton Batman movies. Sure. But it's just with TV, sometimes it's easier to get so entrenched because, like, this was a show that was there for me every day after school. Yeah. And so that's my guy right there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I grew up with Batman the Animated Series.
When you met Adam West, did you tell him where he ranked in the hierarchy of your personal favorite Batman?
I'm sure he was like super concerned. He was like, all right, Kevin, you like to rank things. And I was like, you know me so well, Adam. Actually, that would be amazing. I could see how I would fold in that moment and be like, you could be like third.
You're number one.
He's not even two. Hey, I'm not folded all the way, all right? It's Keaton and Conroy are always going to be at the top, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Where's Bale for you?
Val
Bale
guy?
Christian Bale's probably third. Yeah, maybe Val Kilmer is maybe next, and then Batfleck, and then George Clooney is
Affleck wasn't bad. The scripts were bad. Like the making of it was poor.
Those movies suck.
They were bad.
He was good. They were poor.
Yeah,
agreed.
Maybe I have a hard time separating those out. Now, we did some betting, and I know Mike's not here, and that could be a little difficult to keep up. But what I wanted to talk to you guys about is the potential for snow in the Cowboys-Green Bay game. And do you love the snow elements when you watch a game?
I do love it.
I love it. I like watching it. Yeah.
I like watching over even the snow, just the right before the ball snapped and you see all the breath of the players at all at the exact same time, the synchronized heavy breathing.
With your hands.
Yeah. Well, he likes hand gestures. He's Italian. They speak with their hands.
Gotcha, I'm a shake weight guy.
I love the snow. I don't like the snow when my team's involved. This is a little bit concerning for me, Brian.
Kurt Warner.
It's not super likely, but they were like, it's possible.
I am not Kurt Warner. I think our teams should always be playing in the elements. All right, I'm not
because Dak in the cold weather.
But what the hell? The Cowboys, we're not used to this necessarily.
Time to get used to
it. Packers are so bad.
I worked there 5 years, and I think at Lambeau Field it might have snowed twice.
Wow, that seems shocking.
That's insane. We dealt with a ton of cold, as you know. But the actual snow game, the worst snow game we ever played was at Milwaukee County Stadium in '92. Played the Lions, and that. But when you start to think about Lambeau Field and snow, they've had games with that Seattle game that was was crazy with some snow. It's one of those things I remember. It just never always when they talked about it, it's like, a chance of snow, and it never would.
Okay,
that's the kind of thing. So in 5 years I'm thinking, damn, you must have played a lot of snow games. No, I think it was two.
I would have made that assumption as well.
In 5 years, I think it was two.
Now, we were talking a lot about, besides Cowboys Packers, what game people are looking forward to the most this weekend. And so many people were like, it's Texas and TCU. It's not necessarily an NFL game. They went right to that. Are you guys excited for that? And how do you feel about that game?
I'm super excited for that. And the only game on the Sunday slate that I would put above that outside of the Cowboys game would have been this Vikings and Bills game. I was very excited, but it doesn't seem like that's where I think we're going to get some Keenum going on in there. And
hour by hour. They're determining hour by hour if he's ready to go.
So we've graduated from day by day to hour by hour. Yeah. I do like that.
No days off.
I'm fired up for the TCU Texas game. That's amazing. The line still is weird to me, and so it kind of is like, okay, maybe Texas is just going to mop the floor with them here, but I have too much respect for TCU. I think the environment's going to be nuts. I know Broadus Bennett is just going to be just bleep-faced, hammered, making a fool of himself and his father, and it's just going to be awesome.
It's like Parents Weekend. That's why I'm not going.
That's a good idea.
Make a fool of himself. No, I just lot going on with the weekend with the Cowboy game and stuff like that. I'm, me personally, I'm intrigued with because the LSU Arkansas game for me, just because LSU has put themselves in a position to maybe win the SEC West. But I've also said this before. My dreams have died in Fayetteville before. That's the thing that scares me about these games. It scares this.
You got big dreams this year?
Well, the fact that they beat Alabama, they're not going to go and beat Georgia. If LSU can get in the SEC championship game in Brian Kelly's first season at LSU after what Coach O and all those problems they had.
By the way,
my
Georgia,
God, what a coaching job that is. Yeah.
Georgia, Mississippi State, 5:30. Since you brought up number one team in all land, 5:30 tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
My other game of the week is actually the Monday nighter, Washington and Philadelphia. 24-8 the first time the Turds got them. Hoping the Commanders can do better now.
Ooh, Joey's a big fan of that game.
That was Joey's pick to click,
I thought they were playing the Colts, but
eventually.
I liked the crotch first confidence, though, from Joey.
It was so good. Let me tell you this.
I love it.
I'll tell you, I do like Chargers-Niners Sunday night football. That could be a fun game.
Are you
between
intrigued
those
by
two
the game
teams.
in Germany?
I am intrigued by the game in Germany. I don't think I'm going to be up in time for it, but I am intrigued by the game in Germany. I also think it's going to be funny. They're going to be ready for the GOAT that is Tom Brady. They're going to leave thinking that the GOAT really is Geno Smith.
Walchuk's known for a Saturday night booze fest with the likes of RJ Choppy and things like that. So his Saturday mornings become Saturday afternoons real quick.
Well, Kevin Gray also just invited us all to party at his place, so I expect to see everybody there.
Party on.
I'm going to see if my wife on her birthday is willing to do that.
I expect to be with your wife.
There's a lot on the line in that game in Germany.
Yes.
You think about it.
Yes.
I mean, Tampa Bay, can they claw their way back into this thing? And that might be your opponent if you're a Cowboy fan. You're thinking about it at the end of the year. That whoever wins that NFC South. That
And
might
does
be your
Seattle
first.
think they can get the number 2 seed? I'm
absolutely.
curious.
The way they're playing, sure.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. We have Stephen Jones at 3:00.
All right, looking forward to that.
Also, starting in the 4:00, we're doing a G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge.
The shocker? God.
Yes, Sparky. Okay, so
shocker.
we have a shock therapy machine. Each of us will answer 5 trivia questions, and the winner gets immunity from a bet payoff.
All right.
The loser gets shocked a lot.
It goes right on the lower area.
I'm putting it on my balls.
There you go.
No, why would you do that? All
Because
right.
I got big ones.
He's a big pleasure.
They better be
pain guy.
shaved.
I guess.
What do you think I did to get
good
Call him
conduction?
the Woolly Bully
I got
for
a
a
razor
reason.
if you need it.
Roll home.
I'll take them in water.
Gross. With the G-Bag Nation, we've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say whiskey time, Kevin.
Whiskey time.
say cheese, Kevin.
I hate you now.
He brings the energy. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And welcome in on a Football Friday. Let's do this. General at your service. There's Broadus, Lucius in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. And the TruckWreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053 because we open every single Football Friday with a prediction on the game. We would like yours. Brian, what's the score going to be?
Dallas 26, Green Bay 23.
26-23. Closen.
Sounds like we got a nail-biter in Lambeau.
Likes the Packers with the points. Chiafalo, how about you?
Oh, we're taking those points and we're shoving them right up Broadus' rear end. Packers are going to lose 27-17.
Love it.
10 points, Wolchuk. Does that make you feel nice?
Makes me feel warm and cozy. That's what it makes me feel. I love it.
You need something
like you guys coming in here with this crotch first confidence. You know what? I'm also going to take the boys in this one. I'm going to go 24-20. I think it is going to be a nail biter. But this time, Micah Parsons seals the deal. We get a sack, strip, fumble over Aaron Rodgers, and the Cowboys win it.
Scoop and score?
Won't be a scoop and score. It'll just be.
Won't need to be.
But he's just going to sack, strip, fumble, and our buddy Tank's going to plop on that thing, and it's going to be old-fashioned Landry, up and down, knee that thing for victory.
There's something interesting going on with this Packers offense where they're all right on third down. They're all right in yards. And then when it comes to putting the ball in the end zone, they're 27th. They got nobody to finish these drives. So they can move it on you a little bit. But the ball probably not going to end up in the end zone. I like the Cowboys defense in this matchup to keep them under 20 points, Brian.
Yeah, to me, this is, I've kind of gone back and forth in this because I can't believe that Green Bay would lose 6 straight games. Just the law of averages right there on that one.
Just trying to go 1-0 every week.
Aaron Rodgers not playing great. They moved the ball in Detroit in that game last week, like you're talking about, Gavin. They get down the red zone and they have a couple of had 3 interceptions where they were driving for points. And they lose that football game.
I don't think they're as bad as the ledger says.
I don't think so either.
They are bad, but they're not this bad.
They don't tackle very well in the secondary, with the exception of Alexander. They're missing one of their best pass rushers in this game. The thing about it is, though, we continue to monitor where the Cowboys are on run defense. Mm-hmm. And that's where I worry about Aaron Jones in this football game.
Yeah.
And I worry about it to the point of, listen, we know that if we get in a game where we have to throw the ball against Dallas a bunch, that our wide receivers can't get open. Cowboys cornerbacks should be very comfortable in this game covering these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Next week will be a different story.
If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I got an ego about passing the ball. I still want to be a pass-first offense and all that, but I'm looking at this matchup, and I'm thinking about those guys breathing down my neck 2.5 seconds into the play for 3 hours. I want nothing to do with that. I think the quarterback, the coach, the OC, any one of these guys could be like, hey, guess what? We're idiots if we come out to pass. Our goal needs to be to run this 45 times and see if we can do that.
Yeah, I think that talking to people in Green Bay, there's a big disconnect between how the quarterback wants to do things and how the head coach wants to do things.
Don't you think he's coming around to that way of thinking, though, in a game like this? He can't think he's going to come in and beat this Cowboys team by passing it all day.
No. The way that the disconnect is that Rodgers wants to play from outside with the shotgun, and the quarterback the head coach wants to play under center. Yeah. And he wants to move personnel and move guys around and do things and give you the eye candy. But he wants to play action from underneath center. Yeah. And the quarterback is having a big, no, I don't want to play under center. I don't want to play that way.
It's really interesting. Late in the history with Mike McCarthy, Mike was trying to get Aaron Rodgers to do more play action because – that's where the league trends were showing. Chiafalo, all the data. Play action just flat out works. Mm-hmm. It's like a cheat code for your offense, and Aaron Rodgers was resistant to Mike McCarthy. It's not surprising he's resistant to another coach.
He doesn't see the field as well, I've been told, when he plays from underneath center.
Huh.
It's when he can sit back and look at everything movement-wise from the secondary. Like when that, you look at his eyes when he plays. He's constantly pre-snap, just kind of seeing where everybody's going to be or potentially end up. That's what the real good quarterbacks can do. But when he gets underneath center, he feels like he loses that ability.
His height?
No, it's just that backed away from the line. When the defense is on top of him, right, standing up, looking, he can't see behind that.
Yeah, but how that team's constructed right now, I get why Matt LaFleur wants to do that. They don't have the receivers to spread out a defense and play that 4 wide spread offense like they used to do.
Yeah.
So it makes sense based on their personnel if you're playing to that team's strengths and you have 2 good running backs in Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. And I really believe it's going to be A.J. Dillon that's your bigger problem this week than Aaron Jones. I just don't see how Aaron Jones is going to be as effective as he usually is when he was just in a walking boot after that Lions game. He's been limited in practice. I just don't think he's going to be 100% healthy for this one.
He's killed the Cowboys the last 2 times he's played them. I think he's had 123 and 186.
He's a hell of a back.
Well, I do think the Packers are going to be able to run it, but the Cowboys are going to be able to run it even better. The Packers 25th in run defense per attempt. They are just average at pass defense, but I think the Cowboys are showing up to run. Kellen Moore has a history of being more conservative on the road, so I'm going to go 24 points for the Cowboys to 16 for the Pack. 1 touchdown and 3 field goals on the evening for Aaron Rodgers up there at Lambeau. Okay, Jerry Jones compared the Cowboys recruiting Odell Beckham Jr. to how the players felt about Deion Sanders back in the 90s. Do you think OBJ could have that kind of an impact on this on this team? Make you a clear Super Bowl champion? It's not that strong, is it?
Yeah, it's not Deion strong. It's not Deion strong. But
maybe the celebrity factor is Deion strong.
Yeah, the superstar.
That's why the players are.
That kind of aura. Sure, but the answer is no, simply because you don't know what you're getting out of Odell Beckham Jr. because he's coming off of a second major knee surgery. Right, so all we're doing is projecting. We're hopeful because this is a freak athlete that he's able to come back and be healthy, and he's one of these guys that can recover, and we've seen him do it once, and he came back and was fantastic for the Rams last year. But it is a big question mark, and how quickly can he get up to speed? Deion was healthy, and he was in the prime of his career at the top of his game. He was immediately ready to step on the field and be the best cornerback in football. He had just shut down Michael Irvin in the NFC Championship game, and he was the reason that San Francisco was able to get over the hump and beat you in that one. So clearly you needed to take him away from San Francisco. This is a move to help get you over the top, but no, I like the fun there, but no, I don't think it's the same thing.
Kind of feel like, though, that this guy does the one thing that you don't have, and that's go get the football. And when you add Sanders to a team, you added him because you're both giving your defense a boost that way. Yeah. They felt like offensively that they were going to be fine with the quarterback, the running back, the wide receivers, the tight end. They felt like that they were going to be able to, that was going to be okay. They needed the boost on defense. You go out and you get Sanders, you go out and get Haley. Those are difference makers that way. They probably feel like that they have to get help for this offense right now in order to put themselves over the top. That's why this move could be looked at as similar, because back then it was to try and help the defense put them over the top.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 9-4 says I'm a Packers fan. I got the Cowboys 23-17. We could have a couple more wins if we kick some field goals instead of going for it on 4th down. Okay, Brian made Mike call out today by having the bigger sack. No, Mike was out already. It's his birthday.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is the Cowboys' daddy, unfortunately. They better not be overconfident. Okay, speaking of being overconfident, my God, the Mavericks lost to a bad team again, and I'm sorry for jinxing them. I am going to bring in an actual piece of wood, so when I say knock on wood type of things, I have it at the ready. Right, because right now, as you can see on the camera, we have these nice quartz countertops. There's like a silver lining. There's some plastics here on board. I have microphone technology. There's no wood. I don't think there's any wood in this whole damn talk booth. So maybe on that cornhole board back there.
You can always just knock on Eric.
Yeah, there it is. The
cornhole board.
Cornhole.
Okay.
That's what you got to do. Just knock on the cornhole.
All right,
bro.
I'll drag one of those over here. For future.
The cornhole, by the way, I think was a top 10 hole when we did our top 10 holes list. In the
it's a terrific hole. It really is. But it's 2 nights in a row, the Mavs lose to an overmatched team without their best player, no Porzingis or Beal. Spoiled a brilliant performance by Spencer Dinwiddie against one of his favorite teams. He had 33, but they're getting scored on in the paint way too easy. They missed a bunch of free throws again. And the Mavericks are now 6-5. Luka just 22 points. They were talking last night about finding a game in the not-too-distant future where he'll rest and get some load management. Probably worn out, back-to-back games under 30 points and not shooting the ball well. Do you have faith in this roster? Isn't it clear I mean, I guess they could get it figured out, but they have a lot of the same guys as last year. There's not going to be the big jump that we saw last year around January. I just feel like we're getting confirmation that this roster isn't good enough. It's probably something the Mavericks knew in the summer, but they couldn't do anything about it. They pounded the pavement. They lit up everybody's phone lines. They were trying to find real help. They picked their guys in free agency, and they're not guys that are going to change things for this team. I don't know how they get significantly better. They're absent a rim protector. I guess JaVale McGee could get better. And that could, but wow, I don't know if you can count on that from a guy who's now well into his mid-30s. So I don't believe in this roster. I'm going on the record. I think they need to do something before the trade deadline to become a team that can win a playoff series again.
Yeah, if winning the playoff series, I guess with the greatness of Luka, you could still maybe even with this roster, if things were clicking just right, still win a playoff series, but that would probably be squeezing all the juice out of it. So, because you thought you were going to get an upgrade in your front court with Christian Wood and McGee. Well, McGee has not been that.
Yeah.
So that's killing you. And then the usage of Christian Wood is a little bit where he can only give you so much because you're not going to allow him to play in these big moments. So now you've limited what he can provide for you. And then you also have to account for the fact that you never really replaced Jalen Brunson in the backcourt.
Yeah.
You didn't want Goran Dragic.
And Tim Hardaway Jr. does weird stuff on both ends of the court to your system.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he's not a good fit.
Not a guy that you can depend on. And kudos to him. I think he had 5 3-pointers last night.
Good score.
He was 5 for 11 from 3 last night. He could be 1 for 11 tomorrow night. He's not anybody that's really putting you over the top. He's a nice piece coming off of a bench of a starting 5 that's already legit, but that's not something you possess at this point.
Yeah, that's great points all around.
Shout out to Dwight Powell, though, right?
Yeah, Dwight Peasy, baby. Walchuk's guy. Getting those minutes. I can't wait to see him up close in person tomorrow. You mentioned Luka getting some rest. Yeah. I need not to have that happen tomorrow versus the Trailblazers. Ooh. That's a good Trailblazers team, and that's a Western Conference game. Yeah. We can't afford to sit Luka tomorrow night. We need Luka versus Dame.
No, you can't lose 3 in a row.
Yeah, so Luka better play tomorrow.
You're not trying to drop to 6-6 and 500.
Please,
it does depend how exhausted he is, and as they get back to their headquarters, they'll be able to have doctors and take blood and look at what his energy levels are and everything. And I don't know if that's the game, but it's going to be a game coming up. Is it the Clippers Tuesday? Is it the Rockets Wednesday? There it is. Second of a back-to-back against Houston on Wednesday, November 16th, especially because they lose against the worst teams in the league anyway, right? So why play Luka in a game you're going to automatically lose?
Anytime we think, man, this is a goal, it's a win. Chalk it up. It's a win. Yeah, you might as well just sit them.
But what do you make about the victories that they have had?
It's a good team. It's a team with good upside. But
they beat Memphis, beat Utah. Utah is playing great right now.
Yeah.
They
beat Memphis.
Toronto.
Beat Memphis on the second night of a back-to-back.
They were without 2 of their best players, Dylan Brooks and Jaren Jackson Jr.
But I hear you. But they smoked him that game.
If Luka's amazing, you can do that.
Yeah. I just don't know. They've had struggles in the fourth. They just don't finish games.
Yeah.
And then when they don't shoot well as a team, then that's a big problem for them as well. It's most NBA teams have that problem as well. I just wonder though, to me, like the good wins have been good. The bad losses have been really bad.
Yeah, and I still think they're a playoff team.
But even
I don't think it's falling apart on them.
No, it's all in perspective. We're not talking about them as like a lottery team, but we're also
Wembanyama.
You're going up against last year's team, where they were a Western Conference Finals team. Are they that?
This team last year at this time was what before they made that big transformation where they went on the run where they
started horribly
11-16.
Yes, they were 13-15. Yeah,
11 it was something
16.
really bad, and then Kid comes out and says we got to play better defense, or we can't play defense.
Just because it happened last year, I'm not betting on it to happen this year.
What concerns me is the rest of the league seems to think higher of Christian Wood than the people on your own team do.
Yeah.
I mean, what Kyle Kuzma said after the game yesterday was pretty enlightening.
It was, yeah.
He played his ass off too.
The rest of the league could have given up an end table and a couple of half-eaten bags of Doritos for Christian Wood as well, just as easily. No one else decided to. Christian Wood was basically given to the Mavericks for free, and no other team decided to jump on that.
Maybe they didn't think they would have.
Yeah, well,
the Mavs made the call.
If Houston didn't call around after the Mavs offered bottom barrel, I'd have been surprised.
Pretty inept organization.
Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers are nearing a 1-year deal. And big Wendy's news, they're adding a holiday-themed Frosty to its menu for the first time ever. Peppermint Frosty coming up. It's going to replace the strawberry.
I was.
Are they
not
cleaning the
crazy
machine
about the
though?
strawberry.
Is it like Jack in the Box where every time you order one, they're like, "I'm sorry, we're cleaning the machine. We can't serve you one." I've never felt like I've got one a milkshake.
They invented the game at Wendy's. They won't let you
The
down.
Wendy's
They won't let me down?
Frosty,
Yeah.
it's pretty tried and true.
Yeah,
but
I've never had an issue with the ordering a Frosty.
I did recently. Yes, I did.
They give you the excuse that the machine's broke. Cleaning it, something's
late
wrong.
at night?
It was that the
Supply
chocolate
chain.
the chocolate one wasn't working right. So it was only the vanilla option, and I didn't.
Not a bad Frosty.
It's not a bad Frosty. I mean, the chocolate Frosty is goated.
Yeah, that's the king. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Okay, we got NFL G-Bag Survivor. We'll make our picks and set up the immunity challenge that's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. That and more next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. Lucius has the G-Bag of the day coming up in 6.5 minutes. Segment is brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. By the way, happy Veterans Day to you, Lucius. Thank you for your service there.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate it, dog. I was thinking earlier today, man, I wish I would have stayed. I should have stayed in, bro.
Oh, you'd have been coming up on 20?
Yeah, I would have came up on 20 right now. You talking about a bag just sitting at the house?
Man, every month.
And I should have went to the Air Force. No disrespect to the Navy. I had a great time. I've seen the whole world, but the Air Force is the ride.
Just because you chill in an office
It's a lot chilling, bro. You collecting a bag, you hear me? Getting degrees and all types of stuff. Well, I got 14 degrees, and I've got this $5,000 I get a month from the Air Force, and I don't know what to do, and I'm 40. You know what I
mean? Sounds like the good life, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll keep that in mind if a kid ever wants to join the armed forces, so I'll have him talk to you. Okay, we got G-Bag NFL Survivor Pool to do here. Every week in the 220 on Friday, every one of us picks a game. If we're wrong, you're not out. You have to do a bet payoff to get back in. Okay, and coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have a G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge. The winner will get immunity from a payoff in this game. The 3 losers will get to know our shock therapy device known as a Sparky. Okay, we'll send a little charge in you, and each host will answer 5 questions. So come around. We'll do some of those in the 4 o'clock segment and some of those in the 5 o'clock segment. All trivia on the Cowboys and Packers as well. Cowboys minus 4.5. Are the Cowboys a lock in Green Bay? I don't think so. I think there are a couple of great games to pick from. Chiefs against the Jags, and the G-Men 4.5-point favorite against Houston at home. I'm going with the Giants, guys. That's a lock city right there.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I feel very, very similar to that. That is a really, really good one because you also have the Giants off of a bye, and they seem to have a really, really good coaching staff, which you would think 2 weeks to prepare for the Texans should be plenty. I don't know if the Giants' run defense is all that good. We know Dameon Pierce can run all over them, but that seems, especially at home, that seems pretty good. And is anybody else jumping on that?
I don't like picking the same as another person. I like to keep the different games going.
Okay, I'm going with the Giants.
If there's no payoff, we'll do another immunity challenge next Friday. We got to have some sort of hijinks happening on Friday.
I like that.
Yeah.
Brian's going to go Giants. I like the Giants pick. I think it's a good pick.
Okay, who are you going with then?
But man, I'm pulling for the Texans hard this week.
I know. I kind of want to go with the Texans. No, I think I'm going to go, and I don't feel great about this, but I think I'm going to go with the Bears. I think the Bears are starting to play a little bit better football. I think they're figuring out a way to use Justin Fields. They're at home against the Lions. Divisional games scare me a little bit. Wow. But the Lions are feeling themselves after knocking off the Packers. I think the Bears can get a home win against the Lions this week, and it's the battle of the St. Browns. Amon-Ra versus Equinemius. And I think Equinemius is going to end up getting bragging rights over his brother Amon-Ra.
Oh, I can't wait
to see
the
cool story. Their dad was
jerseys.
like Mr. Universe, right?
Yeah, monster.
And he had 3 kids and was like, I'm not going to leave anything to chance. And he had them like in football camps at age 6. They were like trained and obviously had incredible muscular DNA to pull something like this up. They're making Dad very proud out there. The St. Browns are.
Yeah, these kids were doing big time Iron Paradise things at the age of like 4 or 5 years old. Yeah, these
after
dudes we're curling.
Their dad is crazy. The muscle man himself.
Yeah. He and so are these dudes. I mean, cocky built guys.
Yeah,
very sure. These St. Browns.
So you have the Giants too, Chief?
I'm gonna.
Are we going 3-way Giants?
No, I'm not gonna do a 3-way Giants.
Should we both go Texans?
I'm not. That would be. I would be down to do that if you wanted to do that bit.
Just for funsies?
I'd be down for it. But otherwise, I was gonna. Which I feel like is pretty still risky frisky. The Vikings going to Buffalo.
Ooh.
Like
I love it.
Like just riding the Vikings on this.
Oh, because Josh Allen.
I
saw Vegas still had the Bills favored by 4.5.
They have it's down to 3.5 now.
Okay.
And Josh Allen once again no practice at all. And so it's hour by hour with Josh Allen. I'm starting to get the feeling that it's going to be the Case Keenum day. Now, it could be the Case Keenum revenge game, remember, because he is a former Viking. But it's a nooner for Kirk Cousins, and the Vikings seem like the healthier team because they're not going to have Russo, their good edge rusher, the Bills. They're also not going to have Jordan Poyer, their safety. So I think I'm going to go with the Vikings.
You're going to take a dog on the road.
I think I'm going to take.
Wow, this is a man that wants to do a bet payoff. Thank you, Chiafalo. We appreciate your sacrifice.
You don't want to do the Texans thing together.
I'll do it if you want to do it.
Wow.
I'm interested.
I'm not scared.
You're going to take the Houston Texans in a survivor?
The 405 just texted in and said, no more Wolchuk. He has nothing. So, I got nothing. I got nothing, guys. I got nothing for you.
It was nice knowing you, Wolchuk.
I'm sorry.
You're dismissed.
I'm going to go die.
Goodbye.
None of these make sense. It's like the conversation we had about Jeff Saturday being hired as the coach. Like, you just never know. You think you just got Urban Meyer or Matt Rule, culture changers and makers, and they fall flat on their face.
Yeah. I think the Saquon is going to run all over Houston, but maybe we get the battle of the backs, and Dameon Pierce just runs right back at him.
I mean, if you want a bad team, take the Saints in Pittsburgh. There's something that could actually come together for you.
Saints going to Pittsburgh. They're actually
Or what about the Broncos over the Titans?
Yeah, because the Titans are a little bit banged up.
They almost beat the Chiefs.
They did almost beat the Chiefs. They did almost beat the Broncos. Actually have a legit defense.
214 is putting in the challenge. Why don't you boys grow a pair and take my Broncos over the Titans?
And the under. Take my Broncos over the Titans.
I mean, I'll definitely take the under with you.
Yeah, the under for sure. I don't even know what it is. I'll take it. Okay, fine. Challenge accepted. I'm going with Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo taking Denver off of his board. 469, would Brian ever wear a backwards hat like Eric and Gavin? Would you ever wear a backwards hat, Broadus?
Here, I'll give you my hat. You can put it on.
I've never ever tried to wear a backwards hat.
You've never tried a backwards hat?
Never have. Never have.
Wow.
Let's see what we got going.
He's
here.
never done this. This is a first for the Krusty.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, I think it looks pretty killer. Yeah,
you look incredible.
Yeah.
Do I look a little like Dan Quinn?
I think so.
Dan Quinn with that.
You actually look like his sexier,
you
more astute brother.
I have never worn a hat backwards. I should say this. So, okay, traveling across the lake on a boat.
Okay.
I don't even put it on backwards. I just take it off. I take it off
because you're such a gentleman.
Yeah. So
he is a gentleman. He'd be a hell of a butler.
Hey, keep it on, bro. Keep it on.
Okay, and 469, shout out to the entire fan crew that's helped this disabled veteran cope with and get help for PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Man, the honor is ours. 469, thank you for your service. It's time now for the G Bag of the Day with Lucius and the Pimp Cup.
Yeah. Man, by the way, that new Nas that came out is really fire, by the way. Yeah, especially for guys. I'm a man of a certain age, so a guy in my age group, we feeling that.
Is it a hit? Is it on the radio?
Or is it? Okay. Just because it's on the radio does not mean it's a hit. Okay. And vice versa there, Mr. Dawson.
Remember, it's a great song,
6 companies bought up all the radio stations.
I hear you.
So who's really making a decision on what's getting played out here?
Good point.
Who decides what's really hot, huh?
It's social programming, really, if you look at it.
All right, there we go.
How did the Drake and 21 Savage age on you a week later?
It's still fire. Like I was still listening to it this morning. Yeah, I like that joint.
Did you see all the Drake memes and stuff this week?
I do.
That was funny.
Help me with this one, though. 21 on me some help. I'm about to wreck shop on these boys.
That was good.
Mike Bassick and Brian Broadus got into a little back and forth, a little kerfuffle.
It was epic.
If you would.
It was the biggest Bassick moment since he challenged Arnie.
Okay, here we
go.
The
Fan Sports Lounge.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't get that from him, though. I get like, this team's a bunch of, all that. That's all I get.
No, you just don't listen.
I listen.
You hear what you want to hear.
No, I listen.
You do that with those guys all the time. You just hear what you want to hear, and you don't listen.
No, I listen to you. I listen to you every night. Just, this team's really good. This team's really bad. This team's going to go to the finals. I don't think this team's going to win another damn game. How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
I am listening to myself. I said earlier
every day you come in with a different.
Shut up! That hurt. It hurt. Look. Mike came out swinging some haymakers. I'm not gonna lie with you, man. He came out swinging some haymakers, 2 of them in a row.
Yep.
But then you came with just some uppercut from the bottom. Type of more.
That wasn't totally unprovoked.
No, Broadus brought the ball sack out of him.
Yeah. Broadus was playing inside the rules, though. Mike, I think, went outside the rules of civil discourse.
Mike has no rules, my God.
Yeah, I was just...
Let's get real.
He is a full no rules.
We were in survival mode. That's what we were in.
Yeah. It was
We're trying not to get killed.
That was fight or flight right there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Have you guys ever heard of a bird called a European starling?
Yeah.
A starling I've heard of, not a European one.
Didn't they do a bit on that in one of the Monty Pythons?
Did they? I gotta go back and run it. I gotta run back. I gotta run it back. The starling does a pretty good swagger jacking of the human speech. Okay. Listen to this.
Gonna give him a kiss. 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 My sweet turd bird. Who's my precious jabby bird? Who's my precious jabby bird? Who's my precious jabby bird?
Bruh.
What? Watches Star Wars too?
Yeah, come on, fam.
Or R2.
Wow.
He's so sweet.
Shoot, yeah, European starling. That's better to parrot.
Yeah. Hey, is that last one from like the Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind when they made those? Yeah, you guys never seen that movie?
No, it did. I know it, and I was trying to see if that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was under a spell watching that movie.
Kind of Star Wars.
That was.
I was watching the movie, but I totally forgot it when it was over. Like, what happened?
The wall was like that for me, Lucius.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You got to try acid to watch that one.
Yeah, it was weird.
That is a weird
movie. That was weird.
Our Senator Ted Cruz. Some people call him Cancun Cruz out here. He's like basically trying out for the Comedy Central roast. Oh yeah, it's getting political, guys. I see your little butt cheeks tighten up. I see you over there. Yeah, it's going to get a little political right here.
Puckered.
Yeah.
So Ted Cruz is trying out for the comedy roast?
Apparently. Listen to this.
He almost got hit by a beer can the other day.
The guy said I'm trying to make him catch it.
Yeah.
Super Bowl parade. He thought it was Gronk.
Hey, take this one off the forehead, Ted.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, me and my lawyer decided I was throwing it at him so he can catch it and chug it. We decided.
Inflation's so bad, Hunter Biden can't afford crack cocaine.
Holy smokes.
What?
Holy smokes.
Inflation is so bad, Hunter Biden can't even afford crack cocaine.
That's crazy, bro.
How do you not vote for that?
That's really strong.
That might be the greatest political smack talk we've ever heard.
That is wild. And I have NBA great Charles Oakley punched another NBA great, John Sally, in the stomach right in front of Dave Chappelle, which is going to be on Saturday Night Live. Saturday, by the way. And Chris Tucker.
Be a solo act, I heard.
I was going to say.
I hope so. It'll be better than the show.
Do they even have camera crew and producers to make that happen anymore?
I don't know. I'm tuning in, though.
So right in front of Dave Chappelle and Chris Tucker, Charles Oakley punched John Sally over a Kobe and Jordan conversation. Just punched him.
Dave Chappelle walks up with Chris Tucker. Michael's sitting there. This is your man, Michael, right here. Michael or Kobe? Which one? And I look at Michael, and Oakley's over here. I don't even see him put his glass down and we inside the booth. And I said, money at 27, young fella would give you the business. And Oakley came out of nowhere and not all air. And Shannon, when I tell you, he hit me. You ever get punched and don't see the punch coming? It's like a quarterback not seeing he's about to get destroyed from the back. He hit me so hard, man. I was like trying to act like I was laughing, trying to find air. Oh, man. And it was, I'm glad there was no women understanding what we're saying. It just looked like boys playing.
Right.
Man, I would have had to give him one on the eye.
You had to punch back. There's some women around you. Mess my manhood up now.
He was trying to play it cool after getting body shotted like from Errol Spence.
Yes.
So who did he say would give who the business?
He said Kobe would give Jordan the business at
27 years old. All righty, well, there's a man that would know, John Sally. Is it him giving a good Charles Oakley story? Is it Ted Cruz? Is it the European starling? There's been a long history and tradition of Wildlife winning the G-Bag of the day.
That's a great one.
Or is it Broadus versus Bassick, a cut that will live in infamy? This is tough, Lucius. This is a hell of a roster here.
Friday.
On a Friday. I'm gonna vote. I'm going to vote for Ted Cruz. First time I've ever said that.
Pull that audio.
I will double down on the cruise.
Hysterical!
Lucius.
I'm going to go with the Boyd. Let's get it cracking, though. Let's get it cracking.
It's 2-1.
I like this.
I like the Starling.
Okay, it's 2-1.
Go with your heart, brothers.
I'm going to vote for Ted Cruz.
Let's go on 3. Or no, yeah, I scored 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Ted Cruz with a Hunter Biden joke for the ages.
Shut up, Lucius.
I'm going to honorary 5-time you, though, Broadus. You're not getting off the hook that easy.
What?
We will hear this again.
Yeah, we will.
Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, does this one team have an advantage over the other? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
bring it on. The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number 1, they'll get it to you faster, y'all. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Stephen Jones. We're 15 from Steve. Here he is, the king of the crusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. If I could say something before we get started here, too, and this is about Ezekiel Elliott. I know that Jerry Jones was coming on and talking about the fact he felt like that Zeke was going to play and all that. I don't know if that's really the fact right now. We'll see. We'll see. Just keep an eye on that. I know a lot of people we'll have Cowboys pre and post game show coverage for you this weekend. You know, just keep your ear out for right now. But that's something that, you know, that Jerry says, he should be good to go. And, you know, everything was good yesterday, but they're still kind of holding on some things right now. So maybe we'll see a decision, much like everything was kind of good for the Bears.
I don't need injured Zeke. Take your time.
Yeah. So just something to be mindful
of. Every carry
of.
with Pollard is a possible touchdown. Every carry with Zeke has a cap on it of about 12 yards.
Yeah. Well, like I say, there's some convincing that needs to be done with some people out there. So we'll see when they get on that airplane tomorrow.
Jerry being that optimist this morning?
I think he was being a little bit optimistic about it, though. But he is the general manager of the team, and they do report to him. But just keep an eye. Keep an eye on that one if you can.
All right.
All right. It's Friday. It's the Sports Mix. I've been doing a lot of questions for my guys and stuff like that. This one's a little bit more, like I say, we got a Maverick question here, but I'm trying to get to these Cowboy questions first if I can. General, I'll ask you this question.
Yeah. Come on.
Did the advantage Cowboys or Packers when it comes to the wide receivers in this game?
Advantage Cowboys. Yeah. I mean, what, Sammy Watkins, Allen Lazard?
Yeah.
Yeah, this big advantage Cowboys. You know, this group is more like the Allen Hurns group from 2017? Yeah, 2019. Yeah, it's a bad group.
18.
18. Thank you, Chief. Yeah.
I was thinking he's in the ballpark. I was trying to think, okay, they traded that first round. Okay, yeah. But how about you there, Chief?
Yeah, it better be, because we're talking about the Packers all year about how they're a disaster, and a lot of it's because there's not enough talent around Aaron Rodgers. They let Devontae Adams go. They got no real wide receivers, and now Romeo Doubs is injured, and the other guy, is it Watson? Christian Watson.
Yeah.
He's not been good even when he has played. Sammy Watkins will probably have a soft tissue in quarter number 1. He'll go down. And Allen Lazard, I believe Jared Sandler describes Allen Lazard as being most known for his blocking, which is troubling if you're a wide receiver. So it better be CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup and Noah Brown.
Yeah, it's definitely the Cowboys. It's Lazard or bust, really. And Lazard's been good if you're a fantasy football player, but in real life, I think he's been drop city, especially last week for Rodgers. So definitely I'd take Gallup and CeeDee Lamb in this one for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think that both teams desperately could use another wide receiver. I think the Cowboys are on that mission. I don't think the Packers particularly are. All right, Zach, you can only pick one for the Cowboys defense. Choke the run or dominate the pass.
And you said for the Packers?
For the Cowboys defense.
For the Cowboys, I'd choke the run for sure, because I think that's the Packers' only way to beat you, is to be successful with A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. If they can get the run game going, then that's probably their best way to move the football. We just talked about their lack of weapons at receiver, but they do have 2 really good running backs. And to your point, Aaron Jones, when he's played the Cowboys, has been successful, and I got a lot of respect for A.J. Dillon. I don't know why they don't give him the football more. So I think if the Cowboys can be successful and stop the run, they'll win this football game pretty easily.
Chief, you can only pick one. You could choke the run or have a dominant passing day.
If I stop the run well and that means Green Bay is going to pass on me really, really good, then I would rather not do that. Now, I'm with Walchuk here that I don't believe in any scenario that Green Bay is going to be able to throw the ball on you. So I do think for this particular game, they're much better at running the ball than they are passing it. So I guess stopping their run would probably mean their offense is completely done and broken.
And it's interesting because it's the first time that I think we really are confident in the Cowboys pass rush going up against Aaron Rodgers. I don't know that we've ever felt this way.
The O-line is usually a good thing for the Packers, and it is not at the moment. And they throw so many quick passes. Everything is just getting the ball out very, very fast, and Aaron Rodgers and these guys are not good at it. When you look at the metrics on them and them getting the ball out super quickly, they're terrible at it. They're not good. And versus the best pass rush in the sport, Aaron Rodgers is going to be even more quick to just want to get rid of the ball, and it's going to result in a lot of negative plays and incompletions.
Gavin?
I'm gonna shut down that passing game. I'm just worried about Aaron Rodgers going into God mode. He's due for a breakout. I know he's frustrated. And if he does have a day, throwing it to the tight end, Tanyan, or Christian Watson figures out how to avoid the mental mistakes. I think they could run all day against you, and they don't have enough passing to win. So I'm just going to shut down the passing and take 5 yards per carry and 16 points, and we'll see you next year.
I kind of agree with you on this. I think it's going to be important to stop the run, but I've seen the Aaron Rodgers beat you throwing the football bit. And that seems to be like, you get him rolling, and it never seems like he doesn't miss a pass. I mean, against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But that's, as much as the run scares me, I worry about them just because they're not very good at wide receiver. And all of a sudden they're throwing the football, and you're like going, oh, damn, here we go.
Gosh, can you imagine if we come in here on Monday and it was Aaron Rodgers to Mercedes Lewis for 60 minutes, and it's 31 points, and it's fireworks, and it's Lambeau leaps? I'm going to absolutely
the scary thing is
lose my
I
belief.
can't imagine that. We've seen that crap.
Gosh.
Yeah. All right, how about this one? Eric, let me go with you on this one. Will it matter if Elliott plays or not? Ezekiel Elliott. Will it matter if he plays or not?
No, not in terms of winning or losing the game. I think you win without Zeke, and you win with Zeke for sure. But no, they'll win the game with or without Zeke.
I don't think that matters. No, I think your backups could have success against this Packers run defense. Maybe if he plays and they give it to him 20 times and he's only averaging 2.8, but they're like, Zeke's our guy, that could make them lose. So I guess it does matter in that way. Like, worst case scenario is Zeke plays, they believe in him, give it to him a bunch of times, and he can't help you get first downs. But that would be a negative, and I don't think they'll let that happen.
Yeah, to me, the only way that things go haywire is if the pass protection for these running backs is really that bad, and I do expect Green Bay to probably blitz quite a bit without Rashawn Gary. Like, how else are you going to get pressure? Probably going to be dialing up some blitzes, so the backs better be aware of who to pick up. And there you could have some bad plays that way, but to me, those will be the only moments you would notice not having Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit worried about the interior of that offensive line because you have bigger bodies with Jaron Reed and Kenny Clark.
Yeah.
You got some good defensive tackles there, so Zeke would help in this game, but no, I think ultimately you should still be able to win and run the football successfully with Tony Pollard and Malik Davis. You did it against Chicago. I think they're enough for you against a Packers team that is just not playing well right now. They're just not playing with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I think that it would be nice to have Elliott, but this is the game that you might be with the way that the Packers struggle in their secondary to tackle, especially at the safety spot, that if all of a sudden you get plays where they're coming up in the hole and it's one-on-one with, maybe it's better off having Tony Pollard carry the football and then have that ability to make that first guy miss and then get more yards out of the play. I had somebody describe this defense last night to me with the Packers. It's very much what the Cowboys saw against the Rams, back earlier in the year, that type of front. So, and they blocked that. They ran the ball very well, blocked the front very well, had a really good plan for how to attack that kind of scheme or that kind of a look.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the run game, but having Pollard will make a big difference in this game. Having him carry the football and then putting pressure on these Packer defenders to have to tackle him, which they struggle at. All right, Chief, Cowboys get a block punt or a big return in this game?
I'm gonna say no. Rich Bisaccia is a well-respected special teams coordinator, so I'm gonna imagine he's got his team playing well there, and with the slipperies and the surface being a little bit finicky, I'm gonna guess Turpin is not as fast as you might see at AT&T on the turf.
Yeah, therefore I would say probably the block punt would be more likely. So I would agree, not the return, but a blocked punt maybe. I don't think either, but if I had to pick one, it'd be the blocked punt.
Turpin making 2 house calls. He's going full Gale Sayers on the frozen tundra, Brian.
I like what you're saying. Like, we used to think at DallasCowboys.com, say, give me the wacky play of the game.
Yeah.
And you'd always come up with, okay, there was going to be a kickoff that deflected off the front lineman and ended up to where you could recover it and stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's it. Well, thank you, Jim, for playing the sports mix.
You
Appreciate
betcha. Hey, we got Stephen Jones. We'll see if he's got any wacky predictions on Cowboys Packers or Odell Beckham Jr. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
But let's talk about your companion for Cowboys Packers.
KNC app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We are expecting Stephen Jones at any moment, but right now it's time for Zach Wolchuk and the 6 things we want to see from your Cowboys this weekend. Here he is, the Bully Bully.
Thank you, General. Blogging the Boys put together another stunning article. And don't let Aaron Rodgers have a revival would be number 1 of the 6 things. And I think that is what Cowboy fans are terrified. We had a couple of people text in like, you guys seriously scared about the Packers? And yes. That's the reason that I would be scared about the Packers is Cowboy fans. We've seen this before. Aaron Rodgers just kind of dominated us. So that's why I would be nervous.
You guys need to stop thinking with your trauma.
Mm-hmm. It's hard not to think with trauma.
How about that for therapy talk, Chief?
I like that. Yeah. Let's.
Maybe you need to resolve it. You know, maybe
I'd like to resolve it with a big ass kicking at Lambeau Field on Sunday. So on Monday, then I'll be resolved, right? But going into it, when you've lived through this countless times, it's hard to just, wave the magic wand and just say, oh, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. When this team's lost so many consecutive games and we've seen the heartbreak over and over and over again.
You think they're due for one? You think they're due for a dub?
It's tough. Maybe. I don't know.
They don't have a pass catcher as good as their 3 best pass catchers from 2016.
That's very true.
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is heading for any sort of a revival. I think it would be, the running game getting the best of you.
Do you worry about Mike McCarthy trying to do too much in this game? The Packers are a little down, but you may, when sometimes when you want something so badly that you
just go in turbo mode all the time.
Well, you overthink it. Your decision making becomes a little clouded.
I just don't know what that would mean he would try to execute. It seems like the game plan is so good. You would have to be a complete idiot to go away from what's been working.
Yeah, no. What if he?
I won't put it past him.
Then manipulated the game differently. Okay, now we're going to go for it on our own end of the field. Like we're playing Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I could see him messing up game management.
Over aggressive.
Like the adrenaline's too charging him up.
That's what I'm saying.
I could see that.
All of a sudden,
he overthinks.
Well, Zach and I are in this mode right now where we're both feeling like that Aaron Rodgers is still MVP Aaron Rodgers. Right?
Yeah.
And maybe Mike McCarthy thinks the same thing. That listen, it's like LSU playing Alabama last week. Brian Kelly going for 2. I'm thinking, man, please don't do that.
Yeah.
But then again, you only have one chance to beat Alabama.
Yeah.
I got to take this. And I wonder if Mike McCarthy is thinking that, we all see what Aaron Rodgers, what's happening to him, but we also understand that he's capable of being the league MVP.
Can't rule it out, when revenge and personal feelings is on the line. The guy got you fired. You're moved to tears when you talk about Green Bay.
He ran your family out of town.
He
kind
did.
Of thing?
He did. Yeah, that was your kid's childhood home. And you uprooted them right in the middle of their childhood, for crying out loud. I would feel pissed about this, but I do think any bad idea Mike McCarthy has about how to stop Aaron Rodgers, Dan Quinn will stop in its tracks.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
That's what I believe too.
Yeah. And the Packers are pretty banged up. Now, the other thing would be the run defense. Cowboys need to make sure that they come and they bring their A game. Packers are averaging just under 5 yards a carry. If there's one thing this offense does well, it's run the football.
Yeah.
You got Jonathan Hankins back. You're going to have a lot on the rookie Damone Clark's plate.
Yeah.
Anthony Barr's probably not going to be playing.
Right.
Damone Clark, insert him. And Brian, I think we're excited about what he can do.
Absolutely.
So the run defense is going to need to have a good game. If they play well, like we talked about in the previous segment, I like the Cowboys' chances a lot. I know we talk about Aaron Rodgers, but that's really been the one thing that this offense has been able to rely on is running the football, and that's been the one thing that we've been concerned about the Cowboys' defense is getting run on. So that would be number 2.
Yeah, I think so. And the Cowboys are a team that brings that safety into the box quite often. So if they still can't stop the run today, then I think you have to, begin to acknowledge that you're going to have to make this run through the playoffs without really getting a handle on it.
Sure.
Coming out of the bye, you've been challenged. You have Hankins. You know what time it is. It's not a mobile quarterback. He's not. If this team runs all over your ass, you're just going to have to win in spite of it in January.
Number 3 would be Dak needs to continue his trajectory of playing good football. Got the team into the end zone on 6 drives. converting 9 of 11 first downs in the game against Chicago. He was really good. How do we feel about Dak heading into this one? I think we're confident about Dak Prescott right now and what we've seen him and the progression and steps that he's taken from Detroit in his first game back to Chicago. And now you've got a wounded Packers defense. No Rashawn Gary, their best pass rusher, and their best corner, Eric Stokes, is now out for the year.
This is Dak's first road game this year, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It is his first road game, and it's in the cold. So there are some questions to be answered a little bit because Dak hasn't necessarily played his best football on the road in cold weather games.
What you need to worry about was what Dak said yesterday. We talked about it on our show when we broke down the Packers a little bit, is you get this, and he mentioned, he said, this team is really good defensively of disguising between man and zone. And you have to be able to determine which one it is. Because all of a sudden, you get Alexander drops his guy out of a zone to go pick up another guy, and you think you got that throw, and you just make the throw. Dak has got to be very mindful in this game of where these defenders are. Don't just throw it to a spot thinking you're clear. Make sure that you identify, hey, this is a man defense we're playing against, this is a zone defense, because that's what Alexander will do. He'll drop his coverage to go take somebody else if you feel like that's where the quarterback's going.
One of the questions that I wanted to ask you, Brian, when you were watching Green Bay, do you like the matchups for the Cowboys tight ends against these linebackers?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Quay Walker.
I think so, because to me, everybody in this league has figured out how to take tight ends and do the waggles and the boots and get guys open. Everybody's kind of figured that out. It's the stuff that's going down the field that teams are having to deal with a little bit more. And, that's kind of what we're seeing, with the Cowboys. It's, there's some downfield throws to these tight ends, but most of it is the boots and the waggles and things like that.
I don't think Dak's going to have a big game tomorrow. I think the Packers' pass defense is average. You combine an average NFL-capable pass defense with the clog and cover, with the double team everybody approach that teams are taking so often against the Cowboys. And maybe not double teaming everybody, but damn close to it. I just don't think Dak's going to throw for much more than 220 yards in games like this.
Yeah.
You just don't want him to make mistakes. And if you do get a little bit of man coverage, you hit him with a couple of play action over the top skis, and you win comfortably. But I don't think it's a huge game from Dak.
Number 4 would be Kellen Moore. Has to stay on top of his game too. And what does he do in this one with the scripted plays? I think Kellen's done a nice job early in games to get Dak in a rhythm.
Really good against the Bears.
But he's also done a really nice job, especially without having Noah Brown, and he should be good to go, maybe having him back, but utilizing just 2 wide receivers, but then also getting the most out of these tight ends. Dalton Schultz, even though banged up, still giving you production. Jake Ferguson, he's dealing with an illness. Hopefully he's good to go. Peyton Hendershot. But we'll see how Kellen Moore does on the road at Lambeau. Can he keep this offense rolling and have success? We'll see how Kellen fares.
Bye week, new wrinkles coming in as well.
Maybe you see a little bit more Kevontae Turpin.
That's my hope. That they sat down for those 4 days and kind of figured out, okay, now it's time to break out the Turpin packages or the Pollard packages or whatever you need.
And if Zeke's not going to play, do we see more CD Lamb in the backfield with the 3 tight end that they busted out on like Chicago?
There we go. Yeah.
So
exciting.
There are some fun things that I'm looking forward to on both sides of the ball, because I'm sure Dan Quinn's got a whole litany of things he's ready to throw at people as well that he's been keeping in his pocket.
I love the deception out of heavy personnel. It's something I've wanted more from Kellen Moore over the years, and I think we're getting more of that now. So, yeah, I hope we see more Shanahan-esque, fancy runs to really tear him up and embarrass him. I think there's a big opportunity he could do that on the ground this week.
Those inside tosses, he did it a little bit early on in the Cooper Rush stuff, and we were like, whoa, we haven't seen that, where they pitch the ball, but it's just going right into the interior of the offensive line.
But I also
think you see the Packers do it with Aaron Jones, if I'm not mistaken.
That's their best play.
But Shanahan and these guys do it a ton, and I would love to see a little more of that.
All right, here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. As Stephen Jones joins us now. And a good evening, Stephen. How you doing? I guess it's an afternoon. It's just getting dark out early these days. Stephen Jones with us. Hey, good evening. Good afternoon. Yes, sir. We got you now. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing outstanding, man. It's a football Friday and the Cowboys are winning. I don't think it gets much better than this. How about you?
I don't disagree. I think it's our team's really setting up nice here. We had the bye week. We got really got some people healthy and making progress, and so anyway, we're thinking as good a place as we could hope to be at this time, especially after that first game. And as we look forward to Green Bay, we probably got a bear in a corner ready to come out of there with Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. But it'll be it's a great place to play football at Lambeau. What a great history with the game of football. It'll just be great going up there. Obviously, Mike's homecoming on his birthday week, so a lot of good things going on.
Steven, is there a player other than Aaron Rodgers that's caused your family more heartache?
No, I think he'd be right there at the top. I guess maybe Tom Brady. Okay. But the Rodgers games were obviously probably I don't think we've beaten Brady yet, but the Rodgers games were obviously tough ones because it eliminated us, a couple of them in the playoffs. So, he's just, one of the best to ever play the game and, just a great football player. And certainly, at some point here they're going to make their run. And, we just got to get in there and, take advantage of having an extra week to get people healthy. And we got to play our best football if we're going to go up to Lambeau and get a win.
Steven, Jerry and the rest of your players have not been shy in terms of recruiting Odell Beckham Jr. Are you in line with them? What do you think about adding OBJ to your roster?
Well, as I've always said, player acquisitions 365 days a year. I think it's rare that you see a talent like OBJ out here this time of year as a free agent. The reason you can't talk openly most of the time is it usually has to do with the trade, and of course that's tampering, so you can't openly talk about players. But certainly OBJ's free to do and go where he wants to go. And, we like our football team. We think, hard not to imagine a healthy OBJ, couldn't really help us out. And he did that for the Rams last year. Obviously, if you watch the first quarter and a half of that Super Bowl, OBJ may have been on his way to being the MVP. So, he's certainly a top-end football player. Obviously, he's coming off an injury, so that'll be, part of the process. But, we, as everybody said, from Jerry on down, there's certainly interest in that.
When's the next part of the process start? Do you think he's ready to come in and take a physical anytime soon?
I think he's working to get there. I don't know that he's, it's right now, but I think in the next couple of weeks, certainly he may be ready to take a look at it.
So with a guy coming off an ACL at 30, he already had an ACL before early in his career. Would this be a prove-it, rent-a-player type of situation, or do you think he's in line for a multi-year deal because of his resume?
Yeah, that'd be unfair to get into his business and how that's going to work out. So we'll just have to work through that. I don't think it's proceeded with any team in terms of what the business may look like. But certainly we'll roll up our sleeves and get in there and see, what that's going to be like.
Are you and Jerry at each other like it's been told the Dion decision brought you guys nose to nose back in the day?
I think there's only been one of those, and that may have been a little miscommunication. So
okay,
we communicate really well these days, and I think everybody will be on the same page.
Do you kind of pinch yourself a little bit, Steven, saying, wow, we're in November, we got a hell of a shot to do something special this year, and there's a talent like that out there and available?
Well, I mean, like I said, it's rare that you have a total free agent out there this time of year. I mean, usually these, guy with a resume, as you said, like OBJ, it's rare that you see a player like that out there. Now, it's for obvious reasons, which are real, which he's coming off a significant ACL injury. So, those will all be, measured as we move forward and see how this might work.
Does this feel similar to the Dion move in the 90s that was able to put you back in the Super Bowl and get that third out of 4 years where the NFC is so wide open that this is a move that could maybe put you over the top in the NFC?
they're different in the fact that Dion was in the off season. I mean, we were, negotiating the deal with with him. That was, it was going to be a long-term deal. He was a player, that was in his prime in terms of his age and that type of thing, and he was healthy. So, that was something that was different than this situation where you got OBJ, who's obviously an amazing talent with an amazing resume, but certainly coming off an injury and, not quite ready to go yet. And so they're different, but I can see where, anytime you get to add a player with a resume like these type of players, then it's certainly something you got to take a long, hard look at.
Stephen, we're seeing reports and pictures of Tyron Smith starting to work his way back and probably a couple of weeks away. Have there been some discussions about when he becomes available, how you might proceed, or is it one of those things it's like you said, we're just going to wait and give it a couple of weeks and then we'll make that decision when we get there?
That's it. I mean, I'm sure, don't get me wrong, I'm sure Mike and the offensive staff, have gone through that and, are talking about it. But at the same time, our focus right now, our bigger focus is to beat the Packers. That's one of the exciting things about this football team is we do have players who are on, injured reserve that can return, like a Tyron Smith, that excites you about your depth and excites you about what a player like a Tyron Smith could bring to the equation. I mean, he's obviously, when he's healthy, one of the best, if not the best, left tackle in the league. So, it does excite you about the future of this football team.
Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, different topic. How do you approach this trend here? Teams are running more than they have in 35 years, and they're having more success than in almost any season ever when it comes to yards per attempt. Stephen, how much is offensive football changing here, and when did this start?
Well, I think it's a complementary football. As Mike uses the term all the time, and you look at some of these teams, and they do have the better running teams have really strong defenses and are committed to the run. And the offense and defense complement one another, which is positive. But the other thing I would say, I think really, if you look at some of the teams that really do it well, they have very athletic quarterbacks, and when you have to count for all 11 on the field, it makes it a lot more difficult than defense used to be when, pretty much all the quarterbacks in the league were more, pocket passer types, and you didn't have to account for them as a runner. Now with, the game evolving, you're seeing these great athletes that can, run the ball, run it well, and do it consistently. Certainly we played against one of those guys, who gave us fits the other day with the Bears in Fields. And, they're one of the top running teams in the league. And, the reason I think the attempts the yards per attempt are up is because you do got to count for, the quarterback as a runner, and that's a challenge.
Certainly have another challenge this Sunday with a good running team in Green Bay. It was good to see big Jonathan Hankins against the Bears. The trade that you made there should see Damone Clark, the rookie. How confident are you that this run defense will get better the second half of the season?
I'm confident. I think we got one of the best in the business in Dan Quinn as our coordinator. He certainly understands, with the pass rush that we have. I think we're number one in sacks right now. That we're going to. To negate that rush, people are going to want to run the football. And we've got to continue to, have our gap integrity, to, be disciplined on the defensive side of the ball and not just be thinking about getting the pressure and getting the sack. As a lot of our guys, as you see, when the lights come on, these guys are coming. And so some of that will, just being more disciplined. But I do think Dan will get this done and get it ingrained in him, and I think we'll continue to improve.
How confident are you that Zeke should play?
I think that's to be determined. Certainly we're working with him this week. He's been out at practice. At the same time, we've got to protect Zeke from Zeke. I mean, he's a fierce competitor. He wants to be out there for his team. But we also, want to do what's in his best interest in terms of, him being able to play, for the full season here and not have a setback. So we'll just measure that. We'll see how he, more than likely be a game time type decision, and we'll see where we go.
What do you hear from the league about Micah Parsons being held all the time?
I think a lot of it, there's so much attention on Micah, not only the opposing team's offense, but our fans. I mean, I catch myself just wanting to watch Micah on every play. And certainly he's one of those players that causes that kind of attention. And when you focus on one guy, you see, all the ways they're trying to protect their quarterback and, do things to negate his productivity. So, in general, I think our officials do a great job. It's a very difficult job in terms of what they're asked to do, but I think in general they do it well, and certainly they try to be consistent. So, that is what it is in terms of, when you got a great player like a Parsons, people are going to focus on it, and they're going to see every little detail of what's going on out there.
So that dynamic wasn't the inspiration for Jerry's Halloween costume?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. All right.
I know Jerry was on that competition committee, and well, I tell you what, when you serve on a committee like that, you understand and you have even more respect for our officials and, what their job is and how difficult it is, and my hat's off to them. I mean, in general, they do a great job.
Well, Stephen, like you and other Cowboy fans, I wake up in a night sweat as well anytime we got to play Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. But this rivalry is so nostalgic. How unique is it anytime you get to go up to Lambeau and renew this rivalry between the Cowboys and Packers?
Well, I mean, it's just amazing to go up there. I mean, it just exudes what our game's all about. I mean, you go back to the Lombardi days and all the Hall of Fame great players that played in that era. And then, of course, they've continued, to put out Hall of Fame type players with Favre and Rodgers, Reggie White, all the great players, all the great coaches. And then, to go to Lambeau Field, it doesn't get any better than that. I'm so looking forward to it, in terms of, just feeling what football is all about. But at the same time, as you said, waking up in some night sweats, worrying about what kind of game Aaron Rodgers is going to have.
Now, Jerry's talked quite a bit this week about watching a lot of football over the bye week, and I'm curious, how do the Joneses take in a football Sunday without the Cowboys? Are you guys? Is there a bunch of screens going down? Are you old school like Broadus where you can't watch the red zone? Because I'm hopeful that the Joneses are sitting there with Scott Hansen and soaking in all the red zone action.
Well, I find myself usually picking a game, one that's, either going to be a team that we're going to be playing or that certainly affects, our season. But I really enjoy watching games on Sunday. Certainly we play in one time frame, and we're always finding ourselves watching, whatever game, if it's an early game, trying to catch those, if you're at 3 or and then catch the night game as well. But it's always interesting to watch those games, but usually not a multiple screen guy either. I may turn the channel back and forth on 2 games, but don't necessarily go for the multi-screen game.
I get it. Final question, just out of curiosity, is Odell the only free agent veteran out there that you guys are looking at?
We're always, we're filling practice squad spots, looking for opportunities there, maybe to get some looks at some players. But, in terms of that caliber of a player being available, he'd be the only one.
Got it. Thank you so much. Give him hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks, guys. Always great to be on with you.
Salute. Stephen Jones with you every Friday about 3 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Wow, covered a lot of ground. And maybe saying more what your guy was saying, that it's still left to be determined on Ezekiel Elliott playing.
Yeah, I would just keep an eye on that one. I think Stevens is steering you the right way on that. It just was getting the vibe that he practiced well but there's still some hurdles that they have to cross there. But we'll see what happens on Sunday when they go out there and warm up again.
Did I ask him an unfair question? We'll answer that, plus other things to watch for Packers and Cowboys. That's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs.
system. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Thanks to Stephen Jones for being on with us. 817, let's be honest, OBJ is one minor setback away from not playing at all this season. Stephen isn't signing up for that. I do think they would be very careful. You know, I asked him, is it a multi-year deal or a one-year prove-it deal? And, you know, he said, well, I don't know. I don't want to get in his business, but I thought it was an unfair answer from Steven. I asked him about their approach, not Odell Beckham Jr. and what he's asking for. I just think he wanted to avoid that question because it would have been a negotiation stuff. But segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Also asked him if Odell's the only free agent they're looking for. You do have Gronk. You do have Ndamukong Suh. You have the poster for CTE awareness, Antonio Brown, as well out there. But I was fully convinced that Odell is the only player they're looking at. I guess I would like to know they're looking at Suh, but I don't think Suh's interested in playing for a discount. He's like, yeah, I'll take about $800,000 per game, about $10 million a year. That's what he's been getting over the last couple years, and I don't think he should come down from that. What else did we learn? He continues to bring up Tyron Smith a lot. I just think there's no way how much these guys talk about Tyron's return that he doesn't come back and start at left tackle, Brian.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're starting to see him, and usually things will take care of himself because I believe the Odell Beckham signing and James Washington are connected. If they get Odell, I think they keep slow playing James Washington. If they don't get Odell, then we're going to see James Washington a lot faster than, we're going to see him. He's going to be the wide receiver answer that you get. Now, usually things take care of itself in football. 3 weeks from now, you could have injuries and stuff like that. And all of a sudden it's like,
or you might be real deep.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's going to be a fascinating.
Do you not think they'd want all four of those guys at the same time healthy?
The offensive linemen?
Washington, OBJ, Gallup, and Lamb.
I don't think
that'd be exciting.
Yeah, I don't think they want to I don't think James Washington plays special teams.
Oh, that's the issue.
That's the issue.
Okay.
Then so you would have to sacrifice Turpin or maybe Noah Brown.
Oh.
Or maybe even Tolbert. Tolbert's at least playing special teams for you.
Yeah.
But James Washington plays none. So I think it's a switch off there.
Okay.
There.
All right, that is interesting information to have for sure. Any other takeaways, guys? Okay.
Well, he was open to OBJ, right? He didn't, that's not another Cowboy that shut it down, right? He was interested. So that to me is room for optimism.
More momentum probably on the store in the next couple of weeks is the expectation.
Yeah, I would guess. It seems like it's early December, late November when a deal could come to terms, but I'm starting to feel like, they almost have to do this. They're talking about it so much, man. They're going to look like the fans. It is going to be.
They're the only team that's recruiting hard.
Big time uproar if they don't end up getting them because they are not shying away from it at all.
Well, just don't be surprised, fans, if you find out they offered league minimum and Odell Beckham goes for $1 million a game.
It'll be the biggest blue ball in Cowboy history over the last at least half decade.
For sure. Okay, what's the number one thing we want to see against the Packers? I'm going to say complete dominance in the run game. I'm hoping this run game can take another step, and maybe Tony Pollard being a big part of it can really get you more man looks in the defensive backfield. I think that is a realistic thing to hope for in the second half of the season. It's got to start against the Packers.
I'm Team Malik Davis. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
It's a 1-2 punch, but the 1-2 punch is Pollard and Davis.
Mad Dog.
Malik Davis is your future.
Now, I think the run defense is going to come to play. It's going to be they're going to be feeling fresh and healthy off the bye week. They just saw the most daunting rushing attack in the sport with Justin Fields and company versus the Bears. Jonathan Hankins, you saw the difference he was able to make when he was on the field, and they're not going to have to deal with near as many attempts. So Hankins will be on the field for majority of the rushing attempts, and I think you're going to see him play really, really well against them.
I'm also excited to see what Damone Clark can do. Similar to Deron Bland, I think his first game action, he's kind of getting a feel for the speed of the NFL, and you saw Deron Bland really pick it up late in that Washington game, and he's really He's playing better and better. I think you'll see Damone Clark play a much better game against Green Bay, and I think he's going to be better than Anthony Barr's been against the run. Barr's kind of been an issue in that regard.
Yeah, the thing about this run defense thing, and you talking to people in Green Bay, they're like, listen, we know we need to run the ball. We know that, and there's times that we have success doing it, and we still don't do it. And I maybe I'm gullible to believe that the Packers are going to look at the Cowboys and say, listen, we don't want to deal with their pass rush.
Yeah.
We don't have wide receivers that can get open against these corners.
Doesn't take a genius to see that.
But every time that seems logical, the Packers don't feel that way. They're waiting for that day where they just say, you know what? This is not a good team when it comes to defending the run. I'm not just talking about the Cowboys, but they're yet to see that game where it's like, take advantage of somebody being bad at something.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that.
That's what you should do. That's your only opportunity to win in the NFL. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
Biggest sell, biggest dub. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? Text them on in, 877-881-1053. That's next.
All right, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, though, because this is where to go to get your edge back. It's worked for me big time. You kidding me? I got the 11-year-old I'm running behind and a 1-year-old baby trying to
Michael Irvin. Oh, not to mention our Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus and insider Bobby Belt. Our competitors listen for the latest news, and so should you. The place to be for Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. 5 new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Okay, our G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge is coming up at 4 o'clock. Sparky is out. I just ran a test at the break. I had flashbacks from the electrical fence behind our house as a kid.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a big cattle ranch back there, and they'd buzz the cows every now and then. Me and my brother go out there and touch it just for giggles. It is not weak. And I had it down low. I had it down like on the lowest setting. Here's Chiafalo with your biggest L, biggest dub.
Oh, when you said you had it down low, I thought you meant you had Sparky down on the lower extremity of your body just to flex on all of us that you can handle pain better than the average man.
Like a big L.
I'm no monk.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? It is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
678 bought a PS5 and the new God War. Dub City over here. Is it God of War?
God of War?
God of War.
Is that a game?
He forgot the
Man,
it's all right.
gravy, baby. Yeah.
The God and the War were the most important part of that.
Now, if it was you, they'd be like, oh, you forgot the of. Oh, you forgot the of. Oh. Fan section to be lit up.
Yeah. They sit around and wait for those
God,
moments.
you forgot, bro. What a broadcaster you are.
Can't say specificity.
Lucius just spoke for all of us.
Specificity.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, he did. Thank you, Lucius. Appreciate that. Big dub for actually myself and Lucius today. I believe Joey gets a dub here. I believe Carter also gets a dub because Brian Broaddus did the Friday lunch staple. And today he unveiled the new chili cheeseburger from Whataburger.
Oh.
And I got to be honest.
Man, I saw you stacking that dub. That was glorious.
That thing kicks a ton of ass. I've been
delicious.
waiting on it. They got the Fritos. Tell me, was the Fritos the MVP for you as well,
it was fire.
Lucius?
It was hella fire.
Dang, bro.
Burger was good all the way around. The Fritos and the chili was just like a plus.
You put the
That was
Fritos
the first
on the
time I ever
burger?
had a chili burger too, by the way.
Fritos going on the burger?
Yeah.
It's basically a Frito pie burger.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Really good.
I know.
Tastes like a damn Coney burger. It's so damn good.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of fast food burgers. I got to admit.
Oh,
Especially when you have to sit somewhere for 5 hours. You can't I feel you, dog.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I was clenching a few minutes ago, but it has subsided. So I'm hopeful that I can get through the 5-hour broadcast.
I thought that's where you just went.
Unscathed. No, that was just another coffee run, which is not necessarily conducive to the chili cheeseburger sitting in the guts right now. But big dub, thank you, Broaddus. That was delicious, outstanding, and I can assure you, next time I go to Whataburger, I will dial up the chili cheeseburger once again. I'm telling you, the Fritos, hidden gem there. I hope, Walchuk, by the time you get off soda, the chili cheeseburger is still floating around the Whataburger menus there, because you, sir, need to get your mouth on
Did they
that.
not make it a permanent menu item? Because they put the chili cheese fries.
I think
on,
it's a
didn't they?
limited time.
It's
kind
still
of
a limited
thing.
time deal.
Yeah.
Well,
There's some stores that don't do this. I had to drive to a couple different stores.
Really?
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you're a sweetheart, Broaddus. Thank you, brother.
Or he's a jolly good fellow. Hey, I got a dub.
Hit me.
Tim in Carthage, bro.
Yes.
My man hooked me up with a gang of barbecue right here.
Oh, Timmy.
Just in time for the weekend when I'm not doing anything but watching games and watching movies and TV shows.
Nice, bro.
I'm locked in. I appreciate you, Tim.
MVP.
Hoorah, Navy.
out there.
Total of the week.
And shout out to all the veterans out there. What up, though?
Absolutely.
Especially
Amen
my
to that.
mailman. He's a veteran, too. He sent me a text this morning.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear Tim on what you drinking and what you thinking later on today.
Absolutely.
Hear the Nolan Ryan impersonation. 469 biggest L.
Brian.
469's biggest L is that they had a tournament starting tomorrow and it got canceled because of weather. This is courtesy of Sebastian, the 12-year-old Tolo.
Oh, he wanted to play. My bad. I thought that was the parent.
That's an L for him.
No, that's an L. It's L for Sebastian because that dude's got a competitive warrior spirit, and he was looking forward to dominating some people all weekend long. Now he's not going to get that opportunity.
It's like 3 weekends in a row now.
Yeah, that does suck, man. I'll never forget being a kid and showing up to the fields, and like for some reason, my parents' phone number was not on the call log to let people know that there's a rain out. And my dad was like, "No, I didn't get the call. We're playing." I'm like, "It is lightning outside, but whatever. I'm down to go play." We show up to the field and no one's there. It was like it was, and it happened on more than one occasion, Lucius. I'm dead serious. Felt like once a year throughout my football playing days of elementary school, I would show up because my dad's like, "No, I didn't get the call. We're playing. We're not going to sit and watch the rain fall from inside and not go tackle some people." And then you show up to the field, and I'm like, "Here we are,
but
Dad."
they made sure that you knew you had to bring the drinks that week, though, right?
Yeah.
They let you
got
know
a
that.
cooler full of goods.
You had your extra bands on.
Yeah, man.
Shined up. You ready to play?
Really was.
Yeah, I feel you, dog.
Those are big L's for me. So I feel you, Sebastian, 100%. How about the 6'8" got divorced earlier this year? Never thought he'd recover. Met an absolutely beautiful woman this month, and we are hitting it off, he says. Life is looking up. My heart is full. Big W. Love you, Colo.
Yes.
Hell yeah, 6'8".
Hell yeah.
He's thriving.
He is, man.
For now.
Damn, Dawson, come on, bro. Let this man have a Friday.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, for now, buddy.
Just don't rush back into another marriage.
We look forward to that L text.
Thanks for doing what I was thinking there, Gavin.
Yeah, she's on the boards right now, getting those rebounds.
Enjoy.
They got a Dennis Rodman right there. Oh, man. We got a 469 running a 5K tomorrow morning, 40 degrees. That's a big L.
That is a big L.
Wow, they're not canceling the 5K?
No, that's not a big L. That's a dub. I think
Okay.
the cooler the weather, the better to run.
Agreed.
Isn't there a limit on that?
No. I've run in 20s.
For
before.
what?
No, seriously, that you do
Keeps your body cool.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to get out there. I finished the Phoenix Marathon in 80 degrees, and it was brutal. That was brutal on your body. But no, the colder the weather, the better it is to run. In my opinion.
See that.
Nice. Okay, well then maybe that actually ends up being a dub for you, 469.
Be fine.
Courtesy of Broadus right there.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
817, my son is in kindergarten, started writing his name for the first time ever this week. Huge dub. Nice, dude. That's always fun. 806.
Big old fat pencils.
Yeah, dude.
Wait till they forge your name on
their tongue hanging out the side of their mouth.
Yeah, I've done that. I was like third grade, forged my mom name on that report card. Of course, she always writes it like this.
Yeah.
She prints it on the line.
Yeah, I had a teacher that was so proud to out me on a forging of a signature. I don't even think it was an important signature.
How'd
It
she know?
wasn't like a report card where I failed the class and it's like, make sure your mom sees this.
Yeah.
It's a field
How'd
trip
she
you wanted to
know?
go on.
Yeah, it's probably a field trip. It was something stupid.
Going to the zoo.
But how did she know? Apparently, this lady, and shout out to Miss Monk, who I assume to be still a big time Tolo.
Still snitching.
She is probably still snitching, and she is brilliant. It's like seeing me forging my mom's signature was probably not hard for her to tell. I was in like 6th grade. But this is the lady who claims and proved it on multiple occasions. She could open a random book, put her index finger in the middle of a random page, just slide it down, and close the book and tell you what was on the page. She was one of those. So like she was next level.
Is that photographic?
I guess that is photographic memory.
Photogenic is a person that likes to take pictures. I said that.
Person that looks great in photos is photogenic.
I don't know that would be an adjective to describe.
Yeah, Gil Brandt's photogenic, and I'm like, they're like, no, he got a photographic memory. I'm like, oh. Photogenic means you're like, that's weed. That's weed. Yeah, exactly.
Miss Monk wasn't attractive.
Okay, settle down over there, Walchuk. We gotta move right past that one.
Well, I think the 469 is getting a dub. My wife got the biggest dub. She is a winner because this dude got the men's tee shot. They're having a great weekend.
Oh, nice.
Good for them.
Yes, he finally listened to Dawson and went over to the men's tee and got that superpower boost.
Getting it done.
She's been making mad sandwiches all weekend.
Put the mayonnaise on it.
Run out of bread, baby.
Oh, that is really, really good. Here we go. 469 Biggest L booked a campsite in Cedar Hill 3 weeks ago for tomorrow, and it's going to be freezing. Seemed like every time I went camping with the family, too, it was a pretty chilly, frigid time.
Yeah,
Campers?
lots of propane.
Are we
I love
campers in the
camping.
G-Bag
Yep,
Nation?
yep,
Yes,
love it.
yes.
Any excuse for a fire
Mobile
pit.
home.
Yes.
Yeah, man, you got to have a mobile home if you're going to camp.
That's called glamping, by the way.
Yeah.
First time I went camping, my father took a whole lot of us out there, and it was like, the thing was, we're not going to bring any food. We're going to catch our own food.
Yeah, whatever.
Boy, that day number 2, that last, we were starving.
Very
fam.
resourceful.
We was going over there to your campsite, like, what y'all got? Y'all starving. Y'all got beans or something?
All of a sudden, the people started looking real good.
Anything.
Thank you, Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub every Friday, 3:40. Our G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenges will begin. 2 of us are going to answer 5 questions on Cowboys Packers. The winner is going to win immunity in the G-Bag Survivor pool. Avoid a bet payoff. The losers will be shocked repeatedly, and that is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Absolute Beauty Solutions. I'm feeling good myself. You know, I'm not my leanest I've ever been. I'm not my lightest I've ever been either. And in Chiafalo's hands is Sparky, the shock therapy unit, and he is currently testing it out on Wolchuk. Okay. Yeah, your mic is off, sir. Okay. In Eric Chiafalo's pocket is an envelope. Cowboys trivia pack. There is a collection of 5 questions inside that envelope. I'm not sure which one it is. But he's going to ask Wolchuk the questions.
So we need to go 5 for 5? Is this how this goes?
No. If you win, okay, you will get immunity for your next bet payoff.
Okay.
If there is a tie, there will be a tiebreaker for predicting the score and total of the Cowboys game correctly.
Right.
But if you get all 5 right, you're going to guarantee that at least you're in the tiebreaker playoff scenario.
Okay.
Okay, but it's best of 5. We'll do Broadus next. So Wolchuk and Broadus will play this G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge in this segment. Then coming up at 5 o'clock.
Does it smell?
It smells like burning skin.
It'll be Chiafalo and I's turn.
It might be the hair on the back of my back, on the back of my neck.
Oh,
you guys smell that?
That one's peeling off. Make sure that one's nice and snug on there.
I think that's just that chili burger coming back, brother.
It's okay. Okay.
Oh no,
God,
Eric,
it smelled
you're
like
right behind
burning
me.
skin.
Did you say it smelled like death a little bit? Yeah, it is burning a little bit. I'll be honest.
Okay.
Smells like bad decisions, doesn't it?
It was a great decision. It was.
It is a football
Smells
Friday.
like regret.
We do have Bobby Belt coming up at 4:40. Okay, and he's a Cowboys insider. He'll tell us the very latest on Odell Beckham Jr. and Ezekiel Elliott's availability. And the truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. All right, Chiafalo, let's see what we have here with these trivia questions.
These things are like legit sealed. This feels like it's been super official.
I should not have gone first.
We have the Roger Goodell stamp on these as well.
Yeah, I think the boss was worried that
the commish got on
that we try to open these up and.
No, he said don't come up here after hours.
Brian and Dawson shouldn't do this one since they're crusties. Yeah, we should perhaps have a cardiac unit on standby or something like that. But you know what? We're willing to risk it for the entertainment.
This thing feels strange.
Thanks, 469.
All right, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck.
Don't ask me anything.
Are you ready?
I guess.
Is your body ready?
No.
That's actually apropos for this. This is a legit question. Is your body ready for the show?
Yeah, my body's ready for it.
Gladiators, are you ready?
It's a typical Saturday night for me.
The shock pads are affixed to Wolchuk's neck, which is impressive. They're holding up with all that hair he's got back there extended from his back.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
But we're streaming this. Yes, we are.
Yeah, you can watch it at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Here we go.
All right, question number 1 for the Wooly Bully. This Packers tight end tiptoed a catch from Aaron Rodgers to knock the Cowboys out of the playoffs in 2017.
Cooks.
No.
I think that's it.
That is incorrect.
It is the correct answer would have been Jared Cook with no S.
Yeah.
He went Cooks. That could have been Brandon Cooks. That could have been Supreme Cooks in college basketball that we talked about last night. So I guess that means Sparky's going to be activated.
That is ridiculous.
All right, I got to look over exactly what you're doing, Chiafalo, to get this thing to fire. Yeah, I got to make sure this. Because I don't want to.
Yeah. All right, that is really zooming.
What was that level
we
right there?
We are zooming
what
right
level
now.
was that?
That was only level 5.
Now I'm
Whoa, how many levels are there?
I'm making sure I get all the bleeping names right now.
Oh, no.
I'm not adding this to a damn thing. This is not the East Coast.
No.
Cooks.
I knew who he was. I knew who he was.
You've had nightmares about Jared Cook.
I've literally tried to block that play out. Mercedes
right.
Lewis is now wearing his number 89. It was right in front of bleeping Byron Jones.
He limped in with Cooks.
You've suppressed the memory successfully, Wolchuk. That's the good news.
I got that.
The bad news is you got 4 more questions.
Bleep yourselves.
And you're not on top of your trivia game.
That was level 5?
That was a correct.
Yeah, his face was not. That was not good.
Yeah, no, that was not good.
Wasn't
and
great.
obviously, with each missed question,
it's
we
a
take
level
it
up?
up another level.
Right? Yeah,
we'll go from 5 to 6.
How did you make that happen? Because I wasn't sure what I did at
Yeah,
that break
it's
to
the
make
right
it happen.
side.
Okay, it's the right
There's
side.
the dial up.
You're dialing
Yeah.
those.
Yeah.
Should I stand for this?
I don't know. It brought you out of your chair that first time. You got some hang time there. That was impressive. Now this is tough. Like the first one was a no-brainer for me. This next one, this is Trick Question City, and here we go. Question number 2 for the Wooly Bully.
Oh, I hate this.
Packers Trivia Sparky Edition. Lambeau Field is in what specific city? of Wisconsin?
Green Bay.
No.
It's not?
No. It's De Pere.
Oh, I would never have known that. I would never have known that. Here we go, Spark! Oh, yeah. Did you move that up? I'm standing.
That went up to 6 on that
Oh,
one.
yeah, I can feel
That
it.
went
It
up to
moved up
6.
a little bit. It moved
I'm
up.
scared about what happens at 10.
They put it up to 10. I can take it.
Wolchuk is 0 for 2.
Holy
That was a hard question. That first one, though.
It's amazing we haven't heard that. They don't bring that up often.
I've never heard
They
that.
don't. No. they
Never
don't.
knew.
No.
Never knew.
De Pere, you said?
How far away is it from Green Bay?
Like Green Bay's really across the river.
Why aren't they the De Pere Packers?
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Some bull.
Yeah, it's not like Green Bay's a major
Same reason why we're not the Tarrant County Cowboys.
Thank you. I was just about to say. I mean,
Fair enough.
we're the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington.
At least
or
we
are in
started
Frisco?
here.
Yeah,
At least we
that's
started
fair.
here.
That's fair.
Yeah, we started here. Thank you.
Okay. Question number 3 for the Willy Bully Cowboys Packers trivia
Yeah,
Sparky
the problem
edition.
is how you explain things, Eric.
I don't know if you're listening. Next.
Yeah, you need to be quiet. You're misleading the witness.
Cowboys Packers 1967 NFL championship was nicknamed
the Ice Bowl.
Ding, ding, ding. You got one correct.
There you go.
1 for 3. Nice job, Wolchuk.
I'm really 2 for 3. You guys can go F yourselves.
Why, because Cooks?
Yeah.
You limped in.
S's matter, bro.
All right. Yes, they
Tell
do.
that to the Jersey Shore.
All right. Question number 4.
Burger for the
Willy
boys.
Bully. Who is the all-time Cowboys leader in sacks?
DeMarcus Ware.
Ding, ding, ding. He is on a heater, ladies and gentlemen.
2 for 4.
And he's like sweating. He's nervous. His sausage
I
fingers
am.
are like gyrating over there
I
because he's
am.
just like waiting to get
I'm
told
waiting to get
he's
zapped.
wrong.
Was level 6 bad? It looked bad.
It wasn't great, Brian. Like, I think
I
you might
keep
have a heart
looking at you,
attack.
and Gavin doesn't know how to work the equipment.
No, I don't.
You're gonna get
I was just
bleeped.
hitting buttons and
You
flipping
might want to have
things.
Carter do it for you.
Yeah. I'll take you to level 10, Broadus.
I know, right off the jump.
Boys and girls, final question for the Willy Bully. He is now 2 for 4.
Uh-huh.
Can he go above 500?
I'd like a redo.
What year was the last time the Cowboys beat the Green Bay Packers?
2016.
2016.
Wow. Okay, that's good
He
recovery.
nailed it, and now Wolchuk is out of the line of Sparky Fire.
Thank goodness. Can I get one more zap just for funsies?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
3 for
funsies.
5, just like high school.
Just to feel. I want 10. I want
Give
full.
me 10.
Oh! All right. We're good. Man, you can really feel that.
Yes.
That is powerful.
I think that's the level I got. It'll wake you up, man.
Oh,
It kind
man.
of seizes you.
Yeah, it does. seize you.
It does.
Locks you up
The
a
whole
little
body.
bit.
It's like a little bit of a tase, right?
Oh my
You've been
gosh.
tased before.
Yes, it tases
Yes.
you.
Don't
I've
tase
been
me, bro.
tased numerous times.
Ooh, should we put the tase me on the bed payoff list?
I think so.
I think we should. Now Wolchuk understands why HR would not allow him to put Sparky on his testicles.
I'm not putting that on my nuts.
Okay, I have envelope/envelope.
But I have to get the device, right?
Number 2.
I gotta get
Do you
the
want to
device.
operate this thing, Chiafala, for Broadus? Broadus,
Yeah.
would you be more comfortable with him operating than
That's
me?
whatever you want to do. That's fine with me. Yeah. No problem.
I think that would be in the best interest of
Science.
and science and safety. Really.
Yeah, science and safety.
That's what I'm more concerned with. Don't want to get fined and
What
thrown
are you
off the
doing?
air.
Should we put one of these on top of his dome?
No.
It'll stick.
Brain.
I don't know if there's
Oh,
enough.
the brain.
Not a good idea.
Yeah,
He doesn't have enough. He can't afford to lose any more cells. can he?
I like Brian. I
That's
don't
a
want
good
anything
point.
bad happening to him.
All right.
He's got limited electrical current up
Oh,
there as it
geez,
is.
that's right on the.
We don't
Oh
wanna
no,
overload
that's
him.
on. I could maybe die with that.
Well,
You
that's
think?
exactly where it
It's
was on me,
spinal.
buddy.
Okay.
Okay, is it
Well, hold on a second.
when senior citizens are involved? Do we have different ball placement with Sparky here?
I don't think you want it in the chest area.
Okay, we're not gonna put it on the chest.
Here we go.
Okay, are you strapped in? You got both Sparky pads are affixed here. It is the G-Bag Nation's
All right, Sparky pads are fixed.
Immunity Survivor Challenge. The winner of this will win immunity from a bet payoff in our weekly NFL Pick'em contest we've been doing all year.
Oh.
Question number 1 for the king of the crusties himself, Brian Broadus. What college did Tony Romo attend?
Eastern Illinois.
Talking about a guy that went to Eastern Illinois.
It's a gimme.
Yes, there's one for Broadus.
I got it.
Yeah, Jared Cook was a gimme.
I got the name right.
Question number 2 here. G-Bag Survivor. Prior to the Dez Cottet game in Lambeau, how many regular season games had the Cowboys lost on the road that year?
Three.
That is incorrect, sir. Even Lucius knew that.
What was it?
Because I got
jeez. How about a countdown? Oh, God.
How about a countdown?
What was that?
Yeah, that Zapple. You feel that zap, right?
Ride the lightning.
Oh, my right arm. What happened? I don't know.
It gets you a little bit.
Hey, as long as it's not your left arm, you're
there was
good.
no countdown.
Well, did you?
How
need
many
a
games did they
countdown?
lose? How many? I was thinking
It was 0.
It was 0. I thought they lost to the Giants.
You're 4-4 at home, 8-0 on the road that year.
Oh, prior to that, because I was thinking of the game that the last time they played there was it's 2004. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah. I lost track of the. I was thinking of the Wade Phillips cheers.
Yeah, I think you're filibustering right now.
No, I was thinking.
Time to go to break.
I'm just telling you right now that didn't feel good.
It doesn't feel great.
No.
Thinking.
All right, go ahead.
Question number 3 here. How many Pro Bowls did Byron Jones make as a Cowboy?
1.
That's correct, sir. Wattis is 2 for 3.
I was really hoping you'd zap him there.
He's going to zap me regardless, I think.
They couldn't figure out that Byron Jones was a good player till the end.
Yeah.
Made 1 Pro Bowl.
No, they finally moved
guys.
him to corner after screwing around at safety.
Like I said. Question number 4 here. Mike McCarthy has been a coach for how many teams? Any kind of coach.
We talked about NFL teams?
Yeah, any kind of teams. Any kind of NFL teams. Well, yeah. Any kind of coaching. Any kind of coaching in the NFL.
4.
That is incorrect, sir. What teams did you have?
I had Saints, 49ers, Packers,
Cowboys. Oh, you missed the Chiefs.
Oh!
He was in.
Damn.
Wow.
Oh,
That's an extended charge, Chief.
I don't think I can stay out of my right eye.
That's a significantly longer charge here than you were giving your guy Wooly Bowl.
He is.
I think we're playing favorites.
Yeah, right, we're playing favorites.
I was trying to. Gosh. Oh.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
All right. Yeah, I forgot the Chiefs. All right.
Next question. As Brian's 2 for 4, you need this one to tie Wolchuk.
I got you.
You're screwed.
Current Green Bay Packers running back Aaron Jones went to what college?
Oh, wow.
I would not know this.
I know it.
You are the draft man.
He looked at me. That's why I know he was struggling.
Draft
got the damn football answers,
Can I
bro.
steal?
No, I could have stole the.
You're asking
the
about a
pick.
1970s running back. You'd have known it already.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd have had it. Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones went to school at Nebraska.
That is incorrect, sir. It is the University of Texas, El Paso. Right the light, brought us.
Oh, jeez. Oh, whoa. Oh,
you okay?
No.
What level? No. What level was that?
Okay, it's over now, Chief.
We got up to 7.
Oh, that was only 7?
Oh
my! I'm a little nervous now. I got sweat under my pits there. I am. I'm thinking.
Oh.
Okay, so Chiafalo and I are going to take our turns.
I can't see out of my right eye. I don't
Coming
think so.
up
no more questions?
in the 5 o'clock segment.
That's
That's it. Wolchuk is in the lead with 3 correct answers to Brian's 2.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for Broadus, he will not be winning immunity in our G-Bag Survivor. Every Friday at 2:20, by the way, we pick a game, and you can only pick the same team once. You know the deal. But you're not out like you do for money. If you're wrong, you need to do a bet payoff in order to get back in, and it doesn't end until week 18. So this would be immunity from one incorrect pick that we are playing for. Coming up next, it's time for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 4:20. Zach Wolchuk, where are we going with that, sir?
Hold on a second. Where are we going with that?
Dude, the broadest vinegar stroke face was incredible.
Yeah, it was fantastic. We've got the greatest athletes that served in the U.S. military on Veterans Day next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to talk about D&M leasing. Thanks for watching and listening and reacting on the truckwreck.com fan text. The next two trivia contests are coming up at 5 o'clock. Chiafalo and I will face Sparky and 5 trivia questions about the Cowboys and Packers as we attempt to win immunity in our G-Bag Survivor. It's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again, and those trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now here he is, Zachary.
Thank you very much, General. We will get into the top 10 most notable professional athletes that served in the military in honor of Veterans Day, and thank you to those that have served. 877-881-1053 if you want to shout anybody out, or if you have a notable athlete that you'd like to text in, go ahead. 785 already said Teddy Williams, DiMaggio, Mays. There's a lot over the years that certainly have played, and we will get into that in just a moment. Did have some NFL news that I wanted to hit you with, and this was rather fascinating, as Jalen Hurts was on the New Heights podcast, which is with Travis Kelce and his brother Jason Kelce. And Jalen Hurts, of course, teammates with Jason. And he was talking about something that he hasn't spoken about before, and it was on draft day when he was selected by the Eagles. He was rather surprised to be taken by Filthy, and he suspected that it was not the Eagles, but another team that was calling to take him. And listen to this story and how different, if it had been another team that took him, maybe the trajectory of both these franchises could have been. Here's Jalen Hurts.
What did you think when you were drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles?
So when they called me, I got the 2-5.
Who was it?
It was Howie. Howie gave me a call, and ironically, we played Pittsburgh this week. We played Minnesota. We played a lot of teams at Vegas last year. Like, I thought I would be at one of those places.
Sure.
I know Pittsburgh had maybe the 48th pick or 40
So they
something.
were coming up.
They had the first pick.
So
Their first pick was in the second round, and I thought I was
going there.
I thought I was going to Pittsburgh. So when I saw PA, I'm like, oh,
here's Pittsburgh.
This is Pittsburgh. I didn't know what to expect. So when they said the Philadelphia Eagles,
Was Philadelphia a spot where you like that might be?
I had no idea I would come here. I had no idea. This is going to be this is a little conversation.
Yeah.
I never really talked about it, but I had no idea.
Nothing through like the combine or anything like that? No real like interviews with him?
I had an interview with him at the draft, like an official interview. From the interview, I didn't think I was going to be an Eagle.
How much better would the Steelers be right now if they had taken Jalen Hurts? And how much trouble would the Eagles be in right now? They could still have Carson Wentz.
Gosh, that would be amazing. This is the alternate universe I want to live in. But Jalen Hurts doesn't want to because he'd probably still have Matt Canada calling his plays
That's
as
true.
Kenny Pickett and
Oh.
the rest of the quarterbacks do in Pittsburgh right now, and that would not be conducive to his success.
No.
I tell you what, the Kelceys, by the way, are doing a heck of a job with their podcasts. They really are good. The thing, I think there's a lot of players that were second, third round picks, fourth round picks that would tell you the same kind of story. That like all of a sudden it's like, man, I didn't have a lot of interaction with this team, but all of a sudden they selected me, because the value of the pick, or somebody stood up on the table at the right time and said, hey, we're going to draft this guy, or let's go take this guy. I'm sure there's a lot of those stories like what Jalen Hurts just told you. I know I've been in war rooms where we've switched directions. I remember calling a guy after the draft, and a couple of them, and just saying, hey, congratulations, you're going to a good team. Guys that we really had interaction with, brought them in on 30 visits, stuff like that. I mean, you work really hard to kind of get your list of guys, and you'll be surprised the number of guys that you take that you're like, man, we just watched tape on this guy. We really didn't have a lot of interaction with him.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about Jalen Hurts with Philadelphia, man. I think this is going to be a short-term phenomenon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping so, too. I'm hoping that the back half of this season, they kind of come back down to the field a little bit.
It's loaded around him right now. It's just like Carson Wentz had it.
Well, I mean, if you want them, honestly, you might want him to play well, because they do hold that early pick from the Saints. If you believe that Jalen Hurts really isn't let them get past this draft where they say, you know what, we're going to use that 5th overall pick, not on a quarterback, but on another position player or something like that. And then you're kind of committed to playing with Jalen Hurts, at that point.
Yeah, and they might be committed to, continuously or consistently drafting 2 quarterbacks a decade. Keep the young guys who can run coming in. I think that would be another way that Philadelphia would be outworking the league.
I'll tell you what, or they just keep taking that pick, that extra pick, and keep trading it for next year's one.
Oh yeah, they could do that too.
But now they've got serious. Well, we'll see how the Saints finish up. But that thing's looking like a top 5 pick right now for the
It
Saints.
is. Those draft stories are so, to me, just fascinating. And I also thought it was interesting watching you and Marcus Spears on Twitter today, because Marcus Spears was talking about, what was
Aaron
it,
Rodgers.
Undisputed?
Yeah.
Like, should the Cowboys have taken Aaron Rodgers instead of Marcus Spears? Marcus Spears, like, obviously, Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks ever, and you were in that war room.
Yeah.
And apparently, Cowboys weren't even having a conversation.
Oh, no, it was never apparently. It was once we drafted Ware, it was all eyes turned towards Marcus Spears. And maybe that's the problem, with what you're dealing with. But at that point in time, it's, it was like, Parcells, it went into full attack mode after that pick.
Because he wanted Spears over Ware, right?
There was, the story is about Sean Merriman.
That's right.
He wanted Merriman over Ware. That was the one. But we were trying to switch this thing to a 3-4 front, an odd front, and we needed Marcus Spears. We really, really needed him.
I did just see a tweet from Jane Slater. She just said that for those wondering about why there's so much talk and no action on the OBJ front, she says that a source with knowledge of the situation told me Dallas is absolutely a possibility, but OBJ is waiting for a clearer playoff picture before making any moves.
Yeah.
Cowboys also need to check on the knee, etc. But
sure.
So that's one of the reasons why he's
Josiah
kind of
Anderson
waiting.
was the same. She went on today some shows. I think she went on CBS, and she's very close. And she says everybody just needs to wait on this, and that's why I kind of feel like that you're not going to see anything until after Thanksgiving on this. I really believe that.
All right, let's slide into the top 10. The top 10 most notable professional athletes who served in the military. Got a couple of texts from the 682. Want to give a shout out to my grandfather, Tony, my father-in-law, Matt, for serving in the U.S. Army and Navy. Love you guys.
Hello, Matt.
Thank you serving for our country. 808, my dad, Colonel Glenn Sparks, played basketball for San Diego State. My grandfather, Major Charles Smith, played basketball for Georgetown. Love and respect. We got some text. Chad Hennings.
Yes.
The Admiral.
Air Force.
David Robinson. Pat Tillman. We'll get to Pat Tillman. Don't worry. He certainly will be on this list.
I think Chad Hennings gets the credit for the invention of the Wildcat offense.
Check the paw prints?
I believe so. I believe he's the one. He was on the staff with the Dolphins. Is that the same one? Are we talking about the same one?
Well, Chad Hennings is the former Cowboys D tackle, played at Air Force, I believe.
Yeah,
okay, then it's a different one. Then. It is a different one. My apologies.
Okay.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. That is incorrect.
I was looking at you like I was trying to figure this one out.
Let me look at this guy. Let me look at this guy's name.
Chad
I hope
Hennings,
it's Chad
you're
Hennings
say he had
as
a
well.
great jawline. I already know you.
Oh, really? Like
Yeah.
the one you're talking about?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. No, I'm going to try and find my Chad Hennings.
How about Jackie Robinson?
Absolutely.
He was in the Army.
Yeah.
He got in trouble because they wanted him to get in the back of the bus. He said, nah, player, you got the wrong one. Nolan Ryan.
Sure.
Nolan Ryan. Yeah, how about that? Willie Mays, say hey.
Say hey.
Say hey. Yeah.
It was Dan Henning. Is the name of
Dan Henning. Very close relation.
Fun fact, though. It just took us a while to get there. It's all gravy. Suspense, you know what I mean?
It was close.
A little drama.
Sorry, it's
I didn't want to call you out. I was afraid you'd tell me to shut up.
No, you're the one who tells me to be quiet.
That's misleading the witness.
right.
Number 10, we got Hank Greenberg,
Old Detroit Tiger.
baseball fan.
Way back.
Absolutely.
Rocky Blyer.
Yeah,
Rocky
Rocky
Blyer,
Blyer's a great
Vietnam,
one.
yeah.
That was
Dempsey.
a real infantry dude too.
Yeah.
Rocky Blyer was.
Was he?
Yeah.
Okay, Jack
He got
Dempsey.
shot.
He got court-martialed. Jack Dempsey did.
Oh,
Called him
did he?
a draft dodger.
Oh, I did not know.
He's a
that.
boxer, though. You know, they always dodging. They
Dodging.
can't help it, bro. They
He's
can't
good
help
at it.
Joe Louis, too. Hey, he was in there.
Number 9, we got the Admiral David Robinson.
Yeah, awesome.
Number 8, Warren Spahn.
Spawn?
I apologize for that.
That's
He
okay.
was a Purple Heart representative.
I've been on a Navy ship. I don't know where David Robinson was going to fit.
I think he was a submarine. I think he was a submarine guy.
Yeah, that's a joke. They were trolling him.
They
were trolling him.
submarine.
They were motivating him to get that basketball together. You're gonna be in the subway if you don't get that shot together, bro.
We got number 7, Ted Williams.
Yes, Air Force.
19.
Korea.
Yep.
Fought in
Number
Korea.
7.
Yeah.
Missed 3 seasons from
That's
43
number
to
1.
45. Served in the Navy.
Hit
as a
400
pilot.
and was a pilot?
Yeah, and a gunner.
No, that's number 1.
Fought in World War II and the Korean War.
I'll take number 2 at the lowest behind Roger Staubach.
Hey, relax. You got Roberto Clemente in that juice somewhere.
We certainly do.
You got him
Yogi
in that
Berra.
juice. Yeah, Yogi Berra.
Yep.
That's
Yogi
Navy,
Berra.
right?
Yogi Berra, U.S. Navy, 44 to 45.
Yeah.
Fighter pilot?
Yep. And he was
Thought maybe
involved.
the Air Force
He
those
was involved
years.
in D-Day as well.
Oh, damn.
And survived.
Okay.
That is a badass right there.
What?
Yes.
That's why his face looks like that.
Yeah.
Stress.
Bob
He's seen a
Kalsu.
lot.
Permanent stress on his face.
Bob Kalsu.
He was a professional football player, served in Vietnam in 1969. It was Bills Rookie of the Year in 68 the year before.
I heard that in Vietnam he was 19. Sorry.
Mr. Hardcastle right there.
You know, I met Peyton Russell's uncle at Flagtober. Great guy. And he had a Vietnam vet hat on as well, and he told me about his experience. And it was an incredible 20 minutes of conversation. But in Vietnam, he was seriously 19.
Was he really?
Yeah.
How about the Greek freak and his brother?
Did they serve?
Yeah, bro.
I did see that on some lists.
Yeah,
Required service?
Yeah, that was in the militaries.
Wow. We've got Jack
out.
Loomis, U.S. Marine Corps, 1942.
Can you imagine though, Greek? I mean, of course they would want him.
Yeah,
like
huge.
This
Well,
guy,
all of them.
especially
all of them, the whole family.
Yeah, the whole family. But I mean,
Mama, get your shoes too.
Yeah, all you guys. But once you get Giannis souped up the way he is now, just a muscle monster.
But then they
can
were
you
super
imagine?
scrawny.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Holy
But still, I'd still want him for that length.
Yeah.
Number 3, we got Bob Feller, U.S. military. Played in the major leagues from 36 to 41. And then when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, he said, I'm out of here. And he went and joined. Number 2, Roger the Dodger,
Come on, man.
Naval Academy.
Arnold Palmer. We missing Arnold Palmer in the mix?
We are missing Arnold
missing
Palmer.
Arnold
He's
Palmer,
not
bro.
in the top 10. We do need to get him some love.
Like a true military man. He came up with his own drink.
Yeah.
What a
I
legend.
got my own drink right here, buddy.
Can't tell you how many people rolled into Chick-fil-A saying, can I get an Arnold Palmer? We knew exactly what they wanted.
Would you help him?
Yeah,
And just sell
of
him a
course.
tea?
But Arnold Palmer's trademarked, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like we could serve an Arnold Palmer. It's
Yeah.
not called the Arnold Palmer. And then Chick-fil-A changed it, and they call it their own thing now. I can't even remember what it is. But number
Coast Guard's definitely counting?
Yes, hell
No
yeah.
disrespect? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We got
Coasties?
yeah, sure. Tom Landry got texted in, and Tom Landry
Yeah,
did serve.
fighter pilot, yeah.
Absolutely. Alejandro Villanueva of the Steelers. But number 1 is indeed Pat Tillman.
Yes.
And I do think he is remembered, losing his life while playing. Certainly when this day rolls around, he's probably the face of the NFL, playing at Arizona State and was killed in combat as well. So did Bob Kalsu. He died as well in the Vietnam War in combat in 1970, who is on this list. So a lot of athletes that served.
My favorite number 1 is Jesse the Body Ventura. He was a Navy SEAL and a political man.
was?
Yeah, he's a political man. He talks like this.
I think all SEALs have that accent.
He does. He does. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got Rockwallers. I live in Mexico. He's an amazing guy. I wanted him to run against Trump just so I can watch the debates.
Really?
But it never happened, man.
Some of the ones we didn't get to,
That would have
Grover.
been awesome.
It would have been amazing.
Governor of Minnesota, was he?
Yeah, he was
Yes,
governor.
he was Minnesota. Yeah.
Minnesota, yeah.
Grover Cleveland Alexander. Chuck Bednarik, we didn't get to.
Wait, Grover Cleveland Alexander is a athlete?
Pitcher.
Yes, he was. He had
cool name.
373 victories over a
I gotta look this
20-year
dude
career.
up.
Yeah, the guy had a chooch.
What do you think? Should you follow Grover if you get a boy?
Grover.
Didn't play?
Bro, I'm telling you to ride with Dirt. I mean, not Dirt. Was it Girth? Ride with Girth.
Girth is the
Girth
best.
He gets older, make an OnlyFans, call himself Girth Brooks.
Girth Brooks.
I'm telling you.
And the final 2, Lucius.
Damn, that's a good
I'm
business
telling you,
venture.
man. Hey.
You mentioned Roberto Clemente and then Ty Cobb as well.
There it is. It's in the books. Another edition of the Top 10 at 420 here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, Bobby Belt's going to join us, our Cowboys insider. We'll have the latest intel throughout the evening on the Cowboys and Packers. And we have G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge concluding coming up at 5 o'clock. If you missed the first couple of rounds, it was pretty damn funny. Okay, we're going to shock the hell out of each other coming up at 5 o'clock once again. Bobby Belt's next here on The Fan. Let's chat about our friends at Twin Peaks.
grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. The Immunity Challenge will resume coming up at 5 o'clock with Chiafalo and myself going eye to eye with Sparky. It's time now for Bobby Bell to join us. A must follow on Cowboys Twitter and our Cowboys Insider. And a good evening to you, Bobby. How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Are you excited to go to Lambeau? Is this your first trip up there?
It is my first trip up there, and I am excited. I'm still contemplating. I've been thinking about buying a ticket. Like, even though I'm credentialed, I've been thinking about buying a ticket just to go watch like half the game from the stands. And so I haven't made up my mind on that yet. But yeah, no, this is a trip I'm excited about.
Where is it on your sports bucket list?
It's pretty far up there, I guess, in terms of like venues that I want to go see. It'd probably be that and the Rose Bowl. I still haven't been out to the Rose Bowl, and so it'd probably be those two for me.
It is lovely. Okay, so what do you think about this Packers team, Bobby? Are they bad enough they should legit be on a 5-game losing streak, you think?
Man, I don't know that they're quite that bad, but they've run into a lot of other issues, I think, involving their chemistry, their quarterback looking like he's trying to shave points, as Brian Broaddus has astutely pointed out, as a joke, of course. Nobody actually pulled that and say Aaron Rodgers is trying to shave points. But, no, they've been a mess chemistry-wise. They've had issues stopping the run. Their receivers, even when they're healthy, are dropping passes. I mean, it's a messy football team. But I think whenever you've got a Hall of Fame type quarterback, you've got the reigning back-to-back MVP of the league, you shouldn't lose 5 games in a row. And so it's hard to say completely that, man, they're better than this, because we haven't totally seen it. But also at the end of the day, it's like, man, they should be better than this because of the way the quarterback has typically played over his career. But, man, they're really banged up right now. And even when they're healthy, they're kind of a mess. And so this just feels like, I know there's some hesitancy to really say we're going to go up into Lambeau and snatch a victory, but, man, it really feels like things are trending Dallas's way here.
What are the latest injury news? Aaron Jones is out for sure, right?
No, Aaron Jones is not out.
Oh, he's not out.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No. Unless that came down recently. He wasn't on the injury report as out. No, I think that they've got Devondre Campbell who's out, Eric Stokes is out, and Romeo Doubs are the 3 big ones that are going to be out for them on Sunday. But for Dallas, you've got just Anthony Barr, which honestly might be, I don't want to be rude or anything, but I mean, it might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. He's had a lot of trouble this year. He hasn't totally been consistent for them. And, I thought Damone Clark played solid against Chicago. And, as Brian pointed out, he did look like he was trying to, just go out there and not make any mistakes. I think if he finds a stronger comfort level, you'll see him kind of come into his own a little bit, and that's encouraging. I think you could potentially get more out of him than you've gotten from Anthony Barr. But, I think for, the big question in this one is just going to be around Ezekiel Elliott's health and whether he's able to go. And that, I think, feels close to a 50-50 proposition, but I think just the way things have gone on Thursday, I would lean slightly. If I had to lean one direction, I'd lean towards him playing. But I really do think we're looking at a pretty close to game time decision with Ezekiel Elliott.
Bobby, I asked the guys if that this is the type of game that Mike McCarthy wants this very badly. Do you worry about him coaching any differently in this game? Maybe taking chances, maybe getting influenced one way or another on his decision-making because of how bad he wants this game?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I think he'll be, I think there's going to be a lot of emotion probably leading up to the kick. Probably, walking onto the field initially, he's probably going to be pretty emotional. But I think that once this game gets underway, it's just going to be, business as usual for them. And while he does click over and have some oversight and things like that, it is still mainly Kellen Moore's game. And I think that, Mike McCarthy should be a steady hand in this one. I do think it's going to matter a lot to him when they inevitably, in my opinion, win on Sunday, I'm sure we're going to see the post-game video on Fox's, post-game show of, Dak handing him the game ball or something. It definitely means something to him. I think everybody's aware of how much it means to him. But, no, I think that Mike McCarthy's shown he can be pretty, even keel and steady for them.
Mike, Bobby, Mike's one of those guys, didn't he always kind of hang out early? You kind of see him, he doesn't hang around in the locker room. It's kind of a weird thing he does, right?
I haven't seen many coaches do that, but yeah, he's one that I've seen him several times before kickoff. I haven't really seen it this season, but I mean,
the game plan a little bit.
It's very possible, yeah. But I mean, last year Denver, I remember him kind of hanging out on the sideline 2 hours before kickoff, just chatting with people. He did that before the Pittsburgh game in 2000, and so yeah, it's unusual because generally you don't see head coaches until kickoff. They're not even out there on warm-ups. But yeah, Mike's generally been out on the field earlier than other coaches that I've seen, but I haven't seen much of that this year. But think of the connection there. A game like Pittsburgh, he's a Pittsburgh guy. He was probably talking to people that he knew. And so in Green Bay, I would think there'd be a greater likelihood of him kind of maybe showing up a little bit before kickoff and saying hey to people.
Bobby, we're all picking the Cowboys to win. I think Brian and I are still nervous about a trip up to Lambeau, and we've just got Aaron Rodgers PTSD. But, I mean, is there anything that the Packers do that you think can present a problem for the Cowboys?
No. Honestly, if Dallas plays their best game and Green Bay plays their best game, Dallas wins by 2 touchdowns, I think. And so, I feel like this is just going to be one of those games where if they lose this, it's going to be something, where Dallas is shooting themselves in the foot, or we're seeing, the field surface playing more of a factor than we thought. Guys are slipping and there's turnovers through that, or, Dak is not seeing the orange cone in the middle of the field cheat, It's going to be the, bizarre decision making or something like that. That's more what I think is going to be the issue, because their run defense is not very good. Aaron Rodgers has not been very good. The receivers don't, make big plays in the passing game. And so even their second ranked passing defense, that's more just a total yards allowed type of thing. They're not completely efficient with it. With, net yards allowed per attempt, they're 15th in the NFL. Even in that, they're pretty middle of the road. And so maybe, if Aaron Jones is able to just have kind of a career day and Dallas's run defense is at its absolute worst, that probably would factor in. But other than that, I feel like if they lose this game on Sunday, we're talking Monday morning about all the things the Cowboys did to themselves.
It's Bobby Belt here with you on 105.3 The Fan. How about this Bart Scott cut that got Tad Prescott's attention on Cowboys Twitter? Tad saying, I can't tell if Bart has a problem with the Cowboys or if he has beef with Dak, because every day he has something negative to say about both. Here's Bart Scott on Get Up.
Just past him. Oh, get out of here. At this moment, you're ready to say that Jalen Hurts is a better runner, and he's more accurate right now, and he has better weapons on the outside. Jalen Hurts has passed Dak Prescott as far as the ranking as the quarterback.
No injuries. Well, Dak is going to come back from the thumb or whatever. You were prepared to say it right now,
Jalen Hurts
9 games into a season, that at this point, Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback than Dak Prescott.
Yes.
We're comfortable saying that.
I'm comfortable saying that. Look, the numbers show. The numbers don't lie.
Oh, he's going after the numbers, Bobby. What do you say? Is Jalen better than your guy, Dak?
No, look, Jalen Hurts has had a really good season. Dak's obviously been hurt and then had a terrible performance in week 1. But I mean, let's just look at the things that he listed off there. He has better weapons. Okay, well, I don't know what that has to do with them as players, but okay, he has better weapons on the outside. Wonderful. He's a better runner. Okay, again, great. We're not talking about Justin Fields or Lamar Jackson running the ball, though. Jalen Hurts is a good runner, but he's not an elite level threat running the football, I don't feel like. So that's not really Dak's game anymore, the mobility and things like that, but I don't think it's some just egregious advantage. He runs a lot, but it's not like Jalen Hurts has that same sort of way to stress defenses the way Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray or Justin Fields does. And then on the other point, the accuracy, that's just not true. I'm sorry, Bart Scott. You're a guy who made it in this league. He made it in this league on a lot of hard work and film study and things like that. I mean, this was an undrafted free agent who ended up making the Pro Bowl. Was a really admirable player. So I know he watches film. So I just feel like they got into the meetings with the producers, and it's like, hey, what's our topic for today? It's like, well, I can say that Jalen Hurts is better than Dak. It's like, great, let's roll with that.
Yeah, Bart Scott is in the upper quartile of dumbasses, and that's well documented. Bobby, can you please get me a full review by pregame show on Sunday of these butter burgers that they got going on in Green Bay, please, guys?
Yeah, where am I supposed to go, Brian? Where am I supposed to go eat?
Kroll's.
Okay, and is this in De Beer or wherever Wolchuk missed, or what?
Beer, yeah. It's actually right across. It's right not too far from the stadium. It's just right there. Kroll's is, unless they've moved the location, which quite possibly be. Green Bay's kind of gotten a little bit bigger. You guys are staying in a hotel that wasn't around when I was there.
Yeah, where the hell are you staying? In De Pere, Bobby? I mean, what?
No, we're staying in Green Bay.
Green Bay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say what hotel it is.
No, don't say it.
Yeah, don't
I'm
say
not
it.
going to, but we're staying in Green Bay.
Nobody here, so.
No, but well, I mean, Brian Broaddus had. So I mean, Wolchuk. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to just project your own insecurities on everybody else. Broaddus had heard of it.
Wow.
So I'll try Kroll's. I'll
shut up.
Kroll's.
Kroll's. Got to. Okay, Kroll's. Yeah, I'll give it a
Why
shot.
is he still popping up, Lucius?
He's calling from a phone booth, apparently.
I'll see you in De Beer, sir.
Have a good one, Mr. Belt. Enjoy your weekend. Bobby Belt brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Rounds 2 and 3 of the
He got to
G-Bag.
drop quarters in his phone, whatever phone he was using.
That was rough, dude.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard anything that bad since '86. It is rounds 2 of and 3 and 4 of the G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge. And we'll do that coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your... from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. It is time now for rounds 3 and 4 of our G-Bag Survivor Immunity Challenge. If you're wondering why exactly we will have done something like this, every Friday at 2:20, we pick an NFL game in our G-Bag Survivor pool. If you are wrong, you have to do a bet payoff to get back in. There's no escaping the G-Bag Survivor pool. And this is for immunity on one of those bet payoffs. So the next time you are wrong, the winner of this event will have immunity and be able to play that card at any time. So if you missed the 4 o'clock segment, Wolchuk and Broadus have already gone. Wolchuk got 3 out of 5 correct. Broadus got 2 out of 5 correct, which means Wolchuk is your leader, and he only got shocked twice. Now, in Wolchuk's hand currently is our shock therapy device known as Sparky, and the shock pads are affixed to the upper neck area of one Eric Chiafalo. And gentlemen, that is where we are on this Football Friday. Yes, sir.
Get some last-minute instruction over there.
Yeah, they're just making sure we got this thing hooked up. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. I should let you know we are streaming this at 1053thefan.com. You can get us on Dallas Fan Cam on Twitch, and you can watch on YouTube at 1053 The Fan. So there's 3 different video platforms. Thank you so much to Carter Freeman, who truly excels in this field at coordinating video. Okay, gentlemen, are we ready for round 3? No, see, I told you it's tricky.
I'm trying to make sure Sparky's
We're
working.
just making sure
here.
the Sparky is sparking.
Do we need new batteries for Sparky?
It's possible.
Is it coming on?
Well,
You're getting
on.
the LED,
It's
right?
on. It's on. We're just making sure that it's getting the zoom, the shock effect.
Yeah.
Nobody else thinks about the Griswolds when you hear Sparky.
Yeah.
No, this isn't happening. It's happening to me for sure.
I don't think of the Griswolds.
Okay.
You want me to put it on?
Who was Sparky with the Griswolds?
That was the dad.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's hot now.
She called him Sparky. Beverly girls, she called him Sparky all the time. Sparky.
That thing's hot now, huh?
Yeah, he had it turned up quite a bit. Well, let's get that thing cranked up. Broadus went as high as what, 7 in the first hour?
7.
What I think of Sparky is a warden, like nicknaming the electric chair Sparky.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's where the name tie-in comes for me.
I get
These 2 guys trying to operate this thing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. Okay, it's like
a joke.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, it's a premise of a joke for real. Yeah. What do you get when you get 2 radio guys? It's definitely
wow,
a joke.
he's going to the jugular area.
I know,
there.
that's what I was saying.
That seems like an
If you need to
important
put it on your
artery.
hands, just put it on your hands. Just make sure it works.
Oh, jeez. These guys are putting up Christmas lights.
So you got it to work on your hands, but it's not working. Oh, there it is. It's definitely.
We're good. All right.
Here we go.
Okay. Oh, we lost the
5
pad.
questions, 5 opportunities to get shocked. Ride the lightning, brother.
Is your skin
I'm glad
like?
you're calling them opportunities.
What's up with your skin to not holding this stuff? We got some greasiness going on
I'm
over
an
there.
oily bastard there,
Yeah, he's
Broadus.
oily as hell.
All right.
You can't catch me.
All right, question number 1. Are you ready for
Crisco
this?
boy.
What college
I'm less ready. No, I'm ready.
did Aaron Rodgers attend?
Cal.
There we go.
That is correct, sir.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you ready for number 2? You're safe right now.
Yes, I feel good.
I don't know if this one's going to go as well for you.
Oh, no.
Number 2, who holds the record for all-time receiving yards as a Green Bay Packer?
All-time receiving yards as a Green Bay Packer. Give me one of these. Give me.
A lot of good choices in history. Isn't there?
I know there's a handful of really good ones here. It's like, was Devontae Adams there long enough to set a record like that, or was it the tried and true guy that feels like he was there for 100 years, Donald Driver?
Going with Donald Driver. Final answer.
I'm going with Double D.
It's correct.
Yes!
Correct.
Got us,
I think that's what I'd have gone with as well. I had Antonio Freeman in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the Minnesota Vikings
Sterling
play.
Sharp.
Sterling Sharp had the spinal thing.
Yeah, Sterling didn't play probably enough years for that, but yeah.
Was that the one you thought he'd miss, Wolchuk?
That's one I thought he'd miss.
Oh, he might run the
What, do
table.
you think I'm not a Donald Driver football guy?
These questions are actually the easiest, I think, on the slate.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, here we go.
Same question. All-time
Donald Driver.
receiving yards for the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. I'm going to hate myself if I don't get this right. All-time receiving yards for the Dallas Football Cowboys. The history of the sport.
5.
All-time
4.
receiving yards.
3. 2.
I'm going to get freaky deaky and go with
1.
old compiler Jason Witten.
It's actually correct.
Ah, yeah.
What were the other options there?
Dawson hating like a motherfucker.
Dawson's genuinely
hating, bro.
Oh, got him. Bring him up.
I didn't
What
hit
do you
anything.
mean?
It's
You
off.
didn't hit
It's
it.
off.
Yeah, it's off now.
It's off.
I haven't seen a look like that since Bassick and Crosstalk yesterday. You were pissed.
Well,
It shocked him. It fell off.
I got the victory. I got the
Yeah.
correct
It's
answer.
off. I don't know what you want me to
It's
do.
off. Okay, Sparky's out to get me then. It's definitely not your fat sausage fingers.
Maybe they slipped. Maybe they slipped.
Maybe they slipped.
When was the last year that both the Cowboys and Packers played each other?
They both played each other.
So it might be a toughie.
They played each other?
Yeah, they played each other.
And I'm assuming, I guess they don't play in the preseason. So this is
No,
legit.
preseason
This is a
wouldn't
legit
count.
question. This is a legit.
And they don't play in the preseason, no.
Were you asking about preseason? You know it's a struggle.
Yeah, he doesn't know this one.
I really don't know this. When was the last time they played? Let's see here. Sons of Guns. I'm just gonna get this one wrong. I know it. When did they play? I'm gonna go. Let's just say 2019.
Damn it. That's a good guess. Is that right?
Dang it! Wow!
You gave him the lucky envelope, dude. These are the easiest ones.
I got so lucky. That was that.
They both won the division. They matched up, and yeah, well done.
I don't even remember what it was. Was it a playoff matchup in 2019, or was that a legit?
I think it was first
regular
first.
season.
Yeah, it was just regular season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they played at AT&T.
Is that the last question?
No, number
There's one more.
5 is basically the biggest gimme of all time.
You got to be freaking kidding me, Spittle.
Who wore number 28 for the Dallas Cowboys?
Who did?
Like Darren Woodson did, but
Yeah.
okay. What year? I know. I mean, like
That
could
was-
Could
be
be Felix Jones.
Yeah.
That was it.
Okay.
I
Could
think
be
he
Malik
deserves, he
Hooker.
deserves a shock for that answer.
Yeah.
Ow! Stop! Douche nozzle, you got that to 10.
Well, you are
Well,
going to
you
get
deserved it.
Yeah,
You
you
get
just want to
immunity,
bet.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you just
you-
want immunity essentially.
Yeah,
Now I
just-
need to go 5 for 5
You got to
here.
go 5 for 5.
Or
Just to knot it up, bro.
I mean,
Yeah, just to-
honestly,
just
what
to-
kind of question was who wore number 28 for the Dallas Cowboys?
yeah,
been anybody.
it's a retired number, I guess. Now, only one man's ever done it.
All right, I'm gonna
Well, he is in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah, let's hook Gavin up
But
on
you
this
are
device, please,
that is fair.
and make sure it's really
Tyson
ready
Thompson,
to go.
for all we know.
Because
Shout out to Tyson Thompson. What up, bro?
if I don't think these questions are any good, I might make up my own.
Well, I could have done that.
All right, watch me. I'm trying to get Gavin at level
Watch
10.
me.
Level
Watch
10.
me whip.
Watch me, nay.
You put that thing all the way up to 10. I did, though. I really did. I love you.
All right, Gavin, tell me when you're ready. Feel good about this?
Coming up next in the G-Bag. No.
Yeah.
Go to commercial.
All right, let's do this.
Ready?
Hey! Sorry,
Hey,
See,
preemptive
I'm telling
strike.
you, that time
That
it
is a
wasn't
free
me.
one.
It wasn't
That is
me.
a free one.
I tell you, it gets your attention. It does. You got to watch yourself.
I didn't mean to get you that time. That was accidental. Now, the last time I did put it up to 10 to get your bleep whole self.
They've fallen off.
Up.
I can't find them in my.
This thing has a mind of its own, guys. Be prepared. I'm telling you.
All right.
Sparky doesn't like us.
Do we need new sticky things?
Maybe.
There's a new pack
Or
of
maybe
sticky
not
things
go
over
after
there.
Eric and
I
greasy
try to get
skin,
some
man.
every week.
The guy's got like teenage, got taco skin is what he's got over there. Taco grease.
Taco skin, bro.
He's got tacos.
I feel like I would fight after something like that.
That's a better burn than how you did Mike yesterday.
Oh, no, I'm just having
Those
fun.
fighting words.
Just
Got
having
taco
fun.
skin,
Yeah,
bro.
man, taco skin.
Getting
I
racial.
want taco
What is
skin.
going on?
Yeah, greasy.
I'd be offended if I was his wife.
All right, here we go.
No doubt.
All right, question number one.
Unreal.
I'm fighting, bro.
Yeah, question number 1.
Are you fighting, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with that Jerry Sandler. Hey, so what was that taco skin about?
No, like I liked it though. I just didn't get it.
I think it's funny, but I just don't understand.
I don't understand it.
Do we have a problem?
That's perfect,
All right,
Sandler.
here we go.
Yeah.
Question number 1.
Yeah.
Who is nicknamed Mr. Cowboy?
Who is Bob Lilly?
Bob Lilly is correct.
Got him.
Okay, well, that was a nice little softball.
Take your hand
start.
off the trigger, Chief.
Okay, you can't talk about the softballs.
Question number 2. How many Super Bowls have the Green Bay Packers won?
That's actually tough, boys.
I know it.
To be honest.
4.
4 is right. 67, 68, 97,
Get it, General.
11.
Actually, we should be rooting against him, shouldn't we? Of
course we should.
Damn it, General. Get that wrong.
3 from a tie.
Question number 3.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Spark.
Who was the first Dallas Cowboy to win the NFL MVP?
Ooh, this is good.
Yeah, you're going to be thinking about this one for a while.
This is a toughie.
Level 7. Level
So, like, most
7.
valuable player.
What's my hint?
Like, for sure,
What?
that's what
What's
we're...
my hint?
There's no hints?
This isn't Super Bowl MVP, right?
Level
This is just
7.
NFL MVP.
NFL MVP. Level 7. Level 7.
Let's go, Sparky.
Hell, I don't even know who won the MVP for them in the 70s. I'm just guessing a random player.
There's a lot of good guys. A lot of good names.
I'm going to go with Staubach. He's my guy. You know, we talk on the cell phone sometimes. Going with Staubach.
Get him, Sparky. Emmett Smith,
no.
1993.
Emmett Smith.
Emmett Smith.
How did you go to...
Let's keep going. I want the last 2.
Yeah.
How did I feel that in my hand?
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
My
Like,
right arm
You got
went
the
numb.
lucky envelope,
Weird.
so technically you get the
I got
thing.
to win.
Okay.
Bleep hole.
I feel like I'm getting a
great.
throat culture at the doctor and I'm 8 years old. Take it out.
Question number 4. What round was Jason Witten drafted in?
3rd round.
3rd round is right.
That was awesome. With confidence, too. Very quick.
Yeah, it was real fast off the trigger. Bam.
I remember that story. It's a good story.
It is a good
We're going to
story.
take this guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Secrets
listen.
in the
You
dirt.
listen.
I do,
You
yeah.
listen. Thank you for listening.
You
Take
got
notes,
it.
Brian.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm like Mike.
Number 5. How many NFL league MVPs has Aaron Rodgers won? How many NFL league MVPs has Aaron Rodgers won?
I'm going to say 3.
Final answer?
Yes.
4. Get him, Sparky.
I'm gonna get him. I want to get him. I just want to think about it in your mind, Dawson. Where were you? You only felt like it was he got the last 2 in a row, and then there was only
the year after the Super Bowl they won like. That's it.
You were saying.
This number 4 envelope was bull.
Yeah,
Lucky
yeah, it was
number
brutal.
4.
I know. Yeah.
Dawson just flipped me that one. That was
at the draw.
No, I didn't even get
Nice
that.
job,
Look at the draw.
Giafalo.
Good
Nice
job,
work.
boys.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm good. Just at any point when I lose in Survivor Pool, that's fantastic.
Might be
man.
for the last one.
It's very, very exciting.
Okay, let's get out of here a little bit early.
I think we should scrap that whole thing and
let's go ahead and put that in the dumpster on the way out to the parking garage.
Yep,
Me
that's
and
fine.
Sparky are boys,
Oh,
man.
give it to me. I'm going to put it on my undercarriage real quick.
The Sparky was a gift, Walchuk. I'm taking him with me.
All righty,
Eric
yes,
tried
that
to
is your
seduce
cash and
me.
prizes for the dub. Okay, when we come back, it is 5:20 on a Friday, and it's time for the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Load up the phone lines, and we're back here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, I want to chat with
Let's tailgate Sunday with the Specs kickoff at 3:25 on DFW's home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. It is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Gentlemen, you
doing all right over there?
I'm doing okay. I still have that electrified feeling. Yeah. It's just, there's nothing like it. There is nothing like it. I'm still polishing off a 20-ounce Diet Coke, but I'm thinking about soccer, as I often am, and the World Cup, which is coming up. Well, the World Cup's coming up on the 20th. We are, 10 days away, 9 days away. For a lot of fans, it's a bucket list item. For some other fans, there's no way in HE double hockey sticks they want to go to Qatar, and if they have travel arrangements today, they might be looking into cancel them. It's being billed here as the most invasive vacation for sports ever. They have a mandatory download when you arrive of an app that they're calling it the COVID tracking app. But it has always-on GPS tracking, complete access to your phone, including the ability to read, erase, or modify data. They can do anything they want on your phone, like it's theirs. Remote access to connect to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, the ability to override all other apps on your phone, and complete control ensuring the device can't be turned off or made to sleep. This is what you're signing up for if you go to Qatar in the name of national security. Here's Brian Broaddus with what he's drinking and what he's thinking.
I had that app on my phone when I was in Saudi Arabia.
How was
there.
It? Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that the same one?
Yeah, and it tracks you really everywhere that you go. But their version of it is they just want to be able to track you for if all of a sudden with COVID hit and they wanted to know where you
were you around people that get it.
Around people
they
that
could
got
see
it.
where everybody had congregated.
This wasn't.
Yeah, just do that.
This is from Saudi Arabia, but
you don't need to hijack my entire phone for that.
Every time I went into a building, they had I had to put my phone on the and it let me know that okay, you're okay to go in. Kind of a thing, but yeah.
So do people around the world accept that as part of normal life? I guess that just kind of
I know what I know
to us.
It was one of it was one of the first things.
Our apps do the same thing almost. What are you talking about?
Google, Facebook, and Apple spine.
We even check it. Like yes, I submit to this.
Yeah. You're right about that. Okay,
let me get these likes off.
What are you drinking and thinking, Broaddus?
I am currently drinking a cold Miller Lite.
Thanks
to Chief.
That would really calm the nerves right now.
Absolutely. My right arm, I can't feel my right arm all of a sudden. No, I think that shocking thing might have done something to me. I don't know. I'm kind of having issues on that.
It's that aftershock. That's a real thing.
Aftershock. And I'm also thinking right now of two things real quick. One, I talked about LSU all week and their opportunity to go and continue on this journey to maybe win the Southeastern Conference Western Division. I'm really nervous about this Arkansas game. I'm just sorry about that.
Genuinely scared.
I am scared. But I'm also excited for Bennett and Texas and those guys tomorrow against TCU. I think that's going to be a hell of an atmosphere for a game. I'm really looking forward to seeing if the Longhorns can pull off. I'm looking forward to see if TCU can continue on. They're in a really good spot right now. Just got to keep finding a way to win. I wonder what Gary Patterson is thinking right now working at Texas, and all those years that he spent at TCU. Is he going to come up with something to kind of knock them out of the playoff picture? We'll see.
Yeah. It is a very interesting weekend once again in the world of football. And here's a football-loving man himself, Zach Wolchuk. What you drinking?
Well, I've got myself a chocolate soda shake over here.
Party
Getting
on.
a little shaky right now. Gonna shake it up and chug it here.
Drinking a little din-din?
Oh, did a little din-din here. Drinking my meals. And I'm also thinking, man, Gary Patterson, he knows how to keep the TCU Horned Frogs out of the college football playoff. I think he does it again.
Sure does.
I think Texas is going to get that win in Austin tomorrow. I really do.
Damn.
Unfortunately. But I don't think it necessarily means TCU is going to be out of the playoff because I do think they beat Baylor the next week, and I think they get revenge and beat Texas in the Big 12 championship game. So we'll just see how the rest of the college football landscape shakes out. If a one-loss Big 12 champ can get in, that would be TCU, in my opinion. So we will see.
By the way, Wolchuk, I'm mad at you.
Oh, no.
Again.
Why? Again?
You did extra shocking on Chiafalo, so he thought it was cool to turn it around on me.
He didn't have
I'm going to the source of the problem.
I accept this.
I did. I wanted to give Dawson just a little taste before he got to the main entree.
We should all be mad, and we love you, Spitzy, but that fourth envelope was a little bit bollocks.
You feel like whoever got the 4 was going to come out on top there?
I kind of do.
Yeah, that was like
hindsight,
easy mode.
man. Yeah, I don't know. Who honestly would have gotten Donald Driver?
God did.
I would have got him.
You would have got Donald Driver.
I would have. He played forever.
Yeah.
I think we feel like those
God
ears
did.
we'd have gotten.
God.
Houston, Texas owned Donald Driver, I believe.
Oh, wow. Proper legend from a great state. Chiafalo, drinking, thinking.
Of course, drinking that ice-cold Miller Lite on a football Friday. No other way to do it. I can't get that Whataburger chili cheeseburger out of my mind, I'll be quite frank with you. But I'm also thinking about wifey's birthday weekend is upon us. We're going to the Mavs game tomorrow.
She get that package I sent her?
She got that package. Gosh, I'll never forget the day I came in here and told Walchuk that we were having baby number 3. And the shock on his face, you could tell that he was waiting for me to say, "Don't worry, it's not yours."
Oh.
Like, he was so relieved. He was actually happy for me once he figured that out. I'm just crossing my fingers that we get a Luka and Dame back and forth tomorrow night for the ages. Okay,
No Bertans for you tomorrow?
No Bertans for me. I need as much Luka and Dame on the floor as possible. No load management. No rest on our guys. Let's go full 4 quarters of Luka versus Dame. That's all I'm thinking about.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, and we go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by.
Yeah. Hey, have I ever told you that my dad bought Gary Patterson's old Yukon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know.
Is he still rolling in it?
I'm just saying, he lets you know every time you get inside of it.
Okay.
Hey, boy, you know this is old Patterson's old car right here. Yeah. Probably uses cup holders just like I'm doing. I'm drinking water, but I will be drinking tequila with some grapefruit juice later.
Okay.
Eating all this barbecue that I got from Tim. I appreciate you, man. Happy Veterans Day.
What's all in there?
I haven't even opened it up yet.
Oh, I bet it smells good.
Yeah.
It's that mystery box. You're like so excited.
Wait.
I'm getting FOMO on it.
Okay, well, hey, you want to come and open it up? We can do that. That's all.
I'll just make an order.
It's Tim's meat in a box.
Oh, gosh.
And that's it, man. I'm done. I'm gonna watch a whole lot of movies and games this weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be a glutton little fat pig, and I'm gonna chill out. And I got a gang of payers with me, so I'll be good and clean by Monday.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The pears, those will do good.
Yeah,
Shout out.
dude, my waistline is a crazy. Like, I'm seeing the bottom abs.
Really?
Yeah, the bottom abs is popping strong. They haven't popped since like pre-pandemic.
That's a big turnaround because at Picture Day 4 months ago, I just saw one big app.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
That's the interesting thing about the pear is like if you don't want to look pear shaped, eat a pear.
That's amazing.
Or a handful of pear.
I need to get a bushel myself then.
Pears.
Oh, a bushel?
Yeah, that's right. Line
Bushel in
one.
a sack?
Kenny in Quinlan. It was great seeing you this week, brother. Thanks for calling in once again. What you drinking and what you thinking?
What We drinking berry flavored vitamin water with a shot of rock and roll tequila.
All right.
And what you thinking?
I want to give a shout out to Mama Broadus and congrats to beautiful Tamara on her promotion.
Thank you.
Beautiful granddaughter Cadence. My handsome hockey playing grandsons Landon and Maxon.
Yep.
Maxon playing in a tournament next week in Vail, Colorado for the Euless Texas Heat.
Dang. Tear him up.
And his birthday is November 15th, and he'll be 9 years old.
There you go.
Off to a good start, Kenny.
And what I'm thinking is, I talked at the club the other day about the highest scoring game in football history, but in actuality, there has been 15 college programs that have scored over 150 points.
Wow!
In a single game.
And only 3 have scored over 200 in football history. And in 1916, Georgia Tech defeated Cumberland 222-0.
Wow.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll, Kenny. Have a great weekend.
Kenny's about to get his podcast.
Yeah, you got a good voice for it.
He does.
Yeah.
He honestly does.
Very, very entertaining, and he's never at a loss for words.
Yeah.
At 877-881-1053, that does open a line. Here's Rodeo Ron, another legend. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, G-Bag Nation.
Salute.
Hey, we drinking that Jim Beam with a little splash of Dr. Pepper. Hey, let's get thanks to all our veterans out there, first and foremost, baby. If it wasn't for you, we can't do what we do.
Salute.
Hey, can we get a celebrity boxing match going here? Let's get Ted Cruz versus Hunter, if he can lay down the pipe. And then in the main event, we're going to have Brian Broaddus versus Mike Bassett. Broaddus, hey, my money's on you, baby.
Appreciate you, man.
Hey, and we'll give a special shout out to my friend Mary Elliott. Guess what?
That's your
We're
girlfriend?
going to make some motherfucking cheese dip out of those Packers.
There he is. Thank you, Rodeo Ron.
What the hell just happened?
I'm not sure. I think it got dumb.
He was good to lose. When you get ready to say, we say, hey, before you say anything, hey, let me tell you, hey, that's when you lose, bro.
He's having a good time on this Friday.
Hey, let me tell you something real quick.
Line 3, Mr. Nasty time. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking a couple of sips of Diet Dr. Pepper and some Don Julio.
Okay.
I went diet because I also am working on the bottom 2 abs like Lucius. You got to keep those things intact.
Mm-hmm. What you thinking?
Uh-oh. I also want to shout out to the all the veterans out there letting us have this free country.
Salute.
And I'm thinking, what the hell is going on with the Bally's app? And who should I send my refund to? Because every time I log into this damn thing, it says request not available. Whether it's on the iPad, whether it's on the iPhone, it's just not happening for me. So who do I send my receipt to so I get my money back? My little $20.
I don't know, man.
My little $20,
it's hard. I've confirmed my thing so many times. I'm batting 500 on the game coming up. And if it doesn't work, then I pirate it. I think that's a fair deal. I think it's a fair deal. I've tried Mavs. I've tried Bally's. So I try to get it legit, and then when I can't, then I pirate it. I think that's the only solution. You probably hit cancel. I don't know if hitting cancel will work inside the app, but it's worth a shot. Line 4 is this Tim and Carthy, JKA Nolan? Here he is. Sir. Tim, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, Gavin. Hope you boys are doing good. I'm a little embarrassed today because I feel like I'm copying Kenny. Today I'm a Texan drinking kiwi strawberry propelled water with 2 shots of Jose Cuervo tequila.
And what you thinking,
This
Tim?
week I need to be a little serious, boys. I need to be a little serious and say I want to give a big shout out to LA for being a veteran and to all of our veterans. Besides that, LA, you deserve a lunch today simply because they left your ass in Texas last summer when they all went to California.
They sure did.
That's weed. That's weed.
They know how to love California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
I smell like
one's for
California when I walk
Brian.
in here every day, by the way. Pimp Cup smells just like California. Sorry. Go ahead.
This one's for Brian. Back in my coaching days, I always told my players, I said, if you mess with one of us, you're messing with all of us. So, Brian, I got your back. I agree with you yesterday. And Mike Basic, just like Brett Favre, can suck it.
We're all good, man. We're all teammates here, bro.
I might tell you to shut up, Tim.
He also kind of sounds like the "we'll leave the light on for you" guy. Yeah. Motel 6.
We'll leave
Tom
the light on.
Bodett.
Tom Bodett.
Tom Bodett.
Tom Bodett.
Hey, everyone, Nolan Ryan here.
It is such a good Nolan, though. Okay, line 5, Daniel, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, fellas. So I got a nice cold Miller Lite.
There you go.
My guy.
You got to join Broadus and Chiafalo. My wife's sitting right here next to me. We're watching you guys up on the TV.
Thank you.
Cheers.
What I am thinking is I am tired of Jerry and Steven feeding us a bunch of bullcrap.
Oops.
You know what? And Bobby's feeding into it, too. Bobby's been pissing me off. Because you know what?
Sound off.
Bobby's been pissing me off because he goes and he says, "Oh, we almost got the trade. We should be happy because we almost got the trade, but we didn't get anything. It doesn't matter that we almost got something. I want something. I want us to go to the damn Super Bowl." And you know what? I think they're doing the same thing with Odell. They're just feeding us a bunch of bull crap, saying that we're going to get Odell because that's what satisfies us, and that's what's going to make us happy and want more.
Thank you, Daniel. That's a good call.
That little laugh there, did his girlfriend kind of look at him like you're a fool? Like you're on the radio, like begging for players? Yeah, I guarantee you. He looked at her and she looked at him like, you're an idiot.
I don't know.
You gotta stop.
I think you're ticking him off now. I think he might call back and go after you too.
Go after Brian.
You're covering for the Joneses.
I worked for him for 14 years. I did a lot of covering then. But the thing about it is, the thing is funny, that little laugh kind of made me think that guy looked at his girlfriend and she had that look like, what are you doing?
We're getting into a little something else.
Yeah, it's drying up.
Yeah. What are you doing, man?
Wow, I tied myself to this.
Line 6 is Cam. What you drinking? What you thinking, Cam?
Sitting here drinking on some water with a good drop. I want to shout out Lucius for his contribution to this country. I'm also thinking, when the hell are the Mavericks going to pick up someone? Nico's supposed to be our guy, and he ain't really doing much. JaVale McGee is trash. I can play better than that on pickup on a Saturday. So, I'm sitting here in traffic, about to smoke on a number. That one's for you, Lucius. So I'm going to sit here and hang up.
Hey, it's my guy.
Yeah.
Careful out here.
Opens a line at 877-881-1053. Black and Gold B, a longtime Tolo on the truckwreck.com fan text. I met him during Flagtober, and he's joining you now. What you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm about 10 minutes away from the house, so I'll be drinking an ice cold Bud Light, sparking up a fat bowl, and I'm thinking, man, we're all really lucky here around the DFW, man, because we got the fan on the radio station, and y'all guys are great, man. Y'all are good at what y'all do.
Thank you.
Like, you help us out a lot, man. Like today, it was a horrible day, working out in the rain. It's cold, so I'm driving home miserable. And I hear y'all shot collar thing going on earlier, man. I'm just laughing. Y'all put me in a good mood. I know it hurt. I'm not laughing at y'all being in pain, but
you are. I know you are.
It was good.
We appreciate that.
Some good entertainment, man. Y'all instantly put me in a good mood. Like, we appreciate y'all, man.
Right on.
Especially G-Bag Nation.
Salute to you. There he goes, Black and Gold
you,
B. Right off the truckwreck.com fan text out here. Just give a little love during what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
That's what it's about.
Line 8's JP. You're in the nation, JP. Tell us about it.
Cold blood. Got some Bud Light right now. What I'm thinking is, Jerry Jones, you need to go tell Steven to let you handle the business right now. We're going to get some dogs like the 90s. Go sit down, Steven. As Fred Sanford would say, Steven, you big dummy, you big dummy. You messed up. You messed up the trade deadline. You messed up the trade line, dummy. And you think James Washington, our receiver we got, is going to be able to handle this? We need James Washington of old school James Washington, the dog, the drive-by, the one that picked up the camera from the cameraman during the Giants game when he was taking up for Michael Irvin. He's going to beat the hell out of them Giants with that camera. That's the dogs we need, baby. And Stephen Jones, you go sit down, Steven, and you go drink you some curly hoe.
Oh, JP. Look at JP getting done with the show reference and everything. I love it. That's a good call.
I'm voting for JP.
539.
Yeah.
I'm about to write that time down. Damn, JP. You in your bag, dog.
Okay, and it appears one more call here before we get to LA
big
Live.
Dummy.
That was a good show, man.
Great show. Shout out to Norman Lear. Stole that show from somebody, by the way, I heard.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, that's just what I heard, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I can't prove it. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Norman Lear. I apologize. I heard that on the internet, and I want to apologize to you. That person could be a total liar. I don't want you to come from my pockets.
Okay, line 9 is Eddie. Finishes up here. What you drinking?
What's going on, guys? I'm drinking a Tito's vodka with some lemonade. I just want to give a shout out to my brother, my son. He just turned 8. What I'm thinking is, I honestly think the Cowboys finish in first place in the division, and the Eagles are going to choke it up. That's what I think.
All right.
2 games. Make up 2 games for the second half of the season. That would be an amazing conclusion.
F the Eagles.
To 2022.
Choke it up.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, taking a look at the text messages. So many of you. Rodeo Ron says, I got a little crunk, guys. I'm sorry. I got out of prison 13 years ago today. He is celebrating.
Yeah.
And
he is.
And he's having a good time out there on a Friday. No harm, no foul, Ron. You're good. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. LA Live with Lucius Alexander.
I would be scared to celebrate if I got out of prison. Like, no, we ain't doing nothing. I'm staying in this room. I don't want nobody in here. I'm not going back, bro.
Yeah, we don't need any beer.
Yeah. What's that called?
We're good.
Recidivism?
Yeah.
I'm out. Let's see. I got LA Live for you guys. I'm going to do an audio dump. Try to get rid of all the stuff I got sitting in the folders for this week, so I won't have to take it over till next week.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke.
Fire up this phone.
And let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Hey.
Everybody get high.
Hey. Here it is, y'all. Happy Friday. We made it. LA Live, November 11th, 2022. In lieu of the Cowboys going to Lambeau, which was a heartbreaking day, January 11th, some years ago when Dez caught it. Mm-hmm. He caught it. I was at the bar seeing it at OT Tavern. RIP OT Tavern. God, your wings were amazing.
Remember that guy that did the song, Dez Caught That Ball?
Yeah, Dez caught that ball.
Man, that was amazing.
Yeah. Dez caught that ball.
He went 5 times.
Man, let me write that down. Maybe I can find it. Dez caught that. All right. Yeah, in lieu of the Cowboys going up there and breaking our hearts, I got a question for the Tolos. What team loss hurt you as a fan or player? It could be high school. It could be little league. I don't care. I want your stories, people. Holla at me. I'll give you some of the ones that came to my Instagram while you fellas think.
Oh, man.
Super Bowl 50. Cam Newton and the Broncos.
Yeah.
People said that hurt.
That was kind of brutal to watch.
Yeah. Dan Marino's last game, it was 62-7.
Oh my goodness, Danny, what happened?
Damn.
Obviously, you got to go World Series Game 6.
Yeah, I got that right there.
That's got to totally.
I got that
That's
right
up
there.
there.
Does anything hurt worse?
No, we had them goofy ass goggles on and everything. We thought it was gonna be a champagne shower.
That's pretty tough.
That hurts, bro. Especially when you got to dress up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you feel so dumb
You
walking
feel
out.
so stupid walking out.
There is nothing funnier, though, than seeing the sad sports fan on the television who's, like, painted green, and he's got all sorts of weird stuff going on. He was fired up before the game. Like every Raiders game, basically.
Yeah.
You see those rabid Raider fans, they got spiked shoulder pads, they got their faces painted, they're nuts, and then by the end, they're just sitting there sad. Like, what a walk of shame that would be.
Yeah.
That sucks, bro.
Yeah, that 06 Mavs was pretty brutal.
The 2001 conference finals or 2000 conference finals, the Kobe Shaq game where Portland was up by 13 going into the fourth quarter. They didn't make a shot for the first 8 minutes. Portland's down 3-1. They come back with the Hack-a-Shack. This was the invention of Hack-a-Shack, right? This game broke me as a sports fan. The next day, I woke up more of a journalist than a fan. More of a media member than a fan. That's what that game did.
You buried that part of yourself.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get it back.
No.
Well, same thing happened to me when the 1995 Magic got swept by Houston in the finals. Destroyed little Lucius this whole summer. You have no idea. They're still sticking with me, y'all.
You couldn't even drink it away.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Dang.
No,
I feel
too
you.
young, man.
That's brutal.
What, some high seas? Clyde the Glide? I hate that man. Akeem Olajuwon would fake people like he was going out of bounds. Yeah. And the fools would go for it.
Where are you going?
They would go for it.
And that 2014 Cowboys team is there, but 2007, the Patrick Creighton drop against the Giants.
RW recorders.
That happened
interception.
right in front of me.
Oh, shout out to
My
RW
grandpa
recorders.
got tickets for us to go.
Did you have field passes?
RIP. No, we were at the 25-yard line.
Hell of a flex.
And it was right in front of us.
Yeah.
And boom. I mean, he would have scored on the play. He should have scored on the play.
Yeah.
Now, people want to rip on Romo. Creighton, catch the damn ball.
Yeah, it was a good throw.
Hey, somebody on the fan text said OT Tavern is open. Why did it say it's closed on my Instagram? I guess.
Is it open?
It's been off and on over the years.
Yeah, so it's a conspiracy theory
It's
now.
a killer spot.
It is pretty good. Pretty good wings, man. 1994 Plano East High School football team.
Oh, yes.
When they're playing John Tyler.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
2007 Plano Euless Trinity. We lost in double overtime. We had Rex. We should have won state that year. That was our time.
Bengals versus Steelers 2016 wild card game.
Oh, yeah.
That hurt feelings. Packers versus Seahawks fail Mary. I think that was a replacement refs, wasn't it?
It absolutely was.
How was that a heartbreaking game unless you had money on it? It wasn't like the third game of the season or
Yeah, it
something?
was like regular season Monday Night Football.
Yeah, relax, bro.
They had a way more nightmarish loss in the playoffs, the Packers did to the Seahawks.
Yeah, the onside kick.
Onside kick situation. That was a weird one.
This guy hit me up and said, Bills, Super Bowl, all of them. I drank myself away.
All of them.
Poor guy.
Had a lot of high C's that time.
Vikings lost against ATL. A near perfect Gary Anderson
missed a field goal, yeah.
I mean, think about the Saints.
Dan Reeves.
The Saints have had a few.
Yeah, they have.
I'm so happy. I love when Saints fans take a L, bro. You know how many times I hear that black and gold Super Bowl when I went on the cruise and they won the Super Bowl? Oh my gosh, I wanted to get off that cruise so bad. Let's see what else I got for you boys. G-Bag of the Day. We do it every day at 2:30 here on The Fan. If you see anything out there on the social media webs, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Our winner, Senator Ted Cruz, is G-Bag of the Day. He's got jokes. Sounds like he's getting ready for a Comedy Central roast right here.
Inflation's so bad, Hunter Biden can't afford crack cocaine.
He had to pause and everything. Like
Had to pause.
Yeah, the timing was there, bro.
Hunter Biden had to switch to meth.
The writing and the execution on that was just outstanding.
Yeah, I like the way he said Hunter Biden. Was it?
Hunter Biden can't afford crack cocaine.
Have y'all seen those photos of Hunter Biden with the girls and the crack and everything?
I need to see that.
Yo, you got to go ahead and Google that joint, bro.
Should I just type in Hunter Biden crack cocaine?
Yeah, you got to Google it and check the image.
I'm just going to go Hunter Biden crack.
He's a wild man. God bless him. Pray for him. Hope he gets better. How about that? Pray for everybody involved.
Oh, wow.
Facts on deck right here. Let's get some knowledge real quick. Drinking alcohol doesn't actually kill your brain cells.
What's it do? Make them lazy?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. But that's how I didn't go any research, so I guess it killed mine. I just
there's
left
some
it right
sharp
there.
people out there that still drink every day.
A lot of writers
Yeah.
stay drinking, and they will just write you under the table, bro. People see you as 20% more attractive than you think you are. People see you as 20% more attractive than you think you are. So
nice.
Hold your head up, man.
I must be an 11.
Yeah. Sasha Banks, she used to wrestle the WWE or WF, whatever.
Hell yeah.
She's beautiful, right? And then I seen her husband, and I was like, what the hell?
Oh,
I got a chance out here, bro.
Really?
I got a chance. I got mad, man, when I seen that.
That's what I think when I see Michaela Andrews.
Yeah. Oh, that's you're looking in the mirror when
My
you're looking at her.
doppelganger.
Yeah, you
hanging out with.
can trick her with you.
He put a ring on it.
As he should.
Yeah.
As he should.
Wow, bro, you are not joking.
It's the wildest photos ever.
You had a hell of a shot.
You see it, right?
Bro, yeah.
I think I could have won that situation, bro.
Easily, dog.
Man,
Easily.
I just need more exposure. Come on, Tolos, y'all help me, man. Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, children are legally allowed to consume alcohol at any age as long as they're with their parent or legal guardian.
5 years of my life, I believe that. There's a bar in every corner. Every corner.
It's cold. What else you got to do?
Yeah.
Drink,
milk cows. Yeah.
Drinking alcohol improves your ability to speak a foreign language.
Bueno.
I cannot pronounce the name of my tequila that I love until I start getting drunk on that tequila. Then it's Cordiego Rasado. Adult cats can only meow to communicate with humans. So that meowing they do to each other, there's no meowing to each other. They don't do that to us.
Yeah, Abby told me about that. They think they're impersonating us or trying to tell us something.
Wow.
Yeah, she's on this cat kick.
Has she watched that Cats thing on Netflix?
I don't think so.
There's a good thing about cats on Netflix. They're pretty awesome pets. Tyson Foods CFO, John Tyson. This man was arrested after getting drunk, breaking into a random woman's house, and falling asleep in the bed. He just got promoted and was making $1.2 million a year.
I left some chicken pieces on the table for you.
Don't get drunk like that, y'all. Be careful out here.
When you're born with the silver spoon.
Hey, what is that? Affluenza?
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm trying to catch some of that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to catch that affluenza.
Too rich to
out
be
here.
responsible. I'm sorry.
That's it. I'm sorry. Oops. Can I pay for it? Let's see. Giselle Bündchen, Tom Brady's ex-wife now.
Yeah.
She buys an $11.5 million mansion in Miami, right across the canal. Eye view from Tommy's spot.
Oh, she wants to keep an eye on him. Probably good for the kids.
It's for the kids.
Of course, that's what she's going to say the whole time. She's got her hand on the hips, looking over there at Tommy's joint. What's going on over there?
Yeah,
because when Kanye does it, he's
I
a
don't
wild
know.
ass animal.
She might be throwing some parties on her deck too, though.
Good point there, Gianfalo.
Every night, if I'm Tom, I'm texting the kids, "Are you awake? Are you awake? Are you awake?" As soon as all of them are asleep, well, I'm opening up the windows. I'm bringing in some dime, turning the lights on,
spotlight on you.
yeah. Giselle's over there watching.
She's on the porch.
Oh, shoot. Did I rip that thing up? Hold on.
Oh, no.
Crap.
Do we need a filibuster?
No. Here we go. Anyway, so I got some audio clips. I love how you guys turn around and is concerned seriously.
I was concerned.
I appreciate that.
Did I rip this?
Yeah,
the facts on deck.
I ripped my
want to
pants.
make sure I get all of them.
I appreciate that. I was going to play this earlier this week. Maybe this is why the Mavs are playing bad, because Luka still doesn't know his teammates yet.
Uh-oh.
Have you seen this? He was trying to holler at JaVale McGee. Check this out.
Yeah.
Joel.
When was this?
I got it this week.
No, you didn't.
Oh, no. That's tough right there. Yeah.
Crap. That guy's not even any good.
The coaches are like, it's JaVale.
He has played very forgettably.
Yeah. Ooh. Shots fired by the general.
You know, if he was Jordan, he'd say, "Play better, I'll learn your name." You know, or maybe if he was me, I'd say, "Be better."
You guys
internally.
familiar with Lil Nas X?
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching that video this morning, actually.
Take my horse to the hotel.
Yeah.
What video?
The Take My Horse to the Old Town Road.
For what?
Well,
That's how he starts his. That's how he starts his
He's
Fridays.
doing yoga again.
We
It's the soundtrack to his life.
You know, we the baby likes to dance.
Okay.
So we
cool.
have
with
like,
you with the kids and
yeah,
everything.
Yeah, we have like the
I
family.
thought you meant here by yourself, chilling.
No,
baby shark kind of thing going on.
No, just
Okay.
those kind of fun songs.
Okay,
you
that's
know?
cool. No, I get it. I'm not going to clown you then. You with the fam.
Yeah,
It's
doing family
different
stuff. Teaching Remy how to shake her booty.
So Lil Nas X was on Mike Tyson's podcast and asked Mike Tyson, "Do you know any of my songs? Why am I here?" Kind of. And Mike got a little offended. It was like, "Wait a minute, bro. You are here. Yes, I know who you are. That's why you're here."
Do you know any of my songs?
Yeah, the mother Cowboy song. What the Billy Ray
Cowboy
Cyrus?
song? That's the only song you know?
And then I saw you do some mother and you're naked and Come
That's
on,
a
man.
couple of different things.
Yeah, I know your music. What do you think you're on the show?
Mike is wild, bro.
Hey, I'll give it to Lil Nas X for being willing to challenge Mike a little bit. Most people are too scared.
Yeah.
To confront him.
Yeah.
Asking
No,
tough
I did not
questions.
tell did Lucius just tell little kid to watch Don't F with Cats? No, not that one. There's another one on Netflix about cats being pets.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I wouldn't, not that other
Don't
crazy.
F with Cats is messed up.
Yeah, I wouldn't send no
It's a
kid to watch
It's a great
that.
watch, though.
I wouldn't do that. But yes, good clarification there, sir. How about this one? This guy's going around to a Golden Corral and was telling people that they're eating too much.
Oh.
So he acted like he was on the phone with the manager, or the manager sent him over there to come tell you. And one fella was just pretty interested in this. Listen to that.
All right, if you come with me real quick.
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, so basically the manager had noticed that you've been in here, you've been eating too many plates.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so how many plates have you ate?
Oh yeah, I'm not. Tell them to come talk to me. I'm already placing the Thanksgiving order. I can eat as many plates as I want.
All right, because he be smacking people. I don't want nobody getting into a fight or nothing.
If he smacks me, I'll smack him back. You can come over here and I can slap the out of him and we go to court and all that. I got some random guy coming up to me saying I'm eating too many plates. But if you want to come over here and talk and be professional, if you want to go outside, we can go outside. We'll do whatever you want, man. Yeah, you want me to call the cops, motherfucker? Is this how you run the business?
Wow. That's how you run the business.
This man is serious about his Golden Corral plates. He's willing to fight for this.
He is.
No limit on those. I'm harassing me.
I'm getting to that chocolate fountain.
The chocolate fondue fountain is unbelievable.
It is ridiculous.
I fell in love with salads because of Golden Corral salads, because you can just make anything.
Yeah.
Put pizza on that thing.
Some chicken wings.
Yeah. People are putting ranch on. I'm putting the chocolate fondue on that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I just drown
Salad bar or taco bar?
Taco bar, 10 out of 10.
Taco bar, yeah.
Probably the taco bar.
But I got taco skin, so I'm biased.
You got some taco skin working over there for sure.
It's starting to smell a little bit.
Snoop Dogg wanted to run the story back for you fellas. Remember it was reported that he smoked half a pound?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said,
day.
Yeah, a day. Oh my God. Who has the time? You're not gonna get high after a certain amount, I promise you.
He's way too good at video games to smoke that much.
Yeah. So there's a photo of him, well, not a photo, a video of him, and it's like 9 roaches next to him. Roaches is like almost smoked up weed, rolled up, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And he has a little video to say something about that.
That I smoke 450,000. This is all in a day's work. Stop lying. I'm gonna smoke all that weed in one day. What am I, a machine? This is the roaches. See? Roaches.
Yeah. I don't smoke 128 grams. I only smoke 78 grams. The hell you think you are?
You must be crazy.
Yeah, you must be crazy. All right, that's my time. I gotta go.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here. It's a fun Friday night on 105 through the Fan. Jared Sandler, Packers insider, Rangers insider, is coming up at 6:20. We'll talk to him about multiple stories that will be burning over the weekend. Of course, the baseball free agency is off and running. Clayton Kershaw is going to go back to the Dodgers. But coming up next, it's a Friday news dump with Eric Chiafalo. Isn't that right?
That is correct. Lots to dump on you, including Joe Thomas. Very, very upset about this NFL move, and that's next.
Let me tell you about D&M Leasing, though, because these guys are the best.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And coming up in about 20 minutes, Jared Sandler's going to join you, tell you what you can expect from the Rangers this weekend as free agency is off and running now, and they are in on the biggest names in the game. But it's time now for Eric Chiafalo and his Friday night news dump. Here he is, Chief.
Shout out to the 214 who literally just seconds ago texted in, just tried the chili burger from Whataburger. It is amazing.
Thank you.
Broaddus was a home run. Everybody.
Incredible.
I didn't chat with Joey about it, but Lucius says yes. Carter says hell yes. I say bleep yes. So all the way around, shout out to Whataburger and that chili burger. Frito pie. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, got a lot of good stuff to bring you here in the Friday news dump, but first we go to Good Morning Football live from Germany this morning, where the ripped up former offensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns, who has just gotten super shredded in his years outside of football since retiring. He was on the set of Good Morning Football, and they were having a good time drinking some German beers and all that good stuff, but he got a little bit fired up when talking about Jeff Saturday becoming the head coach, the interim head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. Here he is, Joe Thomas.
When you hire your drinking buddy to be the head coach of an NFL football team, it is one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen in my entire life to the commitment, the lifestyle, and the experience that it takes to be an NFL coach, any coach, much less the head coach of the Indianapolis Football Colts. You have got to be kidding me that this is something that Jim Irsay and Jeff Saturday, who's not blameless for accepting the job, could have talked and decided that this was the best thing for the Indianapolis Colts at this juncture of the season. I'm going to tell you a quick story. I lived right next door to Rob Chudzinski. He was our head coach for one season in Cleveland. The commitment that it takes to be a head coach in the NFL is beyond what people can even comprehend unless you've been in that locker room.
Yep.
He saw his children one time every week. That was Friday afternoon. We would get off about 2 o'clock. He would stay till 3. He would pick his kids up from school. He had 4 kids. He would go get ice cream with them. They would come home. Then he would drop them off and go back to the office. If it was a home game, he would get to see his kids 2 times during the week. Ice cream on Friday. Saturday afternoon, he still didn't see him because he stayed. Sunday, they would come to the game. He would drive them home after the game, drop them off, and go back to the office. That's a lifestyle. That's who you are. That's not something that you can just show up for. It's not something you sign up for.
Man, a lot of things to talk about there. Number one, boo-hoo, you get 6 months off. Not all coaches do that.
My boy went 4-12 and was one and done as a head coach.
Yeah.
Why are we using that as the example to what a good coach is supposed to look like here? He did all that. He had ice cream once a week with his kids for an entire season, and all that allowed him to win 4 games and possess the job for less than a single calendar year.
Ice cream trip screwed him.
God.
Yeah, I do think it's, on top of that, it's a culture of heavy drinking. So many teams, front offices, coaching staffs drink a lot together. And I can't blame Saturday for taking the opportunity. You know, it's significant money, and it's a chance to launch a head coaching career if you're successful at it. That being said, I don't blame the players at all if they resent the fact that Jeff Saturday has no context for everything that's happening on the field and what they've tried, what they haven't tried, all this stuff. Like, it shouldn't happen like this where an interim coach comes from outside the building, period. And only Jim Irsay's, just horrible judgment has managed to justify that. I don't think many other teams at all would even consider it.
No, it's just a bizarre hire. It's just like something we haven't seen, but
it's 8 games.
It's
like, why are we freaking out this
it's
time?
8
It's like,
games.
it's disrespectful to the sport. I can't believe we're doing
like
this.
Jeff
the cathedral
Saturday
of coaching and football
has played in the NFL and was a really damn good player. Like, he knows and understands the work that it takes and the time that he needs to put in to be good at this. It's not like he just hired some average Joe that's never been part of the sport before. Like, Jeff Saturday's been in NFL locker rooms, He was an all-pro player, been to multiple Pro Bowls, won a Super Bowl, played with Peyton Manning. We all talk about Peyton Manning and the time that he put in. He was around Peyton Manning. He saw the hours of work that Peyton Manning put in. So I get it. But I do think that I can understand why some people are so flabbergasted by this. It was a very big shock. But we just gotta wait and see how this unfolds before we just throw darts at Jeff Saturday's head.
We're all surprised. You don't have to be butthurt
or mad. Nobody.
Right.
Yeah.
Would we feel different if Peyton Manning had taken the job? Would there be the outcry, or is it just because it's?
Or what
Jeff
about
Saturday?
if it was Reggie Wayne who was already on the staff as the wide receivers coach?
I'm just trying to compare it to somebody, and I know Jeff Saturday is beloved in Indianapolis, but would the outcry be as strong?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think
Peyton
so.
Manning takes that job?
The head coach of the Indianapolis football Colts.
Football Colts.
I don't think so. No.
How dare you
See,
disrespect the game?
You know, I mean, that's to me. I go back to the thoughts I've had about coaches that have gotten jobs I thought were qualified. You know, I was wrong about Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I wish the Cowboys would have, when they were interviewing Mike McCarthy, and I was kind of thinking coaching search. There's people that have done this job that have been super qualified, that have won, have proven that they're absolute buffoons at the job.
That's a great point.
And so,
or they just don't have the right players or right situation.
Yeah, I mean,
just because a coach has had success one spot, it doesn't guarantee he's a good coach.
Name every guy that's ever left Bill Belichick.
Sure.
Matt Patricia.
Lots of experience.
Joe Judge.
McDaniels screwing up again.
McDaniels. To me, it's just, it's Eric Mangini. There's all these guys that have left that we think, man, that guy, Charlie Weiss. How many jobs has Charlie Weiss had? See, that's what I'm saying.
KU, I think, is still paying.
Well, that's at Notre Dame too.
Excuse me, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame and KU both.
Is that the coach that bumped a kid with his belly?
Yeah, he's had a lot of it.
That's my guy.
Mangino's that kind of. But I just, hey, there shouldn't be such an outcry. There shouldn't be an outcry about this whole thing.
Was it stunning? It's like, oh, damn, that's surprising. That came out of left field.
You know what?
Now let's just see how it plays out.
What we all should be commenting about is the Colts players. How about playing better so they don't put their coach in this situation?
Highest paid O-line in the game.
They get fired?
Can't do jack.
Yeah. So I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated because of I'm interested to always see if hey, we make this a lot harder than it probably really is.
Yeah.
100%.
Maybe Irsay did it to tank the season without tanking the season.
Oh, absolutely.
And he knows what it's like to have the number one overall pick.
Jeff Saturday.
They've been damn good at it.
Yeah, Jeff Saturday could be a situation where it's like, listen, do us a favor. I don't want to name any of these guys. I don't want to give any of these guys this job. You go out there. If you win, great. If you don't, then
great.
I'm just going to clean the decks at the end of the day.
It was Dex with an E, by the way.
Dex.
Okay, so we do have a college football situation going down here. Jaden Rashada out of California. He was committed to the University of Miami, but he decommitted and flipped to the rival Florida Gators. Mm-hmm. He's getting an NIL deal of $9.5 million. And I just think, how cool
Wasn't
is
he
it?
getting
man?
$11 million already?
I'm reading here that he's the Florida deal that he is receiving, and he's one of the top quarterbacks in the 2023 class. He's going to be getting a $9.5 million.
Yeah, I think Miami
NIL
was giving
deal.
him 11.
Wow. Okay. Well, then,
so he took a pay cut?
Yeah,
he took a pay cut.
That's a bad look on the Canes.
Let me see. Okay, no. Okay, here it is. So he turned down the $11 million initially from Florida to commit to Miami for $9.5 million. And then he has now since changed his mind and is going back for the $11 million to Florida. So that's what it is. But I just, it really struck me of like, wow, dude, you have these kids that are like seniors in high school that know they're about to go cash in on $11 million right now.
Jeez. They get a piece of the value.
So cool, man.
Yeah. When you don't know if that kid's even going to be good.
Right. And for him, it's like, dude, you've just changed the entire course of your life. Like, That is a special situation.
Yeah, you're set before you've even stepped foot on college campus now.
Yeah.
It's terrific.
Really, really cool deal. Okay, as we continue here in the Friday News Dump, congratulations to Captain America, a.k.a. Chris Evans, on becoming 2022's Sexiest Man Alive according to People magazine.
Good for Chris.
Anybody pushing back on that, or are we cool with that, Captain America?
Just stunning, man.
Relatively deserving.
I would have voted for Gavin, but
thank you, Will Chuck.
Gone for Dawson.
I think that Superman guy is sexier. Do you have to be an American
Henry
or something?
Cavill?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Henry Cavill.
Superman had me up, bro.
Man, yeah, a lot of these Marvel characters. A lot of these Marvel characters are no joke.
well, I
man.
got a list for you Monday. Don't worry.
Do you?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Is
very
there any
nice.
We're gonna
bad-looking
celebrate
Marvel
Wakanda
characters?
forever.
Is there any like superhero that you could be that you could be a bad looking person and be a part of the super?
Was he Floki? Fluky?
Oh, Loki?
Loki. He looks kind of weird.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I'm sure there are.
Fluky is a hysterical name, though. Fluky, bro. I don't want Fluky to come save me. This might be the time he flukes.
He did it once. He can't do it again.
I'm saying like
Fluky.
Just a fluke. That's not a real hero. Crap.
Fluky is.
But are there any bad looking characters? I mean, is there like?
I mean, the Hulk doesn't really need to be good looking.
Yeah, and I got respect for like Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah,
the
sure.
way he carries himself.
But they don't really
physically,
need to make Bruce Banner a good looking dude.
Right.
Just
But
need to make him
Fluky.
angry.
The Rock dude,
Fluky.
with that guy.
Mark Ruffalo always looks confused.
Oh yeah,
He does.
From
What's
Fantastic
going on, man?
Four.
Yeah, is he? He's not Marvel, right?
He is Marvel.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Get
and-
onto it. You know your stuff, Brian.
Yeah, the Rock dude.
The Rock dude. Yeah, nailed it. Him and Fluky.
Somebody
Yeah.
said the thing, Fantastic Four.
That's what Brian's talking
That's
about.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh,
The
my
Rock,
bad.
but it's the Rock dude.
Thanks for listening, Lucius. No.
According to
Sorry.
Broadus.
We'll go back to putting these podcasts though.
And also on that same token here, we have Tom Holland coming back as Spider-Man for his own trilogy and
another
additional
trilogy.
Marvel movies.
Cool.
So Tom Holland, those of you that are into the Tom Holland Spider-Man, I
Didn't
guess
think he ever left.
got more in store there. It is confirmed he is officially back. We do have news in regards to, and for all of our dessert lovers out here, this is just a sort of a PSA. Nestle edible chocolate chip cookie dough tubs recalled over plastic contamination. So just be careful if you have the Nestle Toll House cookie dough sitting in your fridge right
So
now.
out of the tube, you can go for it.
Could be,
not
out of
the
the
tub.
tube, I think you're
Tub
good. But
good.
the tub,
We usually get the
tub
tube.
bad. Tube's good.
Okay,
I used
so you
to get
guys
those out of the tub a lot.
tube over tub. Yeah, well, Chuck,
Hey, do y'all buy the pints though for real? Like the little
Yeah, I do.
pints of joints and just get into it?
Oh, yeah.
I get into them.
I buy the
100% I do.
pints for real. You're damn right.
Yeah,
I do.
I'm like, let me just get something small, and then I'm like, well, I finished the whole thing, so does it really matter?
Yeah, next
I
thing you
just
know.
crushed
Yep.
it.
I'm
And
crushing
I don't-
cookies inside of it and everything
Yeah.
too.
Damn right.
Hyping it up.
Get the scraping the side.
Yeah.
We have a Raising Cane's fiasco going down in the state of Indiana.
This is bizarre.
What happened?
So Raising Cane's was leasing out a particular place of business here, a new location in Indiana, and they thought everything was cool until once they got in there, they were told by the property management group or whatever that they actually weren't allowed to sell chicken products because they already have a McDonald's in the same development and they have cornered the chicken market there. So they're not. So
They had all the rights to sell the chicken. This McDonald's
just
did.
the McDonald's did in this particular like area that is leased out by one specific property management group. So Cane's doesn't know this, and so they lease out the building. But then they're told, well, yeah, you can have the building Raising Cane's chicken fingers, but you can't sell your chicken fingers. So as long as you're cool with that, we're good.
What else do they
But
sell?
they've already signed the documents. So Raising Cane's is now having to sue these landlords or property management group because they're like, hey, we signed the deal and you didn't tell me before I signed that I wasn't allowed to sell chicken out of this property.
It's chicken.
So
It's
now-
just fried chicken.
It's just fried chicken. So now Raising Cane's is dealing with a bit of an issue
Most
here.
limited menu for all the fast food places.
100%.
Jinx.
You owe me a soda.
Chick-fil-A wanted to be the most just limited menu.
That's never been true.
But
We
they
used to have
have
12 items.
12 items.
We could go up to the number 12 on the menu. I mean, we had a bleeping chicken sandwich. You could go a half and half with a soup and a salad. We have a ton of crap there.
Crap, he says. That's a ringing
A
endorsement.
lot of stuff. Like anybody hates Chick-fil-A. Eric. What are you
Nobody
trying to
hates
do over there?
Chick-fil-A.
You want me to come over there and punch you in the face?
I'm just trying to rally
You crapping
up
on my
football
Chick-fil-A?
Friday.
Open
Never.
on Sunday.
They don't need to. That's how
Stop
damn popular
hating.
they are.
Okay.
Are you guys familiar with a Grapevine restaurant known for the Texas-style pizza? It's the Sauced House. The Sauced House.
I've heard about that recently. Is it going viral?
Well, it is expanding out of downtown Grapevine, which is, I guess, more of just like a takeout kind of shop, but it's supposed to be a Texas-style kick-ass pizza. But now it is going to be moving as well. They're going to have a location off West Cannon Street in Fort Worth. So you're going to have two different places where you can get the Texas-style pizza that is the Sauced House, which is extremely exciting. The pictures,
I know a place called Sauce.
Look delightful.
Yeah, I know a Sauce as well. It's
right across from Main Street. It's right on Northwest.
It's a wing place.
That might be what it is. If it says sauced,
it's sauced. Yeah,
yeah, that's probably the pizza place.
Sauce is wings.
No, this place was pizza.
Was it?
Yeah,
because we have a Sauced in Plano, but it's a wing spot.
Yeah.
But what is Texas-style pizza?
It doesn't really say specifically what makes a Texas pizza a Texas pizza. Let's see. Stretched, rolled garlic butter crust is a part of it.
Yeah.
But
their pizza's good.
It looks the pictures look amazing. I'm gonna have to go get this out of Grapevine because it's gonna be a little bit before it opens in Fort Worth.
From Maine, right off Maine there, off Northwest.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's really, really good news. And then finally here, Guy Fieri is explaining the perfect Thanksgiving turkey. Quote, "I do turkeys on my smoker. Smoked turkey to me is heaven." According to Mr. Flavortown, I also love deep fried turkey. Don't get me wrong, planning to do one this year for the first time in a while. He says I've spatchcocked a turkey.
Spatchcock it, yeah.
Speech?
Spatch.
Okay, yeah. Spatchcocked a turkey and done it on the barbecue, but I think the real key is the brining. I do that ahead of time so it has time to dry out and you get some really nice crispy skin. So he likes to smother his
I really got to dry that bird
brine.
out this year. I'm going to brine the hell out of it and then dry it. Put it in the fridge with nothing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and that makes the skin nice and crispy, crunchy.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay, very
it's
good.
clutch. I've never pulled it off. I will attempt it once again. I'm probably going to do 2 or 3 birds this year and a couple of beer can chickens.
Increase those odds.
Right? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chief. There it is, a Friday news dump here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler, Cowboys and Packers insider. We'll talk baseball and football with Sands next. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Jared Sandler to join us. He is at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and he is a Rangers insider and play-by-play man. He's also a Packers insider. Okay, so we're going to talk baseball, then we'll talk Cowboys Packers here. I don't know, about 5-6 minutes, something like that. And a good evening, Sands. How the heck are you?
I'm great, guys. Hey, shout out to Lucius on Veterans Day. Mad respect. And shout out to all the veterans out there listening.
Well, shout out to you, Jared. How the heck you been since the end of the season?
Guys, I've been good. I'd be doing a lot better if the Mavs got their head out of the you know what, but I guess can't control all that. But I'm good. I miss you guys, though. I really do. I miss. I saw the Wooly Bully for a little bit, and helped him, try to do his thing at a bar at 2 a.m. But I miss Eric and Broadus and you, Gavin. I hope to see you guys soon.
Yeah, we hope to see you soon as well. Before you know it, we'll be in Surprise, Arizona, just soaking in that great spring training action that we all love to take in every year. Jared, I want to know, what kind of results you think the Rangers are going to get. We're talking about all the biggest names for a second year in a row. Could the haul be as impressive as last year's?
I think the Rangers, if they don't get DeGrom or Rodon, and I sidebar, I think the DeGrom stuff is legitimate. I also think it's a leverage play. I think it's very beneficial for Jacob DeGrom's value for the Mets to know that he is interested in the Rangers. But that's not to say that he couldn't end up with the Rangers. But they don't get either of those two guys. I think the Rangers would be more inclined to make a move, a bigger move in a trade, because it doesn't seem like Chris Young wants to wait around to, really improve this rotation in a big way. And, they don't have to sign everyone this offseason. They're going to continue to build towards that World Series contending roster that, everyone is trying to achieve. And it's not going to just happen over this offseason, but I do think that they got a really good chance to get, either Rodon or DeGrom. The one thing I'd say is there are not very many teams in baseball, maybe the Yankees and the Red Sox here over the last decade, who they get their first option consistently. Well, the Rangers here recently, they've done that a couple of times with Corey Seager and Bruce Bochy. And if they can get, DeGrom or Rodon, and I don't know who they covet more because one is much younger than the other and the financials will be different. But that would be a big step in the right direction, and I would not discount the addition of Bruce Bochy playing an impact on the Rangers' wheelings and dealings this offseason.
That would be awesome, if they can get a big haul. But I want to tell you, last year I thought that spending that amount of money might have been a little early, considering where they were, and it didn't help them a lot. Is this at all like Jacob DeGrom has started 13 games a year for 3 seasons now. I mean, he's always hurt. How is that good money spent? I'm going to have to be sold on this, Jared.
Yeah, well, I'd say that I don't know that it's fair to say last year the money didn't help them a lot because they had a top 5 lineup in the American League, and that's where most of the money was spent. And John Gray, who got the 3rd biggest deal when healthy, was pretty good. Had some health issues. Now, that's what you're asking about with Jacob DeGrom. If it's me, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I would not be super pumped if the Rangers signed Jacob DeGrom. You're probably looking at 3 years, $120 million, 4 years, $160, something like that. That's why Carlos Rodon, to me, might be more appealing because I feel better about his health. Now, he had Tommy John a few years ago, and pitchers in general, more than position players, are fragile beings, and their health is more volatile. But I feel better about Carlos Rodon's health and his age, he's 30, than I do about Jacob DeGrom, who's 35, and as you mentioned, has had some recent health issues. So I know DeGrom is the most accomplished of all the free agent pitchers, and when healthy, he is without question the best. But you can't guarantee health, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Carlos Rodon was, the top target of the Rangers and maybe the top target of a number of teams.
Jared, are there some names that maybe we're not looking at on the pitching market, maybe even via trade, like a Corbin Burns who's been mentioned, or Shane Bieber, for instance, or even a Madison Bumgarner reunion from the Arizona Diamondbacks with Bruce Bochy?
Yeah, the Bumgarner one's interesting. Before Bruce Bochy, I'd say no, he's not. Bumgarner's not really what the Rangers are looking for when you look at declining strikeout numbers and stuff like that. But Bruce Bochy is going to have a strong voice here, and if Bruce Bochy wants the Rangers to go out and pursue Madison Bumgarner, the Rangers will go out and pursue Madison Bumgarner, and obviously those two have a relationship and have accomplished a lot together. The Corbin Burns one is really interesting because I think he might have the title of best pitcher in baseball that American League fans don't know about. I imagine NL Central fans are familiar with Corbin Burns, but he is a stud, and the price tag's not going to be cheap, but it's a price tag the Rangers can afford. It's a matter of whether or not they want to pull the trigger on the prospect haul would take. The Shane Bieber one is interesting because the Guardians are a franchise that they don't really love paying guys, and I think with their young pitching, I think they'd be more willing to move on from Shane Bieber. The Florida or the Miami pitchers are all worth mentioning. Sandy Alcantara will be the most expensive and maybe the toughest to pry free, but Pablo Lopez is a name that gets talked about a ton, and it seems like there could be a fit there. So the trade market is always interesting. It's there's an ocean of possibilities, and I think the Rangers will explore a lot of them. But I wouldn't be surprised if they made another Jake Odorizzi type move, just getting some veteran depth in their rotation. Because yes, you need the top end stuff. The top end stuff is great, but the Rangers don't want to run into a situation like last year where one injury here and one guy not performing at a level that they would hope there, and now you're kind of looking to your left and right and asking yourself, well, who the heck do we have who's ready to start at the big league level? And so I think they're going to try and make moves to fortify this rotation, both the top of the rotation, but also getting some depth and pieces in the back of the rotation.
What about outside of the pitching, Jared? Any other place they feel like, we got to go get something?
Yeah, well, they unquestionably need to improve their lineup between now and whenever it is they really want to make a run at the playoffs and a deep run in the playoffs. They took a huge step forward from 2021 to 2022, but there are definitely areas that can be improved upon. The on-base percentage has got to improve, and the depth in their lineup has got to improve. I think some of that's going to come from guys in the system coming up. They need that to happen. They need Josh Young or Ezekiel Duran or eventually Evan Carter or Aaron Zavala when he gets healthy. They need some of these guys, not all of them, some of these guys to really pop. But a name that I've been intrigued by, I'm going to give you two Mets outfielders. Michael Conforto, who didn't play last year, didn't get the type of contract he wanted in the offseason, elected to have shoulder surgery and rehab. Didn't have a great 2021. That's why he didn't get the contract he wanted. But if you look at his track record, this is a guy who is an 800-plus OPS type of guy. And the other one is Brandon Nimmo, who would be a leadoff type hitter, runs well, gets on base, not a big power guy, but he's a high on-base guy and can play center field for you. So I don't know if the Rangers are going to make a big splash with position player acquisitions this offseason. If they did want to take steps in that direction, I think those are two names to consider.
Is Verlander in play at all after he opted out of his deal with Houston?
Yeah, he is. But, if he wants a multi-year deal at his age, I don't know how pumped the Rangers would be. Like, I think if you're getting Verlander, you really need to feel like this is your year to go out and make something happen. I know Verlander had a good year. I think if you look at some of the peripheral numbers, he is declining. And I think that it will influence his market a little bit. And if he wants a 3-4 year deal or even a 2-3 year deal, 2 years with an option for the third, at 30 plus, I don't know if that makes as much sense. So I'm not going to say no to it, but with his age, the declining strikeout numbers, I think there are some concerns that maybe that would not be the best route for a team like the Rangers to take.
Jared Sandler here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think is the Packers' path to victory on Sunday? What kind of a game do they need to beat the Cowboys?
Well, first of all, they need the Cowboys to overlook them and not show up and play a really bad game. And I think the type of game the Packers can win against a superior team is one in which they dominate the time of possession because they run the crap out of the ball. It is not going to be a game where Aaron Rodgers is the hero. He might be the hero because of a couple plays, but he's not going to throw for 300 plus and just do what we've seen him do so often. He has not thrown the ball as well this year, but I don't even know that it's because of his own declining play. I mean, he's throwing to the four of you guys and me. I mean, his receiving core has been awful. His best receiver, Alan Lazard, is known more for blocking than anything else. He doesn't have weapons in that game. Their offensive line has struggled to protect him and just have not played up to par with guys out of position. But the way they're going to win a game is how they played against the Bills. And I know they lost that game. That was the most fluid their offense has looked all year, and they were running the ball. The combo of Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon, that's how they have to win right now, because when you're throwing to Samori Toure and Alan Lazard and pick a guy off the street, you're going to have a tough time, and that chemistry is clearly not there between Aaron Rodgers and the receivers.
Jared, what concerns you most about the Packers' defense right now?
Like from the through the lens of the Cowboys?
If you're like, okay, you covering the Packers or watching the Packers,
yeah.
Where do you feel like I've seen enough Cowboys football that this really concerns me going into this game for the Packers defense?
Yeah, well, they're so banged up, Broadus. This is going to be their first full game without Rashawn Gary, and Eric Stokes is out, and Devondre Campbell, I think, is out. And so now you've got right there, Rashawn Gary is a Defensive Player of the Year candidate type. Eric Stokes, their second best corner. Devondre Campbell is he's their green dot guy. That linebacker core, they're really beat up. I think that in theory, the Packers on paper should be better at defending the pass than the run, but they just have given up so much this year. A lot of people have been critical. We spend so much time, criticizing Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore, and obviously Dan Quinn doesn't get a lot of criticism. Well, Joe Barry has gotten a ton of criticism in Green Bay, their defensive coordinator. A lot of people feel like he's mismanaged the talent and the skill sets that he has on that defense. But Broadus, I don't know. It's really tough with all the injuries. Like, I really think the Cowboys are going to win this game by multiple possessions. I don't think this is going to be a good game. And I know that Aaron Rodgers is the boogeyman for the Cowboys. I just don't see it happening. But I would say that the Cowboys should have a pretty decent time running the football against the Packers. But if they decide to get pass happy, I just don't think the Packers can stop them because, they really have struggled to give up the intermediate middle of the field, 10 to 20 yards. Like they have been awful in that area. And I think Dak Prescott could have a field day, in that part of the field.
So are you throwing in the towel for the season?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, if the Packers, if they really want to do this right, they don't win another game. They either draft a quarterback if they don't believe in Jordan Love, or they get a weapon for Aaron Rodgers and they try run it back once more next year with guys healthy. Because the Packers have been done for a long time. If their quarterback was not Aaron Rodgers, I think people would have buried them a lot sooner than what's really kind of played out.
Appreciate you, Jared. Have a great weekend.
See you guys.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and he has his Swinging for a Cause coming up in December that we're all very excited about. And you can get more information at 1053thefan.com/sandlot. Okay, how about this from our buddy Dan Rogers, Danny Fan, and Blogging the Boys. Washington's won 3 of their last 4 and almost beat Minnesota last week. If Heineke can pull off the Monday night upset and the Cowboys take care of business, the boys will then control their own destiny in getting that coveted number 1 seed. We could be 1 weekend away. What a well, that would it is Monday Night Football, so we'll have to wait. But Monday Night Football, I think, is it's the most interesting matchup we've had all year, other than the Cowboy game. All right, coming up next, it is time to crosstalk with the Get Right. CA is in the house. A big Friday show's planned, and we'll chat with him about it coming up next year on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian, you're a fisherman. Have you ever had a fish jump into your boat?
No.
No?
I have not, but I've seen videos of people sail fishing.
Okay.
And things like that. When
the big sailfish. Yeah.
When they
those things get airborne.
They back the boat up. You try and, you get your line, and then they try and get that gaff in the water. But I've seen the fish that come up out of a wave and then jump into the back of the boat that way. Luckily not hit a guy.
We go to the vessel of boatman Ryan Churches off the coast of New Orleans. He didn't get hit either, but the boys were having a good time fishing. They were talking cricket and rugby this week and waiting for a bite, and boom. Mako shark jumps out of the water, lands on the front deck of their boat. Our guy Ryan told reporters, "We were counting our blessings he didn't land on the back of the boat." Surprisingly, the shark's plan worked. After thrashing around on the deck for a few minutes, it managed to wriggle free of the hook. It had bitten a fish that they were reeling in at the time. The shark then slid off the deck, dropped back into the water, apparently unharmed by the ordeal. What's the closest you've ever come to a shark, Brian?
I've caught one off when I worked offshore.
Really?
I was on a platform. Yeah, one of my jobs at Ellis, 1988. We were 60 miles out in the Gulf and fishing at the bottom of the platform, about 100 foot of water, and that's we pulled a shark in.
What kind
that.
was it? Do you know?
I don't. One? It was little. It wasn't like a hammerhead or any of that stuff like that, but a bull shark or something. But no, it was just a little.
Did you pull the hook out?
Oh yeah,
really?
Yeah, we what we did, we got it up and got it onto the platform, and stood on it, and then pulled the hook out and pushed it back in.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
Good move for you. It's always good to have a good fishing story with Brian Broaddus. A lot of stuff going on in the world of sports. The Heat have cut ties with FTX. They're going to rename their arena. The Astros GM is out after declining the one-year offer there. And Tom Brady says he has zero regrets on his return despite their horrible start. It is time now to talk
that FTX situation. So FTX paid for that, right?
Yeah.
So you keep the money and tell them I don't want your business anymore?
I guess.
Or did you give them the money back?
They went bankrupt today.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It was a $175 million naming rights deal, I think, for 19 years or something like that.
And the Heat are planning on suing them.
Wow. Yeah, it's an incredible story if you want to dig into it. It's a lot of tie-ins with the world of sports. They were going to bail out Voyager, which was the Mavericks, the Dallas Mavericks crypto partner last year.
Voyager,
I know
there's
there's people in the audience that were affected for sure. What an absolute disaster. Gentlemen, CA and KG, the Get Right. It's a 7 to 9, right? Tonight, because you make way for Boomer at 9 o'clock.
Company man, Boomer Esiason comes in at 9 o'clock. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti at 9 o'clock.
And then I'm going to go spatchcock a turkey.
There you go.
There you go.
That's a veteran spatchcocker like yourself.
Spatchcocking man.
Yeah.
I heard y'all talking about that, and I said, I might as well try that myself.
Yeah, no, it's a great way to do it. The bird gets done a little bit quicker and
cooks evenly.
Yeah, more evenly cooked.
Now, y'all know I'm not supposed to even be here.
Oh, no, what happened?
Why not? Payoff for the Mavs loss?
Y'all don't look at my social media?
No. I did see K Jizzle got that blue check mark, baby. Congratulations, my friend. How did that come about?
Moving on up.
Yeah. Dropped that $8 on them?
Oh, no, I read they got rid of that. I thought they got rid of the payment thing.
I paid for it before.
They did. It's a big mess.
And here's the thing. Full admission.
Paid $8
full admission. Relax. Full admission.
I just sold you mine for $6.
That's probably what it's worth now these days.
Did they let you keep it?
Yeah, I still got it.
Well,
I had made all this big fuss about not paying for it, but then I realized and thought about it. I was like, hold on. Your boy's already paying for Twitter Blue already to post extra long videos and all this other stuff. I was like, well, I'll just upgrade my Twitter Blue subscription and just get the check mark that goes along with it. So I'm not the
you should have
Brian
regardless.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not the official, Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus, Chris Arnold type of verified or Lucius Alexander type verified.
Don't worry, we're not verified either.
But I'm on that bootleg verification.
If it wasn't for the Cowboys, I wouldn't be verified either.
But now there's no more of that though, right? Like we're not.
It's a big mess. It's frozen.
Yeah, they've halted it
because all these trolls took over with these fake names and fake accounts, and they were tweeting each other and causing.
ruining
In
things.
fact, there was this one company. I think they provided insulin and a fake
Lilly.
name. Yes, Lilly. It caused their stock to crash.
Yeah.
And so they had to
Somebody got out there
freeze
impersonating
everything.
Lilly, the provider of like insulin.
So yeah,
and whatnot.
Elon Musk has stopped that whole deal. But I'm not even supposed to be here today.
My favorite story of that though is apparently a bunch of people started creating Elon Musk Twitter accounts.
He took it
and
personally.
getting verified, and he got upset because everybody started tweeting stuff
Yeah,
as if they were
shocking.
Elon, and Elon's like, "Look, that's not me. It's not me tweeting all this."
Oh, you guys have been running Twitter for 15 years, troubleshooting every day. Well, I'm going to
Yeah.
show up and fix everything on the first day. Yeah,
Right.
right,
Where
buddy.
the
Good
hell
luck with
were you
that.
supposed to
CA,
be?
why are you not supposed to be here? Yeah.
I
Supposed to
posted
be
this on social.
spatchcocking.
No, well, that's before I walked in the door.
Late night activity.
I literally wasn't going to be here for the last couple of days because y'all know I won the Powerball. It says it on their website. I posted it. It said one winner, CA. And I posted that, and I've been in the process of lawyering up.
Yeah.
But I found
This
out
your
some-
goodbye show?
Yeah, this is. I can't
This is
leave
swan
until
song,
it's
that's
all
right.
taken care of.
Yeah, I
I want
understand.
to make sure that it wasn't some random person in California because it said CA.
Yeah.
Right.
So I've had the lawyers, and I'm preparing to sue Powerball
Good.
to make sure that if, tie this up in court, so at least I have a shot at this thing because they said it on their website, one winner named CA. That would be me.
Yes, it would be.
So I did some more research, and I found out that you remember there was a conspiracy because just before this $2.04 billion Powerball was dropped, the numbers came out. It was a delay. There was a problem with
Families.
No. What it was is there was a delay. They said there was an equipment. There was a glitch in the system.
They was coordinating those numbers.
Yes, they said okay. It was supposed to drop at 10:00 Monday night, and it didn't come out until early Tuesday morning. It has just been released. What happened? This is real factual stuff here. It happened in Minnesota. They got a two-pronged system where they make sure that the numbers match up, and they have a verification process. It happened in Minnesota. It had nothing to do with California, but they said, we can't do this because we got to make sure that if somebody said they won, that it actually works. Well, the person that won in California still has not been identified. That's why I say I'm still got a shot, and I got my lawyers ready, and we're ready to challenge this thing. Because I learned from watching politics, you just challenge things in court.
It's there in writing, CA.
Yeah, you got a chance. You just tie it up in court. So I'm lawyered up because these lawyers, like they chase these frivolous lawsuits. They like to say, okay, if I get a cut of this, I'll represent you. So
sure.
I'm lawyering up. They haven't identified the person, but the store that sold it. There's this guy that works there, owns his store.
Yeah.
His name is Joe. He's 75 years old. He got
Joe.
$1 million.
Boom.
And he said, I'm not retiring.
Dude,
I'm
that's-
sticking around. I got 5 kids and grandkids, and I'm going to stick around.
Good for him.
But good old
man.
Joe
Well,
got his
shoot,
$1 million.
$1 million in California after taxes, you're just making a couple mortgage payments.
Wait, did he sell it to his
That's why they
son-in-law?
quit.
Yeah.
Did he sell this ticket to his son-in-law? That's what I was hearing.
We
shall see.
Yeah,
All righty. Thanks,
yeah.
guys. Get Right coming up 7 to 9. Then Boomer Esiason's going to do some show 9 to 11 talking football. Thanks so much to Shis Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Have a great weekend, sir.
Spatchcock!
Woolchuck and Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus for them. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till Monday with 2. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation at East.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed time for the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My man Alec Medford holding it down for you here on this Veterans Day, 11/11/22. Appreciate you joining us on this Friday night here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station as we get you ready for a big weekend of sports, college football action. Hello, TCU and Texas. Your Cowboys visiting Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. Busy weekend right here to get you ready for on 105.3 The Fan. The truckready.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the conversation coming up here in 20 minutes, we'll go inside the Mavs. The Mavs come home for a 5-game homestand that starts tomorrow against Damian Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers. We'll go inside the Mavs here, in about 18 minutes. But before we go any further, I want to say what's up to the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
What's happening, KG? What's happening, Alec? And what's happening to all the Tolos, especially on a Friday evening? It's very, very chilly out there. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. The wind chill is making it even colder, and especially since yesterday it was rainy and stuff, but it wasn't cold. Today is like, damn, it's like wintertime for real. It's November for real around here in North Texas. So y'all take care. It's football weather for those who are doing some football this evening, but it's still colder than expected. And just be glad you're not in some other part of the country where it's really, really cold. By the way, in Green Bay, it's supposed to be like 38 degrees when the Cowboys kick off Sunday afternoon around 3:20. So
it's going to be, cold in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
The frozen
And they said
tundra.
it was just 70 degrees there yesterday. And they're like, oh, man. Oh, real quick, I was talking about the truckwreck.com text line. 254 says, sorry, Chris, but California was CA long before you ever existed. Stop being shady like that. And I had to answer him back because this was about me winning the Powerball because I'm really not supposed to be here right now. I'm challenging this thing in court. I said, hey, how do you know I'm not older than the state of California? You don't know that. You haven't seen California's birth certificate yet. I'm going to challenge that in court like everything else. It's challenge reality time these days.
Definitely want to make sure that we shout out all the veterans on this day, all of our Turn It On, Leave It On veterans. We appreciate you, love you, and obviously a day to think about our veterans. And today is that day. Didn't even realize I woke up this morning. I looked at the date, 11/11/22.
And that's something.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like how many times that like has ever happened. Maybe it happens more often than what I'm maybe giving it credit for.
No, not that really. No,
I just
think about
thought
it.
It was kind of ironic. It's like 11 plus 11. Oh, that's 22. Look at that.
Last time that happened was 1922.
Oh, really?
Think about it. November 11, 22. 1922.
Oh, okay. I see what you did. Okay, yeah, I got
You
it.
just talking about the various numbers. And
Yeah.
numerology and whatnot.
Exactly, yeah.
I understand.
And then I looked up on the television while we were in here during crosstalk, and I looked up. I said, okay, that's cool. Gonzaga and Michigan State are playing a basketball game. These cats on a boat doing this? Is this what's going on here?
Yeah,
This
they can
Armed
do that
Forces
nowadays. Yeah.
Classic. This game on a boat?
Yeah, on a battleship.
Oh, okay.
It's big enough. They land planes on it. Why not?
Oh, that's cool.
Think
okay.
about it. It's very, very possible. And by the way, I also, for a lot of people, they don't know how to, quote unquote, handle.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I said a boat. Excuse me, a ship.
And that's a veteran telling you from the Navy,
yes.
right? Lucius.
Respectfully, my bad.
Yeah, most definitely.
My bad.
One other note about
fighter boat
about Veterans Day. No, he didn't. Lucius, he caught on a boat again behind your back.
Oh, it's a bit. He all right. He chilling on this Friday night. He good.
For those who don't know how to approach veterans like Lucius on Veterans Day, and the day's about over with, but still, you were kind of, how do I say this respectfully? You say Happy Veterans Day.
That's right.
Unlike Memorial Day, where you have to be more somber and whatever, those who lost their lives. No, Veterans Day is actually a tribute, a salute, and the happy days and that kind of thing. It's not about, it's reverence. No, it's about
Tuesday, happy days. That's a good song.
Yeah,
That's a good movie.
That's a good TV show.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Oh, and you talking about those numbers like 11, 22? Though one of the closest or one of the coolest ones was not that long ago, 07, 07, 07. Which was
July 7th,
7th,
2007.
2007.
Yeah.
It could happen like that.
There you go. But yeah, I just happened to notice that they're playing Gonzaga and Michigan State. Here's the thing: as we go do some keep it up with the Joneses, as both Stephen and Jerry Jones were on your home of the Cowboys 105 through the fan. Oh, from the 817, 11.
Yes, it was 11 years ago.
There you go.
11 years ago. That's the kicker.
That's a whole lot of.
That's that's 4 groups of 11s.
It's hard for me to like get into college basketball. Sorry, Will Chambers. It's hard for me to get into college basketball like this portion of the season at the beginning because you got too many things going on. You got the NFL, you got the NBA, you got the NHL, you got college football. You know, you got Major League Baseball, free agency, hot stove stuff. You got a lot of stuff going on. I just have the bandwidth to be like, okay, time to stop down for some college basketball right now. Give me about a month or two, and then I could probably have some more capacity.
You better learn how to expand your bandwidth.
Look, man.
You better buy some more gigs.
Between
bytes.
Right, need some more. It's just a lot going on right now, but it's fun to watch because this is a lot of, the time of the year a lot of fans get to enjoy a lot of their various sports. So Michigan State and Gonzaga playing tonight in the Armed Forces Classic.
By the way, we are blowing up the text line, and the 254 says, David from Stephenville, it's my wife and my birthday today. 11 years ago, we had 11.
Oh, wow.
And then another Tolo said, hey, my homie is an Eagles fan. I know, loser, L over his head. He said Jimmy Johnson is done for comparing Micah to LT to be because of offenses form their whole game plan around LT, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the other note I want to bring up here is there's a Tolo from the 817 says, packing my bag, y'all, flying to Green Bay tomorrow for the game. Cheers. Love the Cowboys. Kevin from Saginaw. And another one real quick, we got a shout out to a son. Guy's son's name is Jaden. Jaden's going to be playing for All Saints playing Grapevine Faith tonight. So there's some cold high school for football out there. There you go.
From the 682, we got married on 10/10/2020.
Wow.
Well, there you go. And CA, I think there's a Tola that wants a shout out, especially from you on the 254 there. That they want. They've been trying to get it all day, but they want you especially to shout them out right now. You see it? You don't see it?
Hey, 3 times CA. I've tried all day to get a shout out to my beautiful wife Christy. She's my rock, but no one did. Can you hook me up, please, sir? Tony O, the Tolo. Shout out to Christy from your husband or your girl. Yeah, your husband. Tony.
There you go.
105.3 The Fan. Got you down.
Let's go keeping up with the Joneses right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry and Stephen Jones talking today about their Cowboys taking on the Green Bay Packers, a team that's given the Jones family a lot of heartache over the last several years, thanks to Aaron Rodgers and his exploits in the playoffs. Let's start here with cut number 8 with Jerry, because this is going to be a topic of conversation over the next couple of days. Is Ezekiel Elliott ready to go, Jerry?
I do. Everything I've seen, I watched him yesterday. I've got a report on the practice. We'll see how he looks out here in a few minutes, but I think he's on go.
Very interesting. And if you listen to the G-Bag Nation, our very own Brian Broaddus speaking on that idea, is that it may be a little bit more questionable as to whether or not Ezekiel Elliott will play on Sunday. In fact, he has been listed as questionable going into his game on Sunday. Michael Gelkin reporting that his availability to gain clarity Saturday following continued treatment, monitoring, and discussion with Director of Rehabilitation, Brett Brown. So we will see if Ezekiel Elliott is on the field on Sunday.
Yeah, now I was out there Thursday, or actually Wednesday, when he first talked to the media, and he surprised a lot of people because everybody assumed, oh, he's good to go now. He's had that rest. And he said, no, I don't know yet till I get out there. One of the notes to keep in mind, it is also strategic not to tell people if he plays or not, because the defenses for the Green Bay Packers need to be worried about Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, not just Tony Pollard alone. So it's in the Cowboys' best interest not to give everything away, whether he plays or not. I don't know if he's going to play. One thing Stephen Jones told G-Bag Nation this afternoon was it's in the Zeke's best interest. Sometimes you got to see Zeke from himself because he's such a competitor and a guy that does everything for the team. Sometimes you got, hey, come on, Zeke.
Yeah.
You can help us by helping yourself and taking a week off.
I mean, hopefully they learn from last year because we had a similar situation when he was dealing with a PCL injury, which we wound up finding out later was much worse. In fact, it was a torn PCL that he had been running around on during most of last year.
Well, you say that, but I'm going to clarify that again. The doctors told all of them it's not going to get any worse, and the only way it's going to get better if he took months off. And the only reason he played is because the offensive line was so poor, they did not want Dak Prescott to get hurt. He was the only pass protector they could count on. So don't ever get that part, not you personally, but all the Cowboys fans. He stayed out there the whole season because he's a team guy, and that's why he's beloved in that locker room. Because a lot of guys said, nah, I'm good, I'm hurt, I can't play. They said it would not get worse, and they didn't want Dak to get hurt.
Mike McCarthy's got a reunion coming up this weekend as he returns to Green Bay and to take on Aaron Rodgers for the first time as an opponent. Of course, Mike McCarthy spent 14 seasons in Green Bay, 13 as their head coach. Cut number 3 with Jerry has Mike McCarthy express how much he wants to win in Green Bay on Sunday afternoon.
Well, listen, Mike has always been unabashed about his affinity for Green Bay. He still has his home up there, and his family generally, or you could say, are from that area. I mentioned earlier in the week that his wife's father is, in a way, the kind of the curator of the legacy of Green Bay relative around their great facility they have up there. But he's kind of an archivist relative to the Green Bay Packer football team. And that's Mike's wife's father. And so she comes from a real legacy of NFL football, and she comes from a great legacy of Green Bay Packer interest as well. But I'll assure you, she's up there wanting to come home with a victory, wanting to come back to Dallas with a victory over the Packers.
Exactly. It's in his blood. He's put it like this. It's serious. The man was coaching there for 13 years. On top of all of that, he wants to let them know they made a mistake when they let him go. He didn't quit. They let him go.
Yeah, and I think at the time, though, it was the right time for the Packers to move on. That voice, it appeared, had gotten stale there, and things weren't moving in the right direction.
True.
And obviously, it's worked out for everyone since then. And Aaron Rodgers and that organization has gone to multiple NFC title games, and Mike McCarthy has found himself now having success here in Dallas. But I think the mantra, if you're the players this weekend, win it for Mike. Win it for Mike. And obviously the emotions are going to be high for him going into that game on Sunday afternoon, returning to Green Bay, where, of course, he was a Super Bowl championship head coach, helping Aaron Rodgers become Aaron Rodgers and the 4-time league MVP that he is. So it will be a lot of emotion there, and I'm sure the reception for Mike McCarthy, now that some time has passed by, will be very good for him and his family, and hopefully he's able to soak in that moment before getting to the business at hand. Speaking of business, the business conversation this week is surrounding whether or not Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be a part of this Dallas Cowboys football team. Stephen Jones was on with the G-Bag Nation, cut number 3. Stephen, your thoughts on potentially adding Odell Beckham Jr. to this football team?
Well, as I've always said, player acquisitions 365 days a year. I think it's rare that you see a talent like OBJ out here this time of year as a free agent. The reason you can't talk openly most of the time is it usually has to do with the trade, and of course that's tampering, so you can't openly talk about players. But certainly OBJ is free to do and go where he wants to go. And, we like our football team. We think, hard not to imagine a healthy OBJ, couldn't really help us out. And he did that for the Rams last year. Obviously, if you watch the first quarter and a half of that Super Bowl, OBJ may have been on his way to being the MVP. So, he's certainly a top-end football player. Obviously, he's coming off an injury, so that'll be, part of the process. But, we, as everybody said, from Jerry on down, there's certainly interest in that.
Now, he said that with G-Bag Nation. Here in a second, I'm going to have another piece of audio from Stephen Jones.
Uh-oh.
When he was on with Sirius XM.
Uh-oh.
Maybe just a little bit before that. That paints maybe a slightly different answer.
A Catboy answer?
Well, not necessarily. And when you hear it, you may have a little bit of difference between what you heard from G-Bag Nation and what Steven told SiriusXM about the idea of Odell Beckham Jr. coming to this team.
Well, first of all, we've always emphasized around here that player acquisition's 365 days a year. Certainly, we played against Odell most of his career when he was with the Giants, and he's one of those guys that he can hurt you. And I know he made a bunch of big plays against us, and he's a free agent out there, and certainly a guy that you have to be looking into in terms of how he could make our team better. Obviously, what he did for the Rams last year and their Super Bowl run was huge, and gets to the game, and it looks like he's going to have an MVP type performance, and then he has the unfortunate injury. But certainly, we're always open to making our team better. To have a guy like Odell Beckham, if he's recovered from his knee, which it sounds like he has, is a great way to make your team better. So it's natural that we would have interest in that, and certainly, like any free agent, he can go anywhere he wants in terms of all 32. But we want to make our compelling case, and certainly at the end of the day, it's about business as well. So we'll just roll up our sleeves and see if there's an opportunity for us to put a star on Odell's helmet.
Okay, I'm glad you played that because it matched up with what he told G-Bag. He did qualify with saying business, but at the same time, the way I took, I've been knowing Steven 30-something years. The way I took his answer to G-Bag, and I'm listening to it live because I'm like, okay, because I'm analyzing how is he going to be careful with his words. He enthusiastically was saying those things. So I'm like, okay, it's still when they show him the sticker, he's going to have sticker shock. When they show him the price tag of this car, is he going to pay for it? I think if it's reasonable, he's going to do it because he wasn't hemming and hawing. I've heard Steven hem and haw before. I'm feeling a little bit more. At first, I'm like, nah, Steven's not on board with these kind of things. But right now, I'm like, okay, there's a chance. It just depends on what that price tag is going to be. If the sticker shock doesn't hurt him, Steven's going to pull the trigger.
It was interesting hearing both of those answers and the one we just heard from SiriusXM NFL Radio about the idea about the presentation they're going to make to Odell Beckham Jr. And then he ends it with the quote, "We'll just roll up our sleeves and see if there's an opportunity for us to put a star on Odell's helmet." Now, where have you heard the words putting a star looking good on Odell Beckham Jr.'s helmet?
Jerry Jones.
Jerry said that himself too.
Okay, you know what? Go ahead and say it. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking too.
It sounds like the two of them are on the same page here.
Yes, which means Jerry is the closer. I'll give you a quick example because we're up against the clock.
Mm-hmm.
The best example is when Lyle Collins was a free agent because nobody drafted him. There was this crazy report about him that was not true. So he was a total free agent. He was about to sign with Miami Dolphins. Jerry Jones had Lyle Collins and his mama over to his house in Dallas off of Preston Road, had the entire offensive line there, and Jerry sealed the deal. If they're going to do a presentation with Jerry closing it, OBJ can't walk away.
That's a little keeping up.
I'm more enthused now.
With the Joneses right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Steven, you got me excited.
105 through the fan. Now, that's a first. Coming up next,
we don't trust Steven as far as I can see.
Inside the Mavs. The Mavs come home for a 5-game homestand. Where does their starting five rank among the other 29 teams in the NBA? We'll talk about that next on 105 through the fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Lease better at AutoFlex.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers 105 The Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My man Alec Medford holding it down for you here on this Friday night.
We got to do a quick shout out from the truckwreck.com text line. We got a Tolo says, hey, we need a shout out here. My wife is riding around with a car with, this is from Woody. He says, CAKG, this is your boy Woody. I want to send my beautiful wife a huge shout out. She is my ride or die. She's riding with me right now, making our rounds around town. She is my rock. And her name is Stephanie. What up, Stephanie?
I appreciate you taking us in on this Friday night. Hopefully you're having a safe and sound Friday, hopefully a little bit warmer and than it is outside, and enjoying yourself as you get ready for this weekend. Coming up here in about 16 minutes, we will go around the National Football League, get you caught up on all things happening in the NFL as we get you ready for week number 10. Hard to believe it's getting ready for week 10 of the NFL. The NFL season flying by very quickly. Of course, your Cowboys visiting the Green Bay Packers on Sunday at 3:25, which can be heard on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network 105 through the Fan.
One more quick text from the 682 Taylor in Weatherford. Are y'all going to play the Broadus Bassett crosstalk? No, I don't think we got a short show tonight, but I think you can find that at Mr. Gavin Dawson because he posted it, and it didn't it win G-Bag of the Day, Lucius, yesterday? Nope. The Broadus Bassett, yeah, it won yesterday. But if you want to, he said, I keep missing it. Well, if you go online to Twitter, it's at it's at Gavin Dawson.
Yep, you'll be able to find it right there. Let's go inside the Mavs right here on your home.
Shut up!
Cowboys,
I'm sorry, I had to get that.
To the Fan. Chris, you play too much. You're doing a whole lot over there to my radio right.
They've been playing it all day. Sean and RJ played the whole damn thing on the crosstalk with KNC this morning.
I heard it several times.
They broke it down. It was funny. It was kind of like Sean and RJ arguing about who watches more football. It was funny.
I remember that argument. That was funny. That was funny. Mavs, we get a 5-game homestand tomorrow as they.
And by the way, happy birthday to Baskey. Today's his birthday.
Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday, Mike.
I've already texted.
There you go. Mavericks begin a 5-game homestand tomorrow when the Portland Trailblazers come to town. The last time these two teams got together was back on April 8th here at the AAC. All the Mavericks did that day was beat down the Portland Trailblazers by 50. The final score of that game was 128-78. A 50-point blowout at the AAC. Things have changed quite a bit since then. In fact, the Portland Trailblazers playing some good basketball. 9-3. Anthony Simons averaging 22 points per game. Obviously, Nurkic, leading rebounder there, got over 11 rebounds per game. And they've been a surprise so far for Chauncey Billups in that group in Portland. Second place in the Northwest Division as things currently stand when they get ready to take on Luka Doncic and the Mavericks tomorrow. Of course, the Mavericks on a 2-game losing streak right now. 2 bad losses on the road to Orlando.
Real bad.
And then they allow Kyle Kuzma to go off against them for the Washington Wizards in a loss there without Bradley Beal and without Kristaps Porzingis. So the Mavericks looking to snap a 2-game skid as they return home to the American Airlines Center. Luka Doncic having cooled off the last couple of games. We knew he was on that tear to start out the season. 9 straight games with over 30 points in each of those games. Since then, not great. Only had 22 last night against the Washington Wizards. He is still averaging, though, nearly 34 points per game, still leading the team in rebounds and assists with 8 and 8. So Luka on the season, 34, 8 and 8. That ain't bad through the first 11 games of the year. But the Mavericks needing to play a little bit better and finding a way to get some more consistency, especially on the defensive end of the floor.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I advise everybody to pick up the Dallas Morning News. Go to dallasnews.com. And Kelly Kaplan did a great article. She was talking about, Jason Kidd told her before the season started that their coaching staff will be looking at these games 10 games at a time to see the tweaks and adjustments that they need to do. And she pointed out that the 3 things that they are concerned about right now, of course, is Luka's usage rating, the Mavericks defense, and closing out fourth quarters.
What's been horrendous at so far this season.
And this is really shocking considering that last year, the Dallas Mavericks, from February on, they were the best team in the NBA closing out fourth quarters. Also, just to show you how the coaching staff is really smart, and you got to kind of trust the process a little bit, as hard as it is. You know, a lot of people around here used to football and 17 games, and these people are riding an emotional roller coaster, and it's an 82-game season. Last year, the Dallas Mavericks, before January, they were the worst team in the NBA defensively. They were, I think she said it was like giving up like 135 points per 100 possessions. It was that bad. And then they turned into number one. Now, overall defensively, from January on, they were number 2 in the league behind the Boston Celtics. But it took a minute for everybody to understand the concepts. So she talked about how they're already looking at what they need to do. But also, she talked about what Jason Kidd was saying about, Luka and the usage rating, which is they've got, and we were talking about this last night after the game ended. They've got to find a third guard, not just Spencer Dinwiddie, who, by the way, played in his first back-to-back this road trip. He hadn't played in a back-to-back since he was with Brooklyn, because when he was with Washington and when he got to the Mavericks, he was still coming off of that Achilles injury. So he's on fire now, but they got to have more than just Spencer Dinwiddie. And don't think that they're just going to sit pat and just not do anything. A year ago at this time, Kristaps Porzingis was run in the post, and they were looking at what he had to offer. And surprise, surprise, low key, they traded him. Nobody saw it coming. Trust me, Nico Harrison and the coaching staff, they will do whatever it takes to improve this team. They're not going to stand pat and say we like our guys, unless publicly, to protect those so you won't lose your leverage. So with Luka and the usage rating, Kid was saying something about I got to keep him off the floor, not just off the floor on the minutes, but they got to keep him from falling down. He said, the floor will punish you, because he takes a lot of punishment getting hit a lot.
Luka stay falling.
Him and Dwight Powell just stay on the floor.
Dwight stay getting slapped in the face all the
Slapped
time.
in the face. I don't know why his face ain't beat up the way it is. I mean, I don't know why he ain't got no hockey teeth. You know what I'm saying? But back to Luka on the floor, he said over time, he said he's 23 years old right now, but your body can't take that. The floor is timeless. It will
Punish
win.
you, yeah.
It will punish you. So he says he's going to try to figure out, they're going to try to do that part as well, but they've got to get the ball out of Luka's hands and have more people. And he's also talked about, you know, how we were talking about this last night as well, about how Luka played all these games in the month of September. I think he played 7 games in Eurobasket in 14 days. And he's in tip-top shape.
That Eurobasket schedule was hellacious.
Yes, this is going into the training camp.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's hitting the ground running. At the same time, don't be surprised if they load manage him more than they did last year. Now, they did it last year, certain back-to-backs where they assumed they were going to win the game, and they burned him a couple of times. But at the same time, it also forces the other guys to be more proactive and get themselves free and take advantage. He said last year we had 4 different guys able to make plays out of Luke with the ball being out of Luka's hands. He said now it's like we got 2 here and then another 2 here, and he said we can't keep that up.
The Mavericks begin a 5-game homestand and includes games against Portland, the Clippers, Houston, and then 2 games against rising MVP candidate and back-to-back MVP winner Nikola Jokic, as they take on the Denver Nuggets on Friday, November 18th, and the Sunday, November the 20th.
Isn't that wild? It's a back-to-back with a day off in between.
I like that.
I do too. The NBA's doing this more. It's more and more like a baseball schedule.
Yeah, I like it.
Homestand.
Yeah, because
now residency.
You get more opportunities to see your favorite players and not have to worry about waiting longer periods in between time to see those kinds of players. This comes from Chris Arnold's favorite publication, Bleacher Report, ranking the 30.
I've decided they're going to have to be my favorite as long as you call them that. I'm going to have to find some things, some moments that they might have that might be decent.
Ranking each of the starting 5s in the NBA. And where do you think?
Ooh. You going to say where the Mavericks?
Yeah, where do you think the Mavericks starting 5?
Before you tell me where the Mavericks rank, I'm going to guess the number 1. 877-881-1053. You don't have the number 1?
Not even close.
No, I'm not saying the Mavericks are number 1. I'm saying let me guess who the number 1 starting 5 is.
Okay.
I know it ain't the Mavericks. Come on now.
Okay.
And it's not about a collection of talent. It's about which team plays well together. Because if it was a collection of talent, you would say the Brooklyn Nets, or you say the Lakers, or some other collection of talent like that. I'm going to say the best starting 5 in the NBA is in Cleveland.
No.
Boston?
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. Who's number 1?
The Milwaukee Bucks.
You know, why are you playing? why my mind just slipped on me because they're on fire.
The Milwaukee Bucks have a net rating of plus 27.6.
They all play ball.
And of course, that's led by
Giannis.
Drew Holiday, fantastic all-NBA defensive guard.
Didn't you say you wish he was with Luka?
I mean, I think he'd be the perfect complement. Guy that can shoot the ball good enough from 3, but can defend his tail off on the defensive end.
Your favorite is Drew Holiday. My favorite is Marcus Smart. Now, neither one of them are leaving those teams, but that would be the perfect. You want a defender alongside Luka.
Yeah, that can handle the ball too. And Drew Holiday,
yes, exactly,
is the perfect complement to what they got going on in Milwaukee. So the question is then, where do you believe the Dallas Mavericks rank as far as the best lineups in the NBA?
There's 30 teams. I'm going to say it's in the 20s somewhere. I'm going to say probably 25.
Close.
What is it?
They're right behind the New York Knicks. Imagine that with Jalen Brunson. They're at 23. Here's the write-up here. Of course,
they got the Knicks at number 22?
Number 22.
I told you I can't stand Bleacher Report.
Luka Doncic, Spencer Dinwiddie, Reggie Bullock, Dorian Finney-Smith, JaVale McGee right now has it's constituted for your starting 5. That starting 5 right now has a net rating of negative 18.6.
I don't doubt it.
Following the offseason, starting JaVale McGee over Christian Wood or even Dwight Powell always felt like a head scratcher. It went so poorly and predictably that Coach Jason Kidd is already experimenting with different arrangements. The same group with Powell in McGee's spot. Check this out. When Dwight Powell is starting in this lineup.
Now, you know I'm grinning because I'm one of the few people to understand his effectiveness, but everybody else hate Dwight Powell. Go ahead.
The Mavericks are a plus 28.4
ding, 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 ding.
when Dwight Powell is in the starting lineup.
That's why Maverick Twitter drives me crazy because y'all the man does everything he can and he does the little things. And I've explained it to him. I'm blue in the face on this radio for the last 3 years, but nobody wants to believe it.
Well, I think there's a lot of reason why, because again, we understand, I think a lot of us understand obviously the connection that Luka and Powell have from a rim running standpoint. They just have a special connection that really just can't explain. And he's perfect for what Luka does, as a player and his ability to get to the rim. But we also saw that dude be unplayable in the playoffs.
That's because
I know why. It's just you're juxtaposing the connection with Luka versus his inability to play against certain lineups and
bigger
against
guys
teams in the playoffs.
He's a power forward playing center,
which obviously it nullifies all the things that you got. He's a regular season player,
which is why they brought in JaVale McGee.
Yeah,
theoretically thinking, okay,
that he was going to be able to be.
Yeah, and again, they weren't going to quote unquote get rid of Dwight Powell unless his contract fit into a big trade that worked out great for them because they know what he does on the floor. It has nothing to do with his community work. They traded Harrison Barnes in the middle of a damn game, and Harrison Barnes was in the community as much as more than Dwight Powell. But Dwight Powell is effective not only because of what he does with Luka, but it opens up the entire perimeter because the defense sucks in on Luka and Powell in the paint.
Everybody's collapsing.
Nobody wants to hear that, though. Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell tries so hard to play center as a power forward and giving you more than you ever know. And for those who love analytics, that shows it right there. Now, one other note about the Knicks being a notch above. And by the way, you're going to see Dwight Powell even more and more till the game plan is. Now, I was talking to you about this on the air last night. I was talking to G-Bag off the air about this. The game plan for the Mavericks with JaVale McGee and Dwight Powell this season is they need JaVale McGee to get up to speed so that when the playoffs do come, he gets those minutes and he becomes a weapon. Not a long-time weapon because he's in his 30s years old. But Dwight Powell, he understands that. It's like a two-headed monster. They were never going to just, Dwight Powell's going to be the 15th man on the roster, and now we got JaVale McGee. They're going to utilize both of them, especially on certain back-to-back situations or matchups. But now that JaVale McGee can't seem to figure things out, there's a gun to their head because come trade deadline, if they were to trade Dwight Powell's contract for some other kind of star that's not a center or a big, you're going to be screwed in the playoffs because JaVale McGee don't know what he's doing. So that's what they're hoping to solve. One other note about, I was saying about the Knicks. Got a Tolo that texted in. CA, question. Was it money or simply the family ties that Brunson has to the Knicks that's why he left? It was the ties. And let me explain why. For those who don't remember this part of the equation, Jalen Brunson, the Mavericks could have gave him even more money. Jalen Brunson would not even have a meeting with the Mavericks because he said, y'all, it's not even about the money. I'm not going to even pretend to have a meeting with y'all. I'm going to the Knicks. And that's that. It wasn't about money. The Mavericks weren't being cheap. And there you go.
That's Inside the Mavs right here on 105 through the fans. To Get Right with Reggie KG here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Coming up next, we go around the NFL, and you have to listen to this Joe Thomas piece of audio going scorched earth on the Indianapolis Colts. Next on 105 through the fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Cowboys do at Lambeau in Mike McCarthy's return? We'll have Bobby Belt, Nick Eatman, and Brad Sham to recap. Star up, star down as well. It's a Cowboys Monday on the Fan.
Well, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, board certified.
Meet Dr. John Herzog, who's certainly done his share of knee and hip replacements. But these days, he's encouraging his patients to look at regenerative medicine options, now available at QC Kinetics.
I'm kind of the anti-surgeon right now, and a lot of my buddies, if they hear me talking, they're going to give me a call.
Dr. Herzog says advances in regenerative medicine can give your achy joints lasting relief, using highly concentrated healing agents from your own body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
We take the fluid out of you, we concentrate.
DFW.com for details.
Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas Authority. And barricade rental, that's ByersBarricades.com.
About to go around the NFL on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Alec Medford holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Coming up at the top of the hour, we get you previewed for the Cowboys Packers, how the Cowboys find a way to keep things miserable for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. We do that at the top of the hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Alec, let's go around the NFL right here on 105.3 The Fan. As we do, we go to Germany. And there's been a lot of conversation around the hiring of interim head coach Jeff Saturday for the Indianapolis Colts. Take a listen to Joe Thomas, former All-Pro tackle with the Cleveland Browns, on how he feels about the hiring of Jeff Saturday. Take a listen.
When you hire your drinking buddy to be the head coach of an NFL football team, it is one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen in my entire life to the commitment, the lifestyle, and the experience that it takes to be an NFL coach, any coach, much less the head coach of the Indianapolis Football Colts. You have got to be kidding me that this is something that Jim Irsay and Jeff Saturday, who's not blameless for accepting the job, could have talked and decided that this was the best thing for the Indianapolis Colts at this juncture of the season. I'm going to tell you a quick story. I lived right next door to Rob Chudzinski. He was our head coach for one season in Cleveland. The commitment that it takes to be a head coach in the NFL is beyond what people can even comprehend unless you've been in that locker room. He saw his children one time every week. That was Friday afternoon. We would get off about 2 o'clock. He would stay till 3. He would pick his kids up from school. He had 4 kids. He would go get ice cream with them. They would come home. Then he would drop them off and go back to the office. If it was a home game, he would get to see his kids 2 times during the week. Ice cream on Friday, and then Saturday afternoon, he still didn't see him because he stayed. Sunday, they would come to the game. He would drive them home after the game, drop them off, and go back to the office. That's a lifestyle. That's who you are. That's not something that you can just show up for. It's not something you sign up for.
Oh, boy. And I can't argue with him. And you're listening to a man who in his final 2 seasons in the league, his teams win a combined 1-31. So it's not like Joe Thomas hasn't seen both sides of winning and losing and the commitment that it takes for players and coaches to be able to be at that kind of level. This obviously is going to be – I've never have heard or seen a football game that's going to have as much fanfare between 2 losing teams as what you will see on Sunday between the Raiders and the Colts, because all eyes will be on Jeff Saturday and every single move that he makes for the Colts on Sunday and how that team responds to him and the idea that he is the one running things around there now.
I said it when they first announced it, and we were talking about it on the air, and you were disgusted as you should be. I was like, they just trying to tank. He didn't want to play nobody. He wanted to bring in a new coaching staff. He didn't want to change anything in the middle of the stream. He did. I'm talking about Irsay. He just brought his boy in. That's it. Just that simple. He wasn't trying to do nothing. And if they lose out, that's the way it goes. And Saturday said, I'll take that hit. And by the way, props to Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas headed for the Hall of Fame. He really is. He was that type of a player for the Browns.
The only thing I will disagree with him on in that particular audio, because for the most part, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what Jeff Saturday is supposed to tell him? No, I'm not going to take the job.
Well, he could have. See, if he says if he's his friend.
Right. But if you're Saturday, I mean, yeah, you're going to take the job. If you're going to get offered a chance to be a head coach, no matter what the circumstances are, you're going to take the job most likely. Now, the way that it all came about was ridiculous. But in Jeff Saturday's case, yeah, there's only 32 of these things. And if you have a chance to be it, no matter what kind of experience or lack thereof you have, you're probably going to take the job. It was interesting. I was listening to Bomani Jones a little bit earlier this week, and he made a terrific point about this. Because, you know, all of us kind of went, or a lot of us, I should say, went toward the idea of, you know, there was no minority candidate really considered for this job. But when you really think about it, on the other part of this too is the audacity and the craziness for an owner to look at his situation and have not one but two head coaches previously on the staff, and John Fox and Gus Bradley, and told them dudes, actually, nah, don't even worry about it. I'm going to go get my boy over here who's never coached on any level except for, high school for about 30 seconds, and make that dude the head coach around here. That is so wild on so many levels, given the amount of expertise, knowledge, all the things that it takes to be a head coach in this league. And Jim Irsay was like, nah, he don't need none of that to be a guy that can coach around here. That to me is just crazy to think about. But hey, we'll see how it works out for Jeff Saturday.
It ain't gonna work out. Everybody knows it. Even Jeff Saturday knows that.
And that's another question that people have brought up. And 817 has brought a question up that's been brought up about this as well. Who's to say Saturday won't be a great head coach? That's not the point. The point is about how the process of how we got here.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing we've said about other previous head coaches. Nick Sirianni comes to mind. Sirianni, you looked at in his situation, who thought that dude would be a good head coach? Obviously, the Eagles felt they were confident in his ability to be a good head coach, but the process is broken. The process in which we get here and coaches are able to be hired in this league, that process is broken. And the amount of nepotism and the network of a lot of these coaches,
good old boy network,
is wild. Do yourself a favor one day and go look at how a lot of these coaches have been connected through their daddies, their granddaddies, their uncles, their cousins, all the people who have been in the league prior to them, and how all of that connects to a lot of these coaches. It will shock you about the intertwining of a lot of these coaches in this league. So the point is that not Saturday may not be a good or not a good head coach. It's about the way that we got here that got a lot of us looking at the Colts like, what the hell's going on out here? And the side eye of why we continue to talk about this in the way that we do. Something that we've continued to talk about is the Odell Beckham Jr. situation. Jane Slater of the NFL Network, she puts an interesting twist on this from the Cowboys' perspective on why things may take a little time before OBJ possibly becomes a Dallas Cowboy.
I've talked to a number of reporters this market. I've covered the Cowboys for 10 years, and I can tell you I've never seen them openly petition for a free agent the way that they have for OBJ. I caught up with Jerry Jones a few weeks ago on the sidelines ahead of free agency and said, are you guys going to be active? And he said it would take a Deion Sanders type player. He goes on the Fan and says he loves the fact that his players are talking about OBJ because it was reminiscent of how they felt about Deion Sanders when he brought him in. So what's the holdup? There's been a lot of talk, no action in Dallas. I talked to a couple of sources on this. A source with knowledge of the situation tells me that OBJ absolutely considers the Dallas Cowboys a possibility, but he is waiting to see what the playoff picture looks like before he makes a decision. He's 30 years old. He's got these 2 ACL injuries on the left knee. The Cowboys, for their part, want to make sure that they can get him in the building, work him out, get their medical staff to get a hand on that knee, make sure that everything is copacetic. But again, there's a lot of smoke here, and there's been a lot of smoke. I always joke during free agency time, it's attach your name to the Cowboys season because it helps run up the numbers. This feels like it could absolutely be a fit, and one that a lot of us that are covering this team are certainly keeping an eye on. But I don't think it's any coincidence that we're hearing guys like Dak. And by the way, the wide receivers room, CeeDee Lamb, who's supposed to be the #1 guy this year, sort of struggled with that. You think he might be a little salty about it. These guys are all in, likening it to bringing in a guy like Amari Cooper, who allowed them all to have those gaudy numbers when he was here.
And where there's smoke, there's usually fire, and the fire needs to come in the form of the Cowboys continuing to win football games. Because if Odell Beckham Jr.'s part of his consideration is what the playoff situation is going to look like among the NFC teams, if that's what he's seriously considering, it behooves the Cowboys to continue to win games, because that will look better and better, it appears, in the eyes of Odell Beckham Jr. about what decision he's going to make, regardless of where he goes. If it's Buffalo, if it's Dallas, if it's New York, all of these things sound like are coming into play for him. So if you're the Cowboys, just keep on winning, and you make your situation look that much more attractive to Odell Beckham Jr.
For those who might have missed the top of the show, when you played the audio from Steven, not only with G-Bag Nation, but with, who was it with, Sirius XM? Steven, Catboy, it seems more enthusiastic than I expected. And the way he was explaining about putting the sticker of the star on OBJ's helmet, it's echoing Jerry. It makes me feel that Jerry Jones is going to be involved in closing this thing out if it comes down to a bidding war. And Jerry is the closer in the relationship. Steven is the bad cop. Good cop, bad cop, but Jerry is the closer. If Jerry's involved, I think it could happen. I'm more optimistic than I was an hour ago, put it like that.
As you trip around the NFL right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of those Cowboys, we get you ready for Cowboys Packers on Sunday. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers are staring down the barrel of losing 6 games in a row. How did the Cowboys have that happen? We'll talk about it next on 105.3 The Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold. Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Second and final hour here, the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My man Alec Medford holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station 105.3 The Fan. We're with you until 9 o'clock p.m. tonight before we give way to kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti as they get you ready for week number 10 of the National Football League right here on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The TruckRed.com text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Happy Veterans Day. Appreciate you joining us, all of our Tolo veterans and all veterans joining us.
If you got veterans in your family, we got a veteran still in the Pimp Cup back there working hard. Shout out to Lucius Alexander. And by the way, Lucius, he can't hear this. Make sure, Alec, make sure Lucius hears this real quick. He got a special shout out text from the text line. Tim and Carthage, Nolan Ryan. He said, I hooked up Lucius with that Black's Barbecue, Terry Black's Barbecue. He said he's so glad to do that for you. Salute to another veteran, from veteran to veteran. He texted that in.
From the 469, shout out to all the veterans, CA and KG.
Bubba!
Y'all are loud and clear out there on the road heading to Houston.
Honk that horn, Bubba.
Let's ride. Hopefully you didn't steal that from Russell Wilson. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, stop.
Let's ride. Broncos country.
He ain't the only one.
Let's ride.
Russell probably got it from somebody else. Come on now. Mr. Limited.
Such a corny dude. Anyway, I'm not going down that road. Hey, again, I can't say nothing because Russell Wilson get blessed every time he step across that threshold at his home, and guess who's there to greet him every single night?
Hey, I don't care. That's why I say stuff. I'm a hater.
Oh, you're a professional hater. Yeah, that's right.
I wear it.
Because he used to like Russell till Russell went left and became ultra corny and Mr. Unlimited.
Cowboys Packers on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. 105 through the Fan on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Oh, hold on. We got to give one more special shout out from the 903. Shout out to Haas F1 team, the first American team to get a Formula One pole position since Shadow in 1975. Kevin Magnussen on the pole for the Sao Paulo GP Grand Prix.
All right. Don't forget to tune in with Chris Arnold and I. Will get your Sunday kicked off 9 a.m. to 12:30 with the Specs Cowboys tailgate show. Then we will give way to Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation for the official Dallas Cowboys pregame show, which will take you from 12:30 all the way until kickoff. You will have your regular features going around the NFL and the NFC East, a live on-set visit with our Dallas Cowboys insider Bobby Belt live from Green Bay this weekend. Of course, you will check in with Babe Laufenberg and Christy Scales. And, of course, the voice of America's teams talks with Dallas Cowboys head coach and birthday boy this week, Mike McCarthy, the 59-year-old, of course, going back to Green Bay for the first time as an opponent of one Aaron Rodgers. You will also hear from Greg Olson, who will be on the call with Fox's A-Team with Kevin Burkhardt, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi. Also, Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Green Bay Packers, will join the program as well. And this week, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold's player profile is with who, sir?
J-Ron Curse. And for those who don't know, if you're a Maverick fan, he is the Theo Pinson of the Dallas Cowboys. And y'all know what Theo Pinson do. He know how to play them dozens, do your mamas, fire up the team in the locker room, and talk trash to the opposition and make the fans all mad. And also, J-Ron Curse has the green dot. So he's the quarterback of the defense.
So a big day on Sunday.
Green dot on the helmet.
We get you started right here at 9 a.m. with the Specs Cowboys tailgate show with myself and Chris Arnold on Sunday morning on your home, the Cowboys. Let's get you ready for that game.
By the way, that J-Ron Curse interview is hilarious. You got to check it out when you get a chance. And it's also thoughtful because out of this entire Cowboys roster, he's played at Lambeau Field more than anybody on this current roster. Not the coaching staff, because they're coaching. We're talking about the players. Yeah, Dak and Zeke went up there with Zach Martin, and Tank Lawrence was there too. But no, he's been there lots of times because he was playing for the Vikings all those years.
The Green Bay Packers have won 6 of the last 7 meetings, and it's interesting coming into this game. We looked at the schedule at the beginning of the year and thought this might have a chance to be one of the best games of the year if we believe the Cowboys and Packers are to be who they were thought to be coming into this year. This is going to be a really fun game on America's Game of the Week on Fox.
Can I say I didn't think that? I thought the Cowboys would suck. I thought the Cowboys would win 8 games. I thought the way that Stephen Jones handled the offseason, taking away the talent and retooling, I said, no, they're not. This is not going to be a good game. Green Bay's going to blow them out. And I have been pleasantly surprised, and props to Mike McCarthy for getting it done.
Yeah, and I definitely thought this game was going to be an L for the Dallas Cowboys.
I sure couldn't have seen a W.
Playing against Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly.
On the road.
Mm-hmm.
But the way things have turned out for both of these teams, clearly going in opposite directions. Cowboys have won their last 2 games in a row, obviously taking on the Lions, and the Bears coming off of their bye week now go to a Green Bay Packer team that's lost 5 straight.
Isn't that something?
That includes losses against teams like the Giants and the Jets, among others.
You just said something important, though, for Cowboy fans to mull over. This is very important. Going into the season, a lot of people thought the Cowboys would be the team, maybe on a 5-game losing streak, and the Packers, who would be 6-2. It's flipped. It's completely flipped. Two teams going in different directions. In fact, I said it on the air several times. I said the Green Bay game, I put Mike McCarthy squarely on the coach's hot seat. And I said, this is going to be the game where he's going to get fired or not. And if he gets fired, Dan Quinn will be the interim coach, ready to be the head coach, unless Sean Payton wanted to keep him around.
And for the Packers, who have lost 5 straight, the hits have kept on coming for them, especially when it comes to the injury front. The amount of injuries that this team has been dealt with this year has been staggering. They just lost Eric Stokes, who is going to be done, it looks like, for the rest of this year. He's got an ankle injury. Devondre Campbell, he's going to be out with a knee injury. David Bakhtiari is questionable for this team. They also just lost Rashawn Gary, who is done for the year with a torn ACL. So the amount of injuries are piling up for a team that hasn't been good offensively, with the lack of pass catchers that Aaron Rodgers has, and then defensively losing guys like Stokes and Rashawn Gary. This is a bad football team dealing with a lot of injury issues versus a Cowboys team that's healthy, that's playing good football on offense. We know how terrific this defense has been, and what we're looking at here is a mismatch, which I did not think we would say for the most part coming into this year. But here's a couple of numbers just to give you an idea of how well the Dallas Cowboys offensive line has been playing this year.
By the way, I've apologized to them and their coaching staff too, because I thought the offensive line coaching staff should have been fired. I said that over and over again.
A lot of us felt like Joe Philbin should have got ran out of here after the way things.
Jerry did too, by the way.
Were ending for them. But you give him and this offensive line a lot of credit. The number is 78. The Dallas offensive line has allowed 78 pressures in 2022. That is the 3rd fewest in the NFL, behind the Carolina Panthers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, per John Oning's Pro Football Focus. So that just gives you indication that the offensive line, hello Tyler Smith, hello Tyler Biotish, obviously, with Connor McGovern and Zach Martin, who's on his way to Canton, and Terrence Steele, they have been very good in not allowing, whether it be Cooper Rush or Dak Prescott, to find themselves on the ground this year.
Okay, I'm going to give them the props, but, everybody can make numbers dance. I got to take a deeper dive into that number, and they got help. And the help was this. While Dak Prescott was hurt, Cooper Rush, who, by the way, is not a great quarterback, he's an excellent backup, he had the 2nd fastest release in the NFL behind Tom Brady. That helped those numbers out. I'm just keeping it real, because they did a great job, but that helped them, because Dak Prescott has a habit, and I love Dak, but he will survey the field and he will try to make the best play he possibly can. In other words, he goes through his entire reads. That's not what Cooper Rush was doing, and that helped protect his life.
Another number to think about is the number 48, 48%. The Packers defense is 5th in the NFL in opponent red zone touchdown efficiency at 48%, allowing a touchdown on 12 of their opponents' 25 red zone drives. Dallas, coming into the game on Sunday, ranked 8th in the NFL in red zone scoring, with 14 touchdowns on 22 red zone trips. That is at a near 64% clip. So if you find yourself, and you're the Dallas Cowboys, moving the football with this good run game we've seen with Tony Pollard, and you're getting inside the red zone, inside of the 20, you have a really good chance of being able to punch it in and being able to get points in the form of touchdowns against the Green Bay Packers. It's going to be a theme, I feel like, on Sunday for the Cowboys to start fast in this game and try to take the life out of the Green Bay Packers early on in this game, to not give Aaron Rodgers any type of confidence that, yes, he's been the boogeyman against the Dallas Cowboys for years, but if you're the Cowboys, a fast start on Sunday to allow this defense to pin its ears back, to get after what's been a suspect offensive line at times for the Green Bay Packers this year, despite the fact that they can run the football well. You have a chance to win this football game and win it comfortably for the Cowboys on Sunday.
Let me tell you something. If the Cowboys were to lose this game, it would be because of mistakes that they could not overcome. In other words, if they shot themselves not in the foot, but in the head. Because Green Bay is there to be beat. And you have to stomp on them early to get this over with. You got to suck the life out of a team that has won 13 games the last 2 years in a row. They were 13-3, and then they were 13-4. And they have lost 5 straight games. We have a Tolo that's a Green Bay Packers fan that texted in. He said, hey, Cowboys win 23-17. Packers could have won more games if we kicked field goals instead of going for it on 4th down every week. I'm just saying, that's a desperate team going for 4th down all the time. And by the way, Mike McCarthy, he has a winning record after bye weeks. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He has I want to give you the exact number, and I'm going to get back to you before the segment's over, but he has a winning record after bye weeks. I'm going to give that to you shortly.
The Packers better get ready to tackle on Sunday as well. As we mentioned, a defense that's extremely banged up, going up against a run game, whether or not Ezekiel Elliott is a part of it, that looks to not only have explosive plays with Tony Pollard, but also Tony Pollard, who's a tough running back. Check out this number here. Tony Pollard has shown to be a tough back to bring down in this league. He's averaging 5.32 yards after contact per rush. That ranks 3rd in the NFL and 1st among running backs. The only 2 players with more yards after contact per rush on average. How about Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields? Those are the only 2 players at 5.98 and 5.51 that are getting more yards after contact than Tony Pollard. So we laud the fact that he's got the explosive runs, the home runs in him, but he's also been a guy that he's not easy to bring down as well. And if the Packers don't tackle well on Sunday against Tony Pollard, it could be a long day for them in their ability to stop the run against this Cowboys offense.
I'm going to say this. The Cowboys are running the ball well. They got that balanced attack now. They're not just trying to throw it like they did last year where they led the NFL in points scored with over 31 points a game. The fact that they're utilizing the running game to affect the clock. Jimmy Johnson talked about this yesterday with Sean and RJ show. You have to have the running game. For those who just pass happy, you have to have the running game because you want to dominate the clock as well. And you want salt away the games, but also it protects your quarterback from just total blitzes at all time. Bottom line is the Cowboys are doing things way better than they did the second half of the last season. And here's the ironic part about the last season. Since 2021, our buddy RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys has this stat. Mike McCarthy with the Cowboys as their head coach since 2021. 2020, a lot of people throw out 2020 on all teams because it was the pandemic and you couldn't really coach the way you could, especially if you're a new coach coming to a new team. Mike McCarthy since 2021 is 18-7. Mike LaFleur, his replacement at Green Bay.
Matt LaFleur,
Yeah, Matt LaFleur, not Mike. Matt LaFleur since 2021. Mike McCarthy, 18-7. Matt LaFleur, 16-9. And that includes this 5-game losing streak that Packers are on right now. Again, the Cowboys would have to do it to themselves to lose this game. They just have to. I mean, literally, they would have to do it to themselves with mistakes that they cannot overcome. Because talent-wise, because of all the injuries to Green Bay and the fact that they really don't have any receivers that you can name off the top of your head, and all you have to do is stop the Packers' running game, and you should win this game. In other words, the Cowboys, they don't have to go all out, but they don't have to be conservative either. Just don't do yourself in. And the Cowboys defensive players that I talked to in the locker room on Wednesday, they're all saying, oh, we got to stop the run. They weren't saying we're going to throw a sack party on Aaron Rodgers. We're going to punish him for what he's done to us in the past. No, they said we stopped the run. All of them were preaching we stopped the run. That's what they need to do. And they really need to do it the second half of the season if they expect to go anywhere in the playoffs this year.
And they're going to have a tough assignment with Aaron Jones. This Packers team averages running the ball for 120 yards per game. Aaron Jones has been terrific running the ball. He's got 600 yards on the ground, averaging 5.6 yards per carry so far this year. So the calling card for this Packers team is their ability to run the football, and we know the Cowboys have struggled in that department. If they were able to stifle the run, it's ironic that we're talking about putting Aaron Rodgers into predictable third and long situations to have him pass the football. But the weakness of this Packers offense is the lack of pass catchers that they have. So if you're getting Aaron Rodgers into predictable passing situations, that plays into the strength of the Dallas Cowboys and Trayvon Diggs and his ability to possibly take away the football. Even though Rodgers doesn't necessarily make mistakes, you will have more chances to do so if you're putting him into those situations. But more importantly, this defense can get after Aaron Rodgers, a Cowboys defense that leads the NFL with 33 sacks on the year. They are also +6 in turnover differential, which is tied for third in the NFL. The Cowboys should win this game on Sunday, but I still have a little bit of fear. And you say, Kevin, you shouldn't be scared of a team that's lost 5 games in a row, that don't have a receiver worth a damn, and they can only run the football, and they got a bunch of injuries on defense. You're absolutely right. But Aaron Rodgers still plays quarterback for that football team. And all I can go off of is receipts. And he got plenty of them when it comes to playing this team. I'm going to pick the Cowboys to win this game. But, man, listen. The psychological aspect of going into that stadium against that quarterback, no matter how poor that team is, you've got to overcome that. And as people have mentioned throughout the course of the week, Dak, okay, not great in cold weather games. Supposed to be in like the 30s on.
He's one up there, though.
He has one up there.
As a rookie,
no
less.
back in 2016.
When nobody with the Cowboys could win as a quarterback up there.
So we will see, but I do expect the Cowboys to win this game. Now, what they do on Sunday is an entirely different story. That's your Cowboys Packers preview. Remember, that game starts at 3:25 p.m. right here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, 105.3 The Fan, with the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, and longtime Dallas Cowboys sideline reporter, Christy Scales.
I swear on the other side of this commercial break, I will give you Mike McCarthy's record after bye weeks because it's really, really good. And that's good news for Cowboys fans.
Coming up next, a little college football talk for you. 6 college football playoff scenarios that could be shaped by this weekend's action. And does this mean TCU's run comes to an end? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off.
drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My man Alec Medford holding it down for you here. A big weekend and college football to get you ready for as TCU looks to remain unbeaten as they visit the Texas Longhorns. We'll get you ready for the big weekend of Week 11 college football right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The TruckRed.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation.
And we have Mike McCarthy's record right after the bye. What is his record? Bye week, the games following the bye week, it's insane.
Yeah, he's 11-4 after the bye week and 7-3 on the road after the bye week. So not only the incentive of trying to win this game for Mike against Green Bay, but the Cowboys are really good, or excuse me, Mike McCarthy and his teams are very good coming off the bye week.
Yeah, they're usually very prepared. And to show how important this game is to him, we mentioned, he won the Super Bowl for the Packers down here at AT&T Stadium. But this is his record with the Packers for those who don't even know. 13 years, 2006 to 2018, Mike McCarthy has, for the Packers, 6 NFC North titles, 4 NFC Championship game appearances, a victory in the Super Bowl. He also saw the transfer of Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre to another Hall of Fame quarterback to be Aaron Rodgers, and he won 125 regular season games, second most in franchise history. He's up there. He's a legend. He is. You might not have respect for him now down here, but put it like this. He did all of that in 13 years in this century, whereas for the Dallas Cowboys franchise, the Cowboys have won 3 playoff games, period, in the 21st century. Not 3 in one season.
I mean,
3, period.
There's a reason why I got a street named after he won a Super Bowl there.
Exactly. But more than that, it wasn't just one lucky season. That's my point I'm trying to make. It wasn't one lucky season. He got things done year after year after year after year, and we're going to put some respect on his name for tonight.
Let's talk a little college football. Big weekend in Week 11 in college football that the eyes of the college football world, College Game Day, will be focused on that in Austin. The TCU Horned Frogs, the number 4 team in the college football playoff rankings, they go visit Quinn Ewers and the Texas Longhorns, the number 18 team in the country. And if TCU finds a way to get it done in Austin, they set themselves up to possibly finish the season undefeated on their way to the Big 12 championship game, which got me to thinking, we've gone through some of these scenarios with the college football playoff and what that could look like for certain teams. ESPN put this together, breaking down 6 possible college football playoff scenarios. This comes from Seth Walder, who does a lot of analytics work for them.
Okay. You got a computer?
A computer, among other things. Abacus, calculator.
Chinese arithmetic.
All kinds of stuff.
All that.
Here's scenario A. Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Oregon.
Hold
on. Tennessee all went out. And Michigan finishes at 11-1. Now, we're assuming that one loss, of course, is to Ohio State at the end of the year. He says this win-out scenario ends up with a pretty spicy decision for the selection committee. Georgia and Ohio State are obviously in. Georgia undefeated, SEC champion. Ohio State undefeated, Big Ten champ. But after that, assuming TCU does lose somewhere along the way, maybe this week to Austin, to the Texas Longhorns in Austin, there are no other locks here because you would have Clemson with the one loss who got stomped out,
by
Notre Dame.
You got Oregon with one loss who got stomped out by Georgia.
And they would be the Pac-12 champion in this scenario. And then there's Tennessee just sitting there.
With one loss because they got stomped out by Georgia too.
They lost to Georgia. In this scenario, the predictor, their ESPN predictor, has a virtual tie for the number spots numbers 3 and 4, with Tennessee and Oregon with each having a 53% shot to get in. Oregon would be a one-loss conference champion, and Tennessee would be a one-loss non-champion, but against the toughest schedule of any playoff contender.
And the only loss is to the number 1 team in the nation.
Clemson and Michigan aren't necessarily out in this scenario, but they have a 39 and 37% chance to get in, respectively. Clemson would still be a one-loss ACC champion. Meanwhile,
and their reputation.
But they would have an easier strength of schedule than Oregon in a similar boat. Michigan would be a one-loss non-champion, but against an easier schedule than Tennessee.
And their only loss to undefeated Ohio State, which is number 2 in the nation.
How everyone gets to the spot could make a difference for the committee, but in general, the model believes Tennessee and Oregon would have the edge in this particular scenario. Scenario B, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Tennessee, and USC, including reaching and winning the Pac-12 championship game, and Michigan finishes 11-1. Now they're taking
USC's got one loss right now.
Now in this scenario, they're taking out Oregon for USC.
Correct.
But it's slightly made more complicated by the fact that the Trojans can win out and not be guaranteed a spot in the Pac-12 championship game. But let's say they do. So technically, in their simulation or whatever they use for the projections.
Yeah, Oregon's got to lose somewhere along the way before the championship game.
In this scenario, Tennessee's chances jump to 62% to reach the college football playoff. And then the real battle becomes Michigan versus Clemson versus USC. Their predictor has Clemson with the highest percent chance to get in with a 44% chance, Michigan at 42%, and USC having a 36% shot. So again, Clemson in this scenario would be in the college football playoff.
Okay.
As a one-loss ACC champion.
Okay, before you go to the next model, 817 has a question. Why does a one-loss Pac-12 team have more leverage than a one-loss Big 12 team? Big 12 is a better conference with a tougher schedule.
Answer for you, it's called cachet.
It's called pedigree.
It's called
reputation.
Ratings. Money. Butts in seats, eyes on the television.
Exactly.
Because for name's sake, you could say what you want about Oregon. You can say what you want about USC and Lincoln Riley's first year. Guess what?
USA got money, Oregon reputation, and TCU is a private school.
You're not gonna like it, TCU, but it's
private school.
Look, I don't make the rules.
That's how they got screwed the last time.
I don't make the rules.
That's how they got screwed the last time.
Alec, who they would want to see on television? Would you, not you personally, but most people, who would they rather see on television? USC?
Me personally, TCU, because I grew up a TCU fan. But
of course,
yeah, no, rigged. But no, I know, I understand the ratings. It's everything, and that's
USC.
What I hate about the committee.
Imagine Lincoln Riley in his first year in the college football playoff.
With all those players from OU he took with him.
Again, I don't make the rules. And I don't like it either. But this is the way things go. Scenario C. Here's where Tennessee comes in. Or excuse me, TCU comes in. TCU and Tennessee went out, and Michigan finishes again at 11-1. Again, their only loss to Ohio State in Columbus. We can't get too specific here because TCU winning out is already so improbable that it cuts down on the number of simulations we look into. But
they say TCU can't win out? Is that what he's saying?
He's saying it's virtually impossible. This is what the analytics group got going on.
Okay.
But in this case, Ohio State, Georgia, and TCU are in, and it comes down to Tennessee as the favorite to take that last spot over Michigan. Again, because Tennessee's strength of schedule is that much better than Michigan and Oregon. Now, what if Ohio State loses to Michigan and the Buckeyes finish 11-1 instead? Then they would have the slight edge as the fourth team to get in over Tennessee
because they beat Notre Dame.
Scenario number 4.
And Notre Dame knocked off Clemson. I'm just saying.
Here's where it gets fun. LSU loses to Arkansas. Sorry, David Hellman and Brian Broaddus. LSU loses to Arkansas and Texas A&M. Alabama.
What?
Hold on. Alabama wins out, defeating Georgia in the SEC championship game. And in this case, Tennessee wins out.
That dude on that Aaron Rodgers, that's what he's on. Coming up with that scenario. That computer didn't give him that. He just smoked something.
If anyone is looking for 3 SEC teams in the college football playoff, this is the scenario for you. It still depends on what happens elsewhere, but hang in for just a moment. The model now still assumes that Ohio State is the most likely team to get in, closely followed by a 12-1 non-champion Georgia at 84%.
Defending national champion.
Let me just put a pin in this real quick. Regardless of what happens to Georgia for the rest of the year, guess who's going to be in the college football playoff? Georgia.
Yeah, seriously.
Regardless.
They're the defending national champion. They done knocked off everybody along the way.
Unless they somehow lose twice in the next few weeks, which is not going to happen. Regardless of what happens, Georgia's in the college football playoff. So I keep going. One-loss non-champion Tennessee would have a 70% chance, and Alabama would still have a 55% chance to get in
as the third team.
As a two-loss
champion.
SEC champion, which I'm sure would send Alec into a tizzy if a two-loss Alabama team in this scenario found their way into the college football playoff after all the things.
So who's the fourth team?
So in this case, sure, a one-loss Oregon or Clemson team might have a case.
Oh, so Georgia and Alabama joins Ohio State and who?
And in this case, so it would be Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, and Ohio State. Those would be the four teams. That's how you get the three SEC teams.
Oh, God.
This is if LSU loses to both Arkansas and Texas A&M. Because remember, LSU has to lose twice.
Right. In their own division.
In order for Alabama by
to get
virtue.
in there.
Exactly. So that's how you could possibly get three teams in the SEC, and one of those being a two-loss SEC champion in Alabama, which is still very interesting because right now, LSU has a path to be a two-loss SEC champion that possibly could sneak their way in.
Yeah, they're going to get in. Not
to the college
sneak in.
football playoff.
If they win the SEC championship, they're in. It doesn't matter how many losses they got because the SEC is considered the greatest conference in college football.
Last two here, real quick. The fifth one. How about this? Michigan, Oregon, Clemson, Georgia, and Tennessee all win out. And Ohio State is the one that loses, and they're 11-1 by virtue of their loss to Michigan. We're again in a world with precariously few simulations, so we can't use exact numbers here. But in this scenario, is murky as all heck for the committee and the predictor. So in this scenario, based on their analytics, Georgia and Michigan are in.
And
Georgia,
Michigan's undefeated and Georgia's undefeated?
As the conference champions, right. But after that, you could go anywhere.
Sure could.
You could go with Oregon, Ohio State, Tennessee, and Clemson would all be exceptionally close. Those four teams playing or going up for two spots.
In other words, this is the Michael scenario. You could go Michael. Take your pick. Jordan, Jackson, Tyson.
But
Game 6.
Are you noticing a theme, though, in these scenarios that we've been going through?
No TCU.
Exactly. Apparently, the analytics isn't feeling the way that TCU's been winning football games.
The numbers say that they can't go undefeated. Is that's what their computer says? Did they say what the loss would be in the conference championship game?
It's just any loss. It doesn't matter.
Because whoever they play in the conference championship, they would have played them before. To me, it's hard to beat a team twice in one season, and that's what they're probably counting on.
Yeah.
That TCU, whoever they play in the conference championship game, is going to be a rematch, and they will lose the rematch.
Final scenario here is, and this is a lot of fun too. LSU wins out, beating otherwise undefeated Georgia in the SEC championship game, and Ohio State wins out. Now, in this scenario, Ohio State is in, and Georgia is likely in too. Ohio State, undefeated Big Ten champ. Georgia, even with the one loss, they're going in. They both are with a 76% chance to make the college football playoff. Then Tennessee sits there at 59%, and LSU sits there at 56%. That's another way you could get not one, not two, but three SEC teams in the college football playoff with Tennessee, LSU,
Wait a minute.
and Georgia.
How many losses would LSU have at this point?
2. Because they won out. Remember, they already had 2 losses. Their losses are to Tennessee and the Florida State at the very beginning of the year. But they would make it all the way because...
Okay, so this is the 3 SEC team with LSU instead of Alabama being the 13th. Because you mentioned Alabama.
No. In this scenario right here, no, the 3 teams in the SEC would be Tennessee, LSU, and Georgia.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Because the first time you said
Alabama.
it was with Alabama.
Yes, as the 2-loss team, yes.
Yeah, this would be 2-loss LSU joining Tennessee and Georgia in there.
This is all without locking in any of the following teams if they win out: Clemson, Oregon, USC, or TCU. If Oregon wins out, the Ducks likely jump ahead of Tennessee and LSU. If it's Clemson, then it's up in the air because the model believes the Tigers would slide in behind the two SEC schools.
Clemson.
So again, all of this just shows you how much disrespect that
the Big 12 and TCU's getting.
Completely.
Well, it's time to rock their world. Come on, go Frogs. I want them to be a dilemma. I want this to be FUBAR. I want those models to be effed up beyond all recognition. That's a military term on Veterans Day.
We go inside the gray area next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll hear from the Dallas Cowboys executive vice.
Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas Authority. Barricade rental, that's byersbarricades.com.
So get right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My man Alec Medford holding it down for you here at the top of the hour. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti will get you ready for week number 10 of the National Football League, exclusively on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Appreciate all those who joined us on our program this evening. Remember, a big weekend coming up. Tomorrow, Chris Arnold and I will kick you off with the Fan Jam from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then Alec Medford and Will Chambers will take you from 1 to 5.
Hey, I know those guys.
Yeah, Bobby's going to be on a plane to Green Bay tomorrow. So,
yes, sir.
It'll be Alec Medford and Will Chambers taking you from 1 to 5 p.m. And then Chris and I will be back with you on Sunday, starting at 9 a.m. for the Specs Cowboys tailgate show. From 9 to 12:30. We'll get you set up and then turn things over to Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus, who will take you from 12:30 until kickoff when the Cowboys visit the Green Bay Packers. And then coverage will continue all the way through not only the game itself, but also through 9:30 p.m. on Sunday night. So turn it on, leave it on all weekend right here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Let's go inside the gray area to end tonight's show. Before I get to Alec Medford and his seeing of Black Panther. I know, Chris, you're going to be seeing it, you said, this weekend.
Wakanda Forever.
Okay.
On Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to be seeing it here real soon myself. I do want to give a quick shout out. Shout out to John Daniels.
JD?
My man got a job.
What? Already the former Rangers general manager is hired to somewhere else?
Yes. He has been hired as a senior advisor with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Interesting. If you had said San Diego, he's got relationships there, but he's got relationships all over baseball. I really thought that JD was going to, quote unquote, hand the baton to Chris Young over the next year and basically be retired. In fact, Jared was on with us yesterday, and he was talking about, it wasn't on with us. He was talking the other day with somebody on one of the shows, maybe it was G-Bag, about how had it not been the collateral damage of these one-run losses, that the collateral damage were Woody and JD. Somebody had to take the hit because team was in the malaise. You know, they had no energy, and you had to do something, and they were going to have to do something, so they made those moves. And literally, the big plan was that CY would be the general manager and pass the baton. JD would spend more time with his family. And so he's going to be a special advisor. I guess he's still going to be with his family, but with Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Kim Rosenthal saying that the Tampa Bay Rays announced the hiring of John Daniels as a senior advisor for baseball operations. Of course, Daniels was the president of the baseball operations here until the team fired him in August.
Okay, so don't let me tell me JD's doing the cliche. You know what the cliche is? How come New Yorkers always retire to Florida? Yeah, I said it.
I mean, he done earned it.
I know he earned it, but I'm just saying it's a cliche.
It is.
And he's only in his 40s. Come on, man.
Hey, man, get to live in Tampa. Bush job there. Why not? Finally, before I get to my man Alec Medford, shout out to
JD, by the way.
Sabrina Ionescu, the superstar WNBA player, and of course a legend at Oregon. She has been hired as the director of athletic culture at Oregon. The New York Liberty Star will work with her alma mater during the WNBA offseason, specializing in student athlete development.
She's already a legend there. Why not?
Perfect fit there.
And plus, she can still keep her free Nike gear. That is a Nike school, as you know.
Very much so. Alec, you went and saw Black Panther Wakanda Forever?
Oh, boy, yes, I did. Went and saw it at 8 o'clock last night.
Oh, you got yourself a little early showing, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted earlier, but it was sold out everywhere. At least the good seats, the ones that aren't, like 2 feet in front of the screen. So,
yeah, you don't want to be too close.
Yeah, I got right up against the railing, right in the middle. Of the theater.
Not bad.
Favorite spot, yeah. So, no, it's 2 hours and 47 minutes. It's a long movie, but they needed every minute of it, and it was simply put, beautiful. It really was.
Was it an emotional roller coaster?
It was a roller
you
coaster,
expected,
man. Yeah, and I knew it going in. Like, you saw in the trailer the big mural of T'Challa and everything. You knew there was going to be tributes to him. And man, they don't even let you get seated before you're sad. Yeah, it was beautiful. They paid tribute to him in the best way possible. And considering that they had to basically trash the whole movie and start over, after Chadwick Boseman passed, when you consider everything and how they told the story, how they brought in new characters and everything, it was awesome. It was so good.
One other quick question. Rihanna had a single released.
Yeah.
And it's very sad.
Yeah.
Does it kind of make sense? It makes sense of the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she actually had 2 songs. The second one dropped last night at midnight.
Look out.
That one was in the post credits when the credits were just rolling.
Oh, yeah.
The one that you heard that dropped a couple weeks ago, that one was actually in the movie, and that is the toughest scene to sit through.
Oh my god! No wonder it was so sad.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing there,
Yeah.
and it was kind of evil because you heard sniffling across the whole theater. But man, it was intense and it was bold. It was really a bold Marvel movie. They didn't go for the corny comic book approach. They wanted you to mourn with them and grow with the characters.
Did the audience give it a standing ovation?
Boy.
Oh yeah. Afterwards, everyone was on their feet.
Yeah.
It was great. And it's a little bit different than Marvel tradition. There's only one post-credit scene.
There's only one Easter egg.
Yes, not 2.
How long? How deep in the credits do you go?
It's in the mid-credits. So,
Okay, good.
they do the graphic credits
Yeah.
where it just shows the actors and actresses.
Right.
After that, there's a scene that's going to blow your mind.
Woo! Stay for the credits. Stay for the Easter egg.
You're not going to be ready for it.
Oh boy.
I'm not ready. Just even watching the trailers and the amount of what looks like the work that's been put into this. And it's funny you mentioned about how they had to pretty much change the entire thing. Ryan Coogler did an interview with CBS Morning News the other day.
The director.
And he was talking about how he had everything lined out and ready for the next chapter of T'Challa and what was to come of him and what was next for Wakanda.
With Boseman.
And had to obviously do away with it. And he talked about not just the mourning of Chadwick Boseman, but the mourning of the story that he had already put together that he was ready to tell about the next chapter for him and for T'Challa and Wakanda and everything else. Like that to me was even more poignant because he clearly had a vision on what he was ready to do with all this, but obviously the tragic passing of Chadwick Boseman changed all of that. So to hear that they were able to pivot and the movie still be what it sounds like it is pretty incredible.
I always say movie watching is a sport for all the sports fans who are listening. Chadwick Boseman, go home today and not only watch Black Panther, but if you like sports, he played Jackie Robinson.
Yeah,
in
42.
40.
Yeah,
42.
And so I will say,
check out his fine work. He's a great actor. R.I.P.
The villain, Namor, total badass.
I've heard some early, reviews that Namor is out here, he was on it.
He's on a different level.
Yeah.
He is awesome, well played. And if I have to give a quick 2-word review of the movie, just, baseline, Angela Bassett.
Yes.
Yeah.
She carried her and Letitia Wright. Letitia Wright was really good with Shuri, the whole emotion thing, but Angela Bassett, mic drop.
That's a queen right there.
She was nominated for Academy Award before you were born, Alec, for Tina Turner movie.
I can't wait to see it. Yeah, you have to let me know what your thoughts on it when you see it too. Appreciate the hard work of my man Alec Medford on this night. For Alec Medford, the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. My name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG. Coming up next, kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. They get you ready for week number 10 of the NFL right here on 105 through the Fan. Y'all be good.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo, Jerry Jones, Hamsan, Sean.